8 teams remain in the Thunderpick World Championship Series 2 in Europe, but by the end of today we will only have 4, and I am excited to get going with the action. My name is Zurfer and I'm joined alongside Charlie and Freddie, otherwise known as CMD and Grimmy Ranar. Boys, how are you doing? Charlie, start with you. How's your Saturday going?
Yeah, not too bad. Still a little bit sleepy from from waking up. I'm hoping some of these games today can wake us up. And to be honest, I think this first one today, after I got to watch some of these boys yesterday, I'm hoping they're going to do so. But I'm feeling pretty good.
And you, Freddie? I mean, the dog just woke up, so you're not too
good.
pleased about that,
bro. Literally, as we went live, went back to bed. So there's good positives. Also, I want to show off this awesome cup I got. Take a look at this.
Oh yeah.
Gosh, and it says cup of happy when you drink, which I feel like is a very German translation. Cup of happy doesn't really make any sense, but I'm doing good. Dog woke us up in the morning, but then going for a walk, sees the day. I'm ready for some Counter-Strike. I'm doing pretty good, and I'm joined by some magnificent people. So what is there to go wrong? And Jack, people that normally ask this, but how are you doing?
Good, man. Good. Thank you for asking. I'm feeling good today. I'm feeling bright. This morning, got up nice and early, and I'm ready to go. And just on your cup, cup of happy, because it's a cup of happiness, Freddie. When you're drinking your coffee in the morning, we literally just had this discussion. There's nothing better than having a coffee in the morning. But trying to stay off the caffeine a little bit here, so I'll have to wait a little while. Just the water for me, but we're fine. We're looking forward to our opening game, which is going to be Walczaki taking on Lazer Cats. And this is kind of a David versus Goliath story. You've got a Walczaki team that have probably been playing up against some better competition as of late. They haven't really been playing all that much since the player break, but when they have, it's been up against some really tough opponents. And then Lazer Cats, I suppose, probably could say the same. This is going to be their first event post player break, and they have won every single game. One of them was a forfeit, but you feel like there is going to be maybe a step up in level today, Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like you can only play who's in front of you at the end of the day, and these guys still actually got some pretty decent results. I mean, I wasn't quite sure what this Lazer Cats side was going to be able to do. They've been playing with that Paul Bandana. They've been playing with Tripex as well, and these two guys I haven't quite known how they're going to fit into this Lazer Cats side. Got to catch them yesterday against that Basement Boys team, and don't get me wrong, there's a lot of mistakes from both sides, but I actually was impressed that these guys were able to feel like they fit into this team pretty well. Paul Bandana actually has some pretty massive moments as well for Lazer Cats, and I think that was a pretty disappointing result for Basement Boys, particularly how that series sort of ended up starting off. Look, sure, they're to FF map number 1, so Lazer Cats 1-0 up in this series, but Lazer Cats probably should have won Ancient, let things slip there a little bit, but they just had the resilience to keep on going on Mirage, and somehow this team, every time I write them off, they can somehow produce this moment of magic. And I think, talking about magic, this guy's been pretty instrumental for them, probably since Ratko's left this side. It felt like there is a glaring hole, but somehow this team keeps on surviving.
This Lazer Cats roster to me is always very exciting because notoriously they've bred just a lot of talent into the scene, but they tend to be this like feeder squad that as soon as they maybe have a player who does well or just has anything going his way, they then get picked up and poached. And what I'm kind of excited though is that they've almost done the reverse. They've brought in a Tripex who has, in my opinion, loads of talent on Big Academy. I feel like he wasn't able to really show his true colors on that roster. And I know he had a lot of interest from other Ukrainian teams after he left Big Academy. I think Leo was interested in him, and I think I saw him trialing with Leo, but then the organization, something's going on over there, and I'm not really too sure. But this would be a really cool place for him to end up, and he is so incredibly sharp. He's very individually talented. Whenever I played against him, I was instantly like, whoa, this guy can shoot hard. So if he can actually start getting these officials and reps under his belts on Lazer Cats, to me that would be the most beneficial, as that is what it felt like they lacked on the Big Academy, as they didn't have a VRS for the longest time.
Yeah, so this will be a really good test to see where Lazer Cats really kind of to shape up and at. Now, they don't have a fifth. Paul Bandana has kind of been coming into play for them. Nothing is confirmed just yet, but he has been playing this event. Yeah, the same with Tripex. You know, like this Lazer Cats team, they obviously have gone through a couple of roster changes since then, but because they haven't really been playing that many tournaments, I would probably argue with the fact that, you know, they have been doing maybe a lot of practice and maybe that there's nothing official, but probably they want to bring both of these players into the lineup. But looking towards Walczaki, right, and you know these guys have been really impressive. You know, over the last kind of year or so, they've been getting some really good results. After the player break hasn't looked too sweet for them. They have only picked up 3 results, one of them against Bebop, one of them against Sparta, and then one of them against 3D Max, beating them 2-1 in a best of 3. And you know, obviously that has to be, you know, taken with a pinch of salt that they've only won, you know, 3 games because of the level of opponents these guys have been playing against. In my mind, and I don't know about yours, Charlie, but is this a must-win 2-0 game for Walczaki if they are serious about, you know, moving up the standings here in the VRS?
I mean, I think it's a must-win in general. They have to at least get this one over the line at the sort of bare minimum. I sort of thought the same about Basement Boys actually having what was probably a bit of a vulnerable-looking Lazer Cats right now. I felt like we had to see that Basement Boys side actually be able to take them down. They weren't able to do so. This team still somehow keep this sort of fairy tale story alive. Yeah, that win against Bebop as well. I mean, it feels like anyone's beating Bebop. I don't think that's the most impressive result I've seen. But yeah, the 3D Max one, look, this is a team that want to be pushing up to that next level. It feels like they're not too far off it. They are teetering close by. But yeah, I think, look, there's a lot of players on this roster. They played with one another for a long time now. That they individually there is some real class on this team. And I think that 3D Max game showed that, look, these guys 100% can sort of beat. On their day, they can beat some of the best in the world, but it's just we need to see more consistency, particularly at this level to a degree. I think a quarterfinal finish would be a massive disappointment. I think looking at the bottom side of the bracket where they've got 1 win, INOX Division, if they're able to win this game, one of those 2 teams. I actually thought INOX were really poor yesterday. I thought 1 win looked a bit shaky as well. I think this is a relatively clean route to the grand final for a side that is looking to make that next step up in the grand scheme of things. So yeah, I've got no doubt that this Walczaki side should be taking this series. But Lazer Cats proved yesterday that they're a difficult team to beat. So I wouldn't be surprised if they can surprise them on one of these maps.
Well, we have the video on our screen. I believe we're a little bit stuck for time as we have yapped a little bit too long, but that's to the delight of everybody at home, I suppose. Inferno picked in by Lazer Cats, Nuke then picked by Walczaki, and then an ancient decider. I'm going to let you boys discuss this one through as we're ready to send it into map 1.
Thank you very much, Jackie boy. We're live with our first quarterfinal of the day. We've got Walczaki, who have had a very disappointing string of things. They picked up Skit for a moment. He was the weakest performer on Walczaki. Even when they won an event, the European Pro League, he was the lowest performer by far. It's been a very disappointing time for what was maybe the most promising team coming out of Tier 2 in Europe at one stage, and now up against Lazer Cats. It feels like they have to be winning this game, but on Lazer Cats map pick, on Inferno, on the T side, they're going to be getting a pretty early 3-man advantage as the city size pushed down mid, and they kind of just got churned up as I think all 5 players for Lazer Cats were in second mid, or 4 at a minimum.
Yeah, there's no need to rush this now. They're just looking to search where these CTs are, see if they're going to give them any sort of gunfight, make sure they're playing their numbers. A lot of players towards apartments, ready to get the trade. We haven't seen Lazer Cats play Inferno only once recently, obviously. Lazer Cats spoke about, look, that there wasn't a huge amount of games that these guys played recently since the player break. So, yeah, got to catch them versus State, followed along with that result. A bit of a grueling Inferno, actually, but still managed to get it over the line. Exactly, yeah. I mean, this has been a side that, I mean, are looking to make deeper runs themselves and far higher ranked than this Lazer Cats team. Really solid result. Olymp is alone, hoping he can at least find something, maybe try to keep the Util into play in the next. That is not going to happen. Magic will find. Almost everybody chiming in on that one. Magic yesterday was. I mean, when I watched Lazer Cats side several months ago, I always did think Magic was a little bit flaky at times. I mean, clear talent that this guy has. It's just still very, very young. Consistency's not always easy at this level, but in the recent games that I've watched from Lazer Cats, he very much has felt like the focal point now. Seen him do it a lot with the AWP and the rifle. Really brilliant in every map yesterday, even when starts weren't necessarily brilliant from him. So I do think if there is a possibility of best in the polls, it is going to come. But yeah, a fair bit of the heavy lifting done from this guy. PTs will invest. MP9s mainly. Top banana being taken, obviously with no utility for the CTs. They're going to have to give up a fair bit of this initial space. Hopefully contain them off of the bomb sites for as long as they can. Actually, it is going to be this play over towards the top oranges. Flashbang's actually sent in. Magic will find, even though the flash blinds most of his teammates, Magic ready for that. He's stuck playing anti, swings as soon as he hears it pop. Opening kill for the Lazer Cats as there's still just these two players over here towards B.
It should be an easy round for Lazer Cats, especially because Bajmi is rotating away. Okay, he will stay entertained because of the utility, but only two players here. Good utility from the T side right now. They know someone's on the bomb site because he got tagged by the Molo, and it's a really great entry from Keo and Tripex. But in the meantime, Pol Bandana is also just getting both kills out on the A bomb site, lurking. It's a pretty good lurk from him. He's had a very wild and wacky career arc, has Pol Bandana. Played up against his previous team of Basement Boys, which have realistically done a lot better since his departure. Like, Basement Boys have actually been hitting some pretty decent heights with LAN wins, albeit against not the best opponents. And I think peaked at like a top 60, top 50 VRS, top 54 on VRS, which feels slightly undeserved. But Pol Bandana then goes to Alter Ego with like, that was the Boros team. And he was a part of like the reason, like he left because of all of that stuff. So he's had a pretty weird and wild kind of like career arc of just being like, you join this team, there's a very big issue on the team, and he's like, well, I don't want to be a part of this team if he's here because, well, I think everyone knows by now that is very understandable. He's come back to Europe. I saw him put a tweet out saying that he's still grinding CS, and he had, I think, top 100 on Faceit, which is pretty good. You know, he's very sharp individually. I think that's maybe some of the things that I've been most critical of him in the past, is that you can tell he's a very good teammate and is very selfless, sets up players. I've also heard his like kind of general comms and mannerisms in the game is like really good. But his individual abilities sometimes to me has been less to be desired. So if that's improved, then he could turn out to be quite a player. I also think he's got a law degree, if I'm not mistaken. Or he's studying law?
There you go, that's a fun fact.
I don't know if I've just made that up, or I'm pretty sure someone told me that he has a law degree. He's only 22, so maybe he's studying law.
Maybe that's the next thing. HLTV you need to add. You've got like the in-game leader, you've got the AWPer, you've got this is.
You got the lawyer.
Yeah.
That's exactly why Alter Ego picked him up.
There you go.
We have Boros. We need a lawyer.
That doesn't make sense. Another really clean round. This is 3 rounds of play. We haven't seen a single kill. I mean, sure, not too much to look into just yet, but
that was a force buy and pistol. Like, yeah, it's something.
You're certainly hoping you'll find a little bit more than that, which certainly means look at this economy of the Lazer Cat side already. Yeah, I mean, speaking about Pol Bandana a little bit more, even if this is just going to be short term for Lazer Cats, nice to see him back on the server. Nice to see him get a chance, but sort of put himself in that showroom window to a degree. And look, if Lazer Cats continue to make this run happen, I'm sure they themselves will, wouldn't mind picking this guy up. If there might be a bit of a fight for competition there. Again, Lazer Cats given top banana very easily. few nades will be sent in from the CTs, chipping away at a couple of these players. Here comes another. It's going to be slightly too shallow. And just a small bit of damage. Okay, aggression here from the M4. Bit of a jiggle.
This is
out
not
initially.
nice. I hate this. This is... Okay, I came in today a little bit skeptical of what Walczaki were like on Inferno, because I was kind of like, have I ever seen them play Inferno? It's like, okay, they obviously have played Inferno. I've definitely watched them. But it's like, by just how the CT sides approach taking top banana there, they use utility incredibly ineffectively and get quite skittish and just drop things like boom, 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 and nothing really in the right place. And they achieve nothing from it. And now they're going to get executed upon, and they don't have anything. Like, this round should be over. Walczaki get the first kill in the series. But yeah, like, they literally have no counter util. Unless Lazer Cats made a mistake, this would be a Lazer Cats round, and they're going to do very well on the execute.
I mean, it's just very much a consolation kill at the end. Too many players for the T's. Maybe to trade out effectively themselves. And we'll see if that becomes a trend for Walczaki throughout this game, if they are continuing to be very timid towards top banana. And yeah, like you said, despite throwing the utility, they don't gain a huge amount from it. Don't force the T's back from top banana. Don't look to actually retake their position. And sort of just feel like they're caught in between two mines, and none of them particularly great. Maybe we'll be able to bring these guns into the next. And they haven't got a chance to really use these M4s yet, but a 4-0 start from Lazer Cats. I mean, certainly not bad coming into this. I sort of feel like, I mean, after that Basement Boys game, like I said, there's a lot of mistakes from both sides. Lazer Cats certainly did have their fair share, and I wasn't quite sure how they showed up in this series, because it felt like they could have actually bested Basement Boys in certain periods in some pretty dominant fashion if they just sort of ironed out a few issues. I wasn't sure if they'd come in looking similarly iffy here or there, but I mean, for a start of the series, the all-map pick, where look, there is again pressure on you. This is a team that you should be losing to. You without a doubt the underdogs. That's a bit rougher than aid. But still, this is a team that really isn't going down without swinging at least. Banana has been taken to a certain extent. Well, smoke from the CTs is actually going to block off the T's vision from top banana. So they will retake it this time. Another nade lands, even more damage dealt with these HE. Obviously, one of them self-inflicted.
There's something I always like to say when we go into games like this, where there's a very clear favorite who have won many tournaments and kind of have the general expectations of being like a top 30 team, which they have before, so Walczaki. And then you have Lazer Cats, who are going to relish this opportunity more and don't sleep on how much that changes a team's performance and general preparation going into the games. Lazer Cats are going to be way more pumped up and I would say ready to win this game, but then they're just at the general deficit of being not as good as a team. So far, you can tell that they are very on point, and after they fake top banana control and throw some pressure utility towards B, they're going to head towards A, and you can see Raiko's rotated away. He's bitten, but Molo in brackets, that's going to tick someone, and I'm surprised Samei's not rotating even quicker now.
Oh, finally, Nate will finish him off. Moonwalk takes him down. Magic gets the assist, but we've got to see some clean entries on this one side.
8 seconds.
On-call Zerabaz, he finds a second. Makes it a third, in fact. Moonwalk will eventually strike for Pole Bandana. I mean, that's just too little time. That Molotov, you can see the issue. The Molly and the nade, in fact, just delays initially, knows that they're sort of funneled into one position. Nade follows up, eventually does get its kill onto Magic, and at that point, Lazer Cats, yeah, it sort of feels like maybe that is what you were highlighting when not being as good a team. Maybe these are some of the issues. Yesterday, there's a few rounds where it probably was based off of individuals doing their own sort of play, their own sort of gimmick. So far, we haven't seen any of that from Lazer Cats on Inferno. Not that we can necessarily do as much of it, but yeah, it felt like maybe that's just them having the timing to not having as many officials as a 5. This is a nice shutdown towards Banana. 2 kills. Need to see more from the CT. It's got to be a one-off round. Elim, though, he won't actually spread him at all. So he's able to keep hold of this space, and unfortunately, Tripex has to just scoop up the bomb and sort of give up this Banana position now, while his team go searching for a kill back over towards A.
First good round, I'd say, from Walczaki. Elim, though, looking to throw it all away. Tripex acutely holding for the banana push. He's going to catch him off. May, in the meantime, as well, isolated towards long. So in the blink of an eye, after a very successful opening stage from the Polish side, Lazer Cats now situate themselves in a 3v3, and they're looking to isolate Moonwalk. Head turn, doesn't expect them, and now as they smoke off Bajmi, this round is over, and Walczaki have completely thrown it away. Ooh. Wait, that's the bomb.
Bandana has found his teammate, though. They know exactly where Bajmi is. We have to scoop it up as another smoke lands down. He's obviously repositioning around towards short anyway, but giving himself a bit of a chance here. PT will be the player who has to plant what pull Bandana over towards zero. These players could sort of be on top of one another slightly as Bajmi looks to creep closer from short. If he had to expose himself, it will be PT with the first contact hit. So paranoid about this pit position. And timing might go against him. He has suffered up slightly more. Bajmi with one. Is he even going to expect calls? Yes, he will, but he won't find. Pull Bandana. Important double kill from him to give Lazer Cats a round that so desperately looked like it was going to go against them from the get-go. It's just those fake steps. It's something so easy from Tripex. Fakes the steps as if he's running his teammates over towards A, and Elim just sort of tries to snap at that, thinking that's a chance to secure the round here and now, but instead that just begins the downfall.
Big clutch from Lazer Cats, and an even bigger round. Walczaki, that is incredibly disappointing that they are not able to act off the double opening kill. Already looking quite disappointing here on the CT side. And now it's going to be very direct from Lazer Cats. They're going to hit top brackets instantly. Might not expect the AWP to be in play, but the AWPer misses the shot and is actually lucky to get away with his life.
We send over towards long. Can still be posted up on this angle to a degree. Smoke slightly wider. Molotov can be dropped out. Deliver the keys for the time being. I mean, this could be disastrous if we see Lazer Cats hit towards A. I mean, disastrous for Walczaki. It looked like there's going to be just a crunch on the AWP, with Moonwalk having it all to do. But they've actually given up this space towards long. I mean, Moonwalk is still paranoid about it. He's still got Bajmi holding it from deep. Guys are actually rotated in as well now, so they will be able to clear out this space together, but there's going to be an extra man over towards A if we don't see a quick kill from Lazer Cats. Raid on the first, it's down. Bajmi through the smoke, all through the smoke, and it's all Lazer Cats in the kill feed. Elim alone 1 versus 4. It's not even a round worth looking into. Can't quite scoop up that AWP. It's going to be sticking around for a little bit longer, but I actually thought Lazer Cats might miss their opportunity when they sort of gave up long. We just had Walczaki just about clear it out as the site hit came in, but you could see 2 players were so close to being there to a point where they ended up pushing the smoke, but because the site, all the kills on the site plays were so clean, it ended up just becoming a little staggered as one goes through. Teaser ready for it, the second goes through to follow. They're trained. Elim tries something a bit cheeky. Pull Bandana. A little too wise for it, though. Start from Lazer Cats 6-1. This is their map pick, but this is a scary opener for this fourth final.
Yeah, because it's 6-1, but some just really concerning rounds. Like, we have the 5v3 loss, and then we have a 4-player stack on the A bomb site, albeit, as you mentioned, that there was the like players not fully in the right position and having to push through the motor smoke, which, okay, that's fair enough, but there's still a lot of numbers there, and they got a kill, right? So yeah, these are actually some really bad signs so far from a team that has been struggling and has been kind of nosediving ever since the end of last year. Almost. It feels like this year they've never really been able to find their footing, and a big part of that was due to some organizational troubles, like when they were going to be joining Focus but then didn't, and it really stinted them, or I guess stunted their progression. But this is feeling like a very disappointing team, and not the squad that we came to know and love last year, that were incredibly aggressive, dynamic, and just impossible to shut down. This is not their map pick. Nuke, I feel like no matter what's going to be a different story.
You'd hope so.
You'd hope so. Like, their nuke is just ridiculously good. But a force buy here, they've got the opening kill. Raiko on the boost has found one. Elim, this flashbang's been spotted, and he actually takes quite a bit of damage in the Molo. Overplays his hand, does Elim. Tries too hard to find a frag, but luckily Raiko will get a second through the smoke to eradicate his mistake. Bomb never was planted because of really good counter utility from Walczaki, and all three players for the CT side are here now. Tripek's got to be careful. He's got the bomb on his back, but Moonwalk's still got utility. He's going to kill Tripex with this nade, and this whole round is just perfect utility from Walczaki, and there's no time for the bomb to get planted, and it will be a second for the CT side.
Yeah, never had a moment to settle there on that B bomb site. Really nice stuff. It felt like Walczaki almost threw in enough to sort of deny that plant, but never enough to sort of give up too many gunfights that could flip the round against them. Yeah, like you said, really good utility. Denying the bomb plant that way. And Lazer Cats will actually call attack timeout from it. Hefty investment from Walczaki, but they get the reward. Able to upgrade a couple of weapons. Put over a few AKs into this one. Still a long road back. Just in this first half to make the scoreline a little bit more competitive. Like you were pointing out with Nuke, obviously not just a map that we should be expecting far more from Walczaki, man. These guys do play. It is their most played map, sort of by far. The Lazer Cats, this is something we've barely even seen for a long time from them. So, yeah, interesting to see what this new look Lazer Cat side will be on it, or a temporary look Lazer Cat side, I suppose. Don't have the AWP out on these CTs just yet. Magic has picked up this AWP. It's just going to be very passive towards T-Ramp for now. Waiting out this utility set. It is bound to come. Go boosting up his teammate. Break up the smoke from the T's. AWP is also trained on the angle, but not spotted anything. DTs will continue to actually prod and probe towards Banana, despite Lazer Cats never actually stepping foot there. Just because Walczaki haven't actually had anyone look down towards Banana or peek down or push for that matter. But smoke is thrown. They're going to have another boost up, and that should confirm to them that Lazer Cats are not in this vicinity. There you go, clearing out as a duo now. As Lazer Cats, again, they haven't really shown their hand whatsoever this round. Barely got an aggressive tool. This play from Nikki T in towards apartments is the most forward stance that they've had on the whole map. But already, look at this, 45 seconds on the clock. And we're going to need to start to see the T's taking some real estate, taking some map control. Oh, that was wing towards Banana. Magic, that's an easy
They're
find.
not going to clear Raiko. Oh, they've got their knives out. Oh my god, Raiko pulls the trigger too early. And Tripex, I was saying, this man's got mechanics. He's sharp, and he shows us. It's another example of over-aggression towards B, where Olymp, as soon as he hears any utility towards top bracket, he just pushes down Banana. It's really not needed, honestly, whatsoever. And sure, it baits in Raiko, but you're in a position where you are all in. Raiko can't back off, has to get a multi, and well, we can see that round, that was not a good idea, as Magic finds the second in the round. Samay will be looking to get some exits alongside Moonwalker, and oh my god, wait, there's time for the defuse. Luckily, Nicotia is still here, so he's gonna eliminate Moonwalk, but wow, I can't believe Samay just gets, what was it, 1 kill, not through the smoke, and then 2 fully through the smoke.
Just like instantly headshots them as well, just spams them down.
Yeah, okay, I guess. That was fortuitous.
Oh, there we go, he's on the board a bit more now, 1 kill before that sequence. Still, that's going to confirm the half going the way of Lazer Cats. Got 3 more rounds to play out. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what would have happened if Walczaki didn't take that aggressive stance, because time was taking the Lazer Cats. Again, they didn't have a huge amount of map control. We saw last time where they were a little slow in their approach towards A, where it just became one of the few rounds that was an absolute shutdown for Walczaki. So I really wouldn't have minded the CTs testing them in that regard, but yeah, Elim seems to be a little just too hungry to get that information as soon as the map's gone quiet. An opening kill, great trade, great double in fact. Eventually there is a third player there to deny it. 2 kills found, that is the M4 that Bajmi can't quite scoop up. If Bajmi goes down, this could really unravel things in this half, I thought. Walczaki.
It's like, they're not loving playing, you know, on the bomb site. Like, they're just like, right, we've got top banana, we're staying here forever. And it's like, we got banana, well, we have to keep it, don't we? It's like a lot of these kind of mid-rounding situations that I feel like could go really wrong for Walczaki. And they haven't been penalized here just yet, but there's still certainly time, as Samay has rotated over. Bajmi taking contact on top of oranges. Tripex might not expect this. Molo from CT, and yep, there isn't a clear for Bajmi. So he gets a freebie and then drops down. And now he's just got Samay hurling utility to support. Bajmi's repositioned. Moonwalk is pushing down behind them from top mid. This round feels like it has to be over, and the only way that it was winnable if Paul Bandana had got some nice entries. He doesn't, but Keo gives it a real good try of things. Unfortunately, there's just too many players to deal with.
Oh, if that Glock connected, he knew where Moonwalk had well. He wasn't being quiet about that fight.
Unfortunately, the Glock did connect. I think it just did like 10 damage.
Exactly. It did what the Glock does. Very little. Yeah, I mean, one more bullet. Who knows? Who knows? A couple of rounds still, Walczaki. That is an important one. Yeah, it's interesting what you said about Banana. It almost felt like the first 5 rounds of the game, Walczaki were the complete opposite, but they were only playing on the bomb sites. They weren't looking to take any space, and now they're sort of overcompensating to a degree.
Well, they were also playing on the bomb site and just being like, oh, there's someone top banana. Molo, smoke, nade, flash. Molo, smoke, exactly. Nade, flash. And it was like, okay, you've done all of that, and you've not got any map control. So yeah, I don't know. This feels like a weird CT side to be honest.
Well, actually, money's been pretty tough spot for the T side. Ripex, a couple of missed shots from the CT. Orpa, what is this quick flurry of kills? The A bomb site's fallen. Peg9s, yeah, no problem.
Yeah, sure, I guess.
We'll have your weapons, we'll have your bomb site, we'll have round number 8.
It's just a bit too easy, right?
Far too easy.
Like, I mean, I'm a bit confused at actually how that, like, so we obviously didn't see what happened on the bomb site. We were very much focused on the Tripex duel on the Orpa long. So, okay, so May gets caught off guard, trying to nade open the top mid smoke. It happens, he misses some shots, whatever. It happens. There's not really too much to, like, dissect from that. What the hell does Moonwalk and Bajmi do? Like, they just seemed completely unprepared. And, okay. Lazer Cats find 8. And Lazer Cats objectively look like the better team right now in this series. Like, individually, tactically, poise, like, what?
I mean, this is one thing that's actually impressed me about this side. It feels like, obviously, we don't actually know realistically behind the scenes how much work they've done with the sort of two players that are playing with them for this event. But it almost feels like you see a team come in with 2 stand-ins and maybe play a little looser. But it surprised me how well Lazer Cats actually look as a unit, considering they've only played a handful of series with
They've definitely cracked together.
I mean, it definitely feels like that.
Definitely.
It does make me think, what is this preparation that quickly? Okay, fine, send in. No one's going to fight
Raiko's
it.
so lucky there. So Raiko's just standing like top, like by yellow wall, and he gets flashed. I mean, he's so lucky that Tripex goes off like a second flash. If Tripex had gone off, what the hell is this? Have Walczaki played Inferno? Okay, but they're gonna bait in Bajmi. Like, I think the city side are aware of someone else being here. and they're putting down the right utility and not overextending. And they should just be able to trade out. They don't even need to get the trade. Yeah, okay, that's 9 for the half.
You do have the Mag 7 on the rotate. Bandana has actually delayed this plant. Finally going to stick it now as the smoke fades. A bit of a tense plant, but still does get it off. Man advantage. There's no defuse kit. There's a couple of smoke grenades. One Molotov here as Walczaki. This could be as poor as it would be. Moonwalk through the smoke. Molotov should be able to find one. Okay, so I see the bullets to do it, but Magic's there for a quick trade. Lazer Cats, 9 on their map pick. I mean, you speaking about how Walczaki played Inferno. I'm sure that recent games, particularly against Gentlemates, but I suppose that's understandable. Look, not the greatest of results. Before then, these guys were absolutely top farming teams. Vested 3D Max 13-11. This was only a couple of weeks ago, if that. Sort of just dominating a lot of teams that probably aren't far off Lazer Cat's spot right now. And still, it is almost like overnight.
3D Max are a tier 1 team.
I mean, exactly.
Sorry,
not far off.
Yeah, not far off. So with so that Gentlemates 3D Max result was the last event with Skit. Skit, by the way, really didn't play well on this team. I thought that was a very weird pickup, actually. I think I mentioned they did win one online event, which I will say was actually quite a good run. They had so they won the European Pro League Season 7, and they beat G2 Ares, whatever, TWK, Infinite, and Kaleshi in a BO5. It's not a bad win. But yeah, this Inferno is looking odd, and this CT side, they've got 2 players on the B bomb site. Nicketeer's rotating in from CT, and Kyo's still alive with the Julies. They were very aware of him being in that smoke on Banana, and little does Kyo know, he probably could have just gone back, played top Banana, and played a 4v3 with his teammates rotating in. What is Olymp doing? Okay. What is
Talk to me, bro.
Dude, what's going on?
Talk to me about the pain that you're feeling right now. Or the disappointment.
It's confusion. Like, bro, Walczaki just looked bad. So they also got, Walczaki, since bringing back Raiko, lost to ex-RUSTEC in the first round of a CCT playoffs. They lost 2-0 to ex-RUSTEC on Inferno, which they picked Walczaki, and then Cash. And then they beat Bebop. So, sure, whatever, they beat Bebop. But, like, this was a squad that I remember, like, they hit, what was their top rank? 37th in the world on ESC? Did they go even higher up, like, on, what was their VRS? Their VRS peak was 33. They peaked at 33rd in the world. And that was because they were winning an extraordinary amount of events. And then this.
I'm going to get into the Lazer Cats side where we don't even know if basically half their roster's here for the short term or the long term. I mean, like I said, I think this for a side like Walczaki on their day, this should be a grand final run relatively simply for them. And yet, look, maybe we're going to go back on what we say if they just dominate map number 2 and 3. But I mean, one thing is clear, Inferno needs a fair bit of work. Because this is far from good enough for a team like this. Bajmi, we'll get the opening pick at late. Bandana looks for a trade. We'll be able to find it. Looks for even more. There's a double. Play in apartment's going to be tested. He can find a PSC Mac 10. MP9 will lose out. Bandana softened up, but he's still able to find Lazer Cats. They're going to hit 11. It's got to be a 1 versus 3 here. Straight to the Galil. Has been spotted down, though, instantly as he heads on into apartment. Pretty audible about this intention as players are glued to his angle with 20 seconds remaining. Tripex just misses the timing behind, but his teammate finds. Lazer Cats. Paul Bandana in particular. What a map he's having. Magic as well. 13 and 5. I mean, to be fair, everybody on Lazer Cats, it really feels like a side that is just outgunning Walczaki even in every single department. You said it earlier, it feels like they are looking like the better team. It feels like they're coming into this tactically far more competent, as well as the players are just hitting 10 times harder.
Yeah, like they look so much better. It's like a round like that where like Paul Bandana, who, yeah, has never struck me as an individually great player. He stood in for Fnatic before the player break at the ROG Journey LAN. They came third, didn't really get any meaningful wins, lost to Metasport, lost to Alliance. But he's farming. He is farming. Tripex, XM. Oh, it's almost two. Almost 2 kills with the XM. That's a big Academy special right there.
At least we do see Walczaki take the space towards top and no one fancied picking on that XM. On Moonwalk, give it a go. But we actually are seeing the CT sending an extra man over here towards B. So keep your eye on Paul Bandana. Considering he's the only player here, he is taking a slightly more aggressive stance. He's just crossed. Oh, he's not going to clear. There's the first. Rifle can't trade. Another multi-kill.
No, they're not clearing him. Also, crazy position, by the way, for Paul Bandana to play solo A long corner tucked.
It's brave.
It's brave. But now his teammates have pushed B. Now Nicotia has rotated him. And they know Raiko's low. Boom. And Samay. Yeah, they don't know where he is. And he's dead anyways.
I mean, I was hoping the first series of today would wake me up a little bit. I think this is a pretty rude awakening for Walczaki as well.
It maybe has, but for just all the wrong reasons.
Yeah. I mean, look, I would have believed a scoreline like this, probably from Walczaki coming in. Apart from that, I did think Lazer Cats would make things at least somewhat interesting. This is certainly interesting. Again, like you said, for certainly different reasons, aggression towards mid from Lazer Cats. Let's see if they can get stuck in. These will hold in for this, but Magic's AWP finds. They're aware that a flank is coming in. Nades containing these T's, chipping them away slightly. Here comes another, swinging into 2.
GG.
This could be a dominant final round.
What is
taking
going
the
on?
fights to this T side. And they're just sandwiched in banana. The only player that's not is Moonwalk. Seems to have the bomb. I mean, what do we see? There's a single smoke on Badge Meat. They will look out towards B, which Tripex wins that gunfight. And yeah, it's going to be a very, very limp exit from map number 1 for Walczaki.
You have to imagine that things will change on Nuke. Like, Nuke, for people who maybe missed last year, Walczaki were like, what was it, like 20 wins in a row or something stupid like that? Like, they were, and it was like they were owning people on Nuke. And they were playing this super aggressive, dynamic style of Counter-Strike that was just so suffocating. But here on Inferno, despite them having picked Inferno against ex-RUSTEC over Nuke, Nuke was in the veto, they picked Inferno. And similarly, against Bebop, they picked Anubis over Nuke. So this is their 3rd series back after the player break, and it's the first time they've picked Nuke. Things are going to have to change. 13-3 for Lazer Cats in our opening quarterfinals. What an insane result.
Yeah, I mean, absolute madness there. I mean, I don't quite know if anyone, even Lazer Cats, are expecting to best Walczaki in terms of that fashion. I mean, we have to talk about what this does for momentum, though. Look, don't get me wrong, Lazer Cats are not a side who play Nuke. They've not played Nuke at all recently. So it's not exactly making me feel confident they're going to be able to take things in 2. But I'm hoping this at least means they're going to keep things interesting. They're going to be able to at least try to shoot the same way. It's going to be difficult to see how much work if a team don't play a huge amount of Nuke when you've got 2 stand-ins as well temporarily. What is a map like Nuke going to look like? This feels like this has to be the response for Walczaki. But the fact that we've guaranteed Ancient at least for Lazer Cats, that being a decent map for them, I don't think there's now a sort of question that these guys could actually best Walczaki.
For sure. What I'm really interested, though, is what Mr. Jack has to say about this map. I'm not sure if he's got much to say, or maybe he has a lot to say. Regardless, we're going to throw it over, and we'll see you back for Ancient. Ancient Nuke.
Yeah, we are going to nuke next. Don't be getting ahead of yourself there, Freddie. We are going to nuke next. But yeah, look, man, I'm as shocked as anybody after that result, right? You know, you're kind of looking at Walczaki and saying in this series, you know, I was posing the question to Charlie in the pregame saying, we're going to have to, you know, try and take this one 2-0 if you're Walczaki. If you don't, then it's going to be a big disappointment. Now, getting 13-3, that definitely wasn't in the playbook. That definitely wasn't in the plan. Looking at Walczaki CT side, though, it seemed very forced, very desperate, because Lazer Cats were able to do so much over in towards Banana. And I think that the B players just had a really bad game. Elim kept over-aggressing in positions that he didn't need to when they had the control, when falling away to the site would have been the better option, but that's how Walczaki play. Walczaki want to try and take those timers. They want to try and take that space away from you, but when it doesn't work out, and when Lazer Cats were so good at freezing in situations where they knew they could catch some player out from over-aggressions, they were able to just punish them. And honestly, I think that's just a really good game plan coming through from Lazer Cats. They seem really well prepared. They seem to know what they were up against. They seem to know how to counteract Elim and Raiko over towards that B bomb site. But a lot of those situations from Walczaki just felt really forced, really felt like they had to try and make those plays. And I can understand why, especially over towards Banana, because Lazer Cats were really good at just taking that space and holding on to it. But I think just the protocols from Walczaki need a hell of a lot of work on that map. And honestly, the best thing that they can do right now is just get that out of their minds. They know that they've got a nuke. They know it's a map that Lazer Cats aren't going to play. But if Lazer Cats come into nuke, you know, even half as prepared as they did for on Inferno, man, do we have a map 2 in store for us. That's where we're going to be heading next anyway. We're sending this to a short break, but when we return, it's nuke.
A shocking first map for Walczaki. We've all come to expect a certain level from them, and that simply was just not on show today. Now they're on the CT side of their map pick. This is Nuke, the map that they were the best on when they made their rise through the ranks of Tier 2. And we'll be expecting... Oh, sorry, they're starting on the T side, rather. The HUD was switched, and I got confused. My small brain can't cope with these type of things. And already, they're looking a lot better. They're a lot more direct towards ramp here, and they just get the entries. I think every single player had armor. They just take the jewels, they win it out, and now it's a 3 versus 4 retake for Lazer Cats, which won't even really get started.
Might get a consolation kill here for TRIPX, but even then, Bajmi takes him down. Yeah, important way to start off this map. Sort of just try to forget about map number 1. You're going to need to do it on both Nuke. You're going to have to do it on Ancient if there's any chance for this Polish side to bring us to a semi-final spot for themselves. But it's easier said than done. Probably not going to have too many difficulties on Nuke, I imagine, unless somehow Lazer Cats have done a crazy amount of work behind the scenes. I think that it is going to need to be a lot. I mean, it's going to need to be a bit of a miracle for them to win this Nuke, I think. It's going to be a force play here. They take so much space towards lobby instantly. But unfortunately for them, the teams are not there at all. Instead, they take the space outside. It's all going to be about where do Lazer Cats position their defenders in this round. And 4 players down towards the lower site is the decision that they've made. So instant lobby push into 4 down over towards B.
It's an interesting decision, isn't it? I don't hate it, because like fundamentally when you do force buy, the methodology should be to stack somewhere together, maybe have it a bit gimmicky, and then if they don't go towards B in this round, they go next. Yeah. And especially with the changes to the bomb, I think they can all just save on the B bomb site, right? Because you can save on the A bomb site if they plant B. So I would assume it's the other way around as well.
You'd hope so. You can save towards coffins on, towards church on Inferno.
Which is just amazing. Ooh, what I don't like is the fact that they actually disengage and then try go for exits. What I would have preferred to see is Lazer Cats, they're going to have an eco next round no matter what. So if you keep all 5 players alive, boom, you just go for another force buy and you also go for another gimmick on the force buy weapons but not investing anything, and you basically have like 2 shots at being correct on your gamble. So now it's not going to have the same oomph to it. Paul Bandana does get a kill at the very end to pick up a Galil, so he can drop over his 5-7, and you can see that it's just not as scary of a round than it would have been if Lazer Cats had kept more players alive.
Really going to need to see what this Galil can do. The magic first tested outside. 1 missed shot will cost him. As it's a pretty similar looking start to this one from Walczaki, sending all 5 outside. Sending a couple just to disperse. 1 down towards Secret, 1 close by and made. The others starting to prod and probe deeper. Over towards Hell, over towards CT. Still under heaven is Keo, but he's found shortly after. 2-man advantage, Paul Bandana. Let's get 1 and find with this Galil. Second player on this A bomb side, but it's information for Walczaki, at least where this rifle was. They might just look to ignore it and look to head down towards B, where Moonwalk's been holding for any aggression there. TRIPX tries to peek from ramp, he's found, or trophy I should say. And it should be another relatively simple one now for the T side. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see them start things off on this T side, if things will just continue like this. I think if it does, it's probably going to give... I mean, look, I suppose Lazer Cats, at least you're on the CT side of Nuke, we'll get to have a pretty quick idea, to be honest, I think, of how competent this CT side is for them. If we end up seeing 5-6 rounds with very little done, I think we can probably safely assume we're going to be heading on towards Ancient without too many issues, which did get to catch Lazer Cats play Ancient yesterday against Basement Boys. They had a brilliant
They picked it, didn't
start. Yeah. But it ended up being like the first map of the series because Basement Boys unfortunately had to sort of FF map number 1.
Yeah, which does put a small asterisk actually over that victory when I looked at it. I was like, okay, Basement Boys actually had to forfeit their map pick of Nuke.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 100% feels like there will be question marks because who knows, maybe Basement Boys do take things in 2-0, but perhaps Ancient doesn't go the same way. So it's always difficult to really gauge in terms of what happened, but yeah, it was a really weird Ancient in terms of Basement Boys were really poor in the first half, but because they won the pistol and 3 rounds that came off the bat, they constantly had something to work with. So even though Lazer Cats were without a doubt the better team in the first half, it still ended up being relatively close. Losing another pistol from there, they just sort of got bodied and couldn't quite get the work done. So we'll see what happens on that map again. But there's certainly some good moments. It was just really costly in terms of losing the pistol, going for force buys and keep on losing those. So they just felt like they gave up 6 rounds over to their opponents off of the back of both pistols. Another opening kill, in fact, an opening kill here for Lazer Cats. Will be a trade, but Trippick's able to find one more. Look at the damage dealt to Olymp and Raiko here.
Yeah, this was... Oh, so Olymp Raiko's comes from his duel that he won, but I think Olymp just got tagged through the door, getting spammed, but Samay and Raiko pull kills are back in the blink of an eye. There is a combination of 32 HP between the 3 players. Samay will fall, now 22 HP between the 2, and Pole Bandana coming up heaven. They don't know about him. Raiko towards second vent. It's going to be an easy pick. Where's Olymp? Easily spotted, and it's around that Lazer Cats. They were always in pole position. It got a little bit scary because of the double kill that came through, but in the 2v3, Kyo and Pole Bandana, they make it look like child's play.
I mean, the fact that Nix and Owen was even looking at them just shows, yeah, position alone, superb. Kyo, easy kill on the first play, and then from there it just sort of spirals. It's good to see Lazer Cats on the board nice and early. First weapon round coming from them. Or at least nice and early after losing the pistol, and obviously losing a few too many players trying to save those forced weapons. But yeah, I think important for them to go on to win that first weapon round. If that slips by, we can very quickly see sort of a 5-0 start on this B side from Walczaki. Still will have weapons in play, but that money and that bankroll has been drained. Aggressive stance from Kyo will be cleared. Bit of damage dealt to Moonwalk, but got awareness to strike first. Magic's all, but just gonna have to sit behind these smokes, waiting for them to dissipate before he can start to have impact with this gun.
Down secret goes 2. Olymp throwing flashes to fake. Oh no, to actually send Raiko into Garage, but the flash seemingly doesn't really work. So it's the advantage being drawn back. Lazer Cats disengaged for Ramp to take that duel. Trepex is going to go back, but they're already out. He's aware of this, but Bajmi wins out of the duel. And so it's back to being a 4v3. Nicotia eats a grenade, and Bajmi's looking for a double in the round. Pole Bandana down on the B bomb side. He was so crisp on Inferno, and that feels like one of the first straight-up duels he's actually lost all series, and it's going to lead to the bomb being planted on B and the round being subsequently won.
I mean, it might even be one without the bomb going off here. Looking at somebody's positioning, but Magic does turn and find. Yeah. That should allow these weapons to actually back away. Magic was brilliant yesterday. On Ancient, actually, I think his performance sort of warranted a victory on that map, and probably warranted Lazer Cats being able to take things in 2. But unfortunately, it really felt like it was just him and Pole Bandana put up any numbers. Everyone else really struggled on that map. Unlike what we saw today on Inferno.
I feel like Nicotia could have helped his teammate here. Sorry to cut you off, but I feel like Magic definitely could have had his teammate help him there. Sorry to complete Clive your point, but that felt like a weird... Could have maybe tried to help the AWP.
It brought me back into the moment. I was looking back at old memories, I suppose, of previous games.
You had a good point, but that was just something that I had to say. That was a weird... Yeah.
I mean, I suppose at least he keeps his rifle. It would have been pretty damning if he ended up going down as well. that is going to mean this buy just looking a whole lot weaker. Can't see Magic still invest, fortunately. Obviously, no AWP. They're actually not going to go for it. Loss bonus is still relatively high, so they're just going to half buy this and look to get out a slightly better investment. You actually have that rifle dropped over from Nicotine, so maybe it's yeah, sorry for letting you die there. Have this rifle, see if you can do something with it in this round. Maybe that's a slight plaster on the wound. I was almost going to say band-aid there, that felt very wrong.
I think it's just very American, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
None of that yank nonsense here.
And he goes into garage early.
People make fun of, I say, garage? Yeah, because like I say garage, and people make fun of that, because it's like, people say it's posh. Garage.
I feel very American as well.
I think, yeah, there's the subtle line of Americanism and poshness.
I do get to see Magic actually make use of that M4, but it's just a one and done. He gets found. It's a really good early start. The other rifle in play got instantly naded into oblivion. And this is going to be that fifth unless something goes awry. Bandana tries to see if he can give that a helping hand, but it's not going to be. Swift round for Walczaki. As it is this 5-1 lead. Much more like what we expected on map number 1, to be honest, as well. I'm always down to give teams the benefit of the doubt if they do recover things in this series and sort of go back to what we're expecting. It's still relatively early here in the playoffs. If they can sort themselves out for the semi-finals. I mean, the amount of times I've seen sort of a victor here at Thunderpick, CCT, whatever it may be, go on to win the whole event, but they have a really shaky round of 16 game where it feels like they could quite easily have lost it. So, like, if Walczaki
it's the El Clasico,
recover,
isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So, I will be down to give, obviously, the benefit of the doubt after a really horrific Inferno, but yeah, you do need to impress me on these next two maps. But so far, so good on Nuke. But this shouldn't realistically be their hardest challenge. It should be map number 3.
That is a weird. Okay. Not completely sure the idea from the T side there. They mollo secret, then smoke secret, and then dry peek and AWP outside. So May had an AWP himself, but wasn't able to find the right angle. And a very disappointing round from the T side now. They were actually looking to really kind of gear up for this half. But that round goes completely awry. Big mistake in the mid rounds, and they'll be looking to try and make sure something like that doesn't happen again, because that was just a very big miscommunication of a round. I don't know exactly what it was, but it felt like a bit too easy for Magic on the AWP, for instance.
Yeah, and he's someone that the recent form he's been having, you really don't want to make things easy for him. You're going to look to try to contest him outside, make it as unfair in your advantage as possible. Fortunately, Walczaki, yeah, not going to be broken financially or anything off of that mistake. Still have enough cash in the bank to be able to go for all this investment. So they will slow things down slightly more. Still sending a few players outside, but be as pacey in this approach. Worry about if anyone's aggressive. Ryko just eats his teammates' flash. This place has at least been taken initially. Magic's AWP, but this round over towards ramp. Bit of early contact on towards Nikki T does bring him low. I just don't know where that's from.
They've been nading a lot in main, for instance, so maybe kind of caught a nade early. But this is a round from Walczaki that we've seen before, where they get a player down secret, they flash someone through garage. Last time they did this, Ryko, who got flashed into garage, fell. This time, it's going to be a different matter. He gets one, a quick trade from Keo. Nicotine has already rotated down through vent to catch off Moonwalk. And the T side, who are ready to go towards ramp, now transition towards A, but it's been spotted out. Tripex is here. Keo in heaven will fall as he tries to get utility down, and Tripex needs some support. He's got no help. No one is even remotely close as Magic and Nicotia are shifting through ramp. So it's going to be a 2v2 as this bomb gets planted, and Lazer Cats, they have no kit on their belt as of now. There could be one down on the bomb side, but they're both going to be coming through lobby. Bajmi and Olymp are just stuck behind default.
Yeah, no utility to flush them out, but there is a smoke grenade and a flashbang. Oh, Nicotia just does dodge his initial sightline of Olymp. Oh, timing it well. Like the second, Bajmi on the bomb side loses out. Maybe it'll be a 1v2. Util from Magic comes too late, but his team has already found the double. No defuse kit, no problem. One gets scooped up here anyway. AK recovered, and okay, we're starting to see Lazer Cats a bit more bite now. Now the start of this, and they can bring the scoreline a little closer. Money probably just being shy of being able to get an investment out for the T's. I mean, they can force it if they really want, and it actually looks like they are going to go for that. You can get 3 AKs, I suppose. Util very, very light. But they're going to give themselves the chance. Obviously, if this goes against them, it without a doubt is going to be 5. 2 MAC-10, 3 AKs. Probably about a full belt of utility across 5, or a couple of full belts
Signature
across 5 players.
Yeah. They have to go for an A-pop here. You see Walczaki do a lot of pops towards A. Last time it went really poorly. This time again, Tripex in heart, same as last time, looking to block off the execute before he gets started, but he gets one, and then Nicotia gets spammed through the door smoke. Bomb's gone down the vent, and even though he's very alone, there's no one from the CT side to contest this. Keo is gonna slink down behind him, and no one from the T side is there to support. Keo, if he wins that duel, this round would have been over, and luckily for Olymp, he wins it. This is a very bizarre lack of reaction from the T side, but I guess it's kind of working. And this whole round, to me, actually is just the fact that the door player got spammed down on the execute. If he hadn't died there, this would have been a completely different affair. Or if Olymp had just died and they went dink for dink, if it wasn't an M4, like that round's over. So Walczaki, that's their second kind of pop play this half. That's what they're most known for on the T sides on most maps, is these kind of set round poppy plays and being able to find really good timings on A. The first one lost quite dramatically, and that one, it was a round win, but not the most convincing of one.
No, I felt like we did see CTs get the information relatively quickly, particularly after we see that kill towards Hut, but it's the fact that Trubix does get traded out, and like you said, just Olymp just holds down the spray, and eventually we see a CT just sort of walk into it, unfortunately, and just gives that timing over towards Vent. It's Walczaki just about keeping themselves afloat financially there. Themselves 1 round away from winning half on this T side as well. There's still 3 rounds up for grabs. It is an eco, kind of. Or an eco for the players who can't buy, and making sure they've got enough in the bank for the next. So Magic's on the AWP. Very much is mismatched in terms of weaponry, but if you can get these rifles in the right position, it might not matter too much. You actually have Moonwalk all the way down here towards B, or the rest of his team just reside in lobby, waiting if there's any aggression. Waiting for that go call from Moonwalk. He's searching, nothing spotted. Cleared out all their space towards control. Ready to break the window as his team start to take this space towards ramp. But unfortunately, it's just the USP here for now. Magic can't rotate his way on in. He's actually going to opt against it for now. Just still glued towards outside. Finally, AWP rotates in. Tripex finds the first pick. Still do have Moonwalk. He's the player to watch out for, and there's no back away from Magic. But fortunately, at least finds one more before that. Still on top as Util starts to rain down. Bomb can be planted without any issues. There is actually a defuse game play on Paul Bandana. It might be the saving grace for Lazer Cats. They don't need to rush this. All 4 coming from similar positions.
much better to go through secret than ramp, for instance. It's always really hard to retake through ramp, even if you've got the advantage. Time's starting to be a little issue. They are running down, and Tripex is the first to fall. Moonwalk goes 1 for 1, thinning the herd, and Bajmi's just playing with the door, but Keo hits the important shot. Pole Bandana, who's got the kit, needs to get on this bomb, but as his teammate falls, Walczaki, everyone dies, but they win because of the time.
Ooh, I guess tense there. And I said they don't need to rush it, but still needed to get a bit more of a move on. You gotta find those kills slightly cleaner, and good word to delay to an extent, and that's all they really needed to do. Half 1, 7 found. All left to play with. And if we are still just on the T side for Walczaki already, they'll be relatively pleased. But the fact that there's still the chance for them to go on to find 9, I mean, it does feel like it comes back to that round. It's going to have a bit of a restart, I think. Ooh, maybe not. Maybe just players say, oh, nice shot. No, maybe not. There you go.
4 damage has been done. We're live.
I mean, obviously, it does feel like it comes back to that pop towards A, that Olymp ends up sort of sneaking down vents and getting that plant. Obviously, if that round goes against Walczaki, more than likely we see a 5-5 scoreline for Lazer Cats. And look, I'm not saying that would necessarily be enough for them. I'm not saying they'd go on to win the half or anything, but it feels like it'd give them certainly a lot more of a chance and a conversation to be had as we move on to that second half. But with that round slipping away, Lazer Cats obviously lose it. A couple more off of that. It definitely does feel like this T side are more than in the driver's seat, as expected for Nuke anyway. But equally, I think this series, for as little as we've seen, only about halfway through, one thing that is for sure is not everything is how it feels like it should be. I'm excited for Ancient. I'm pretty confident that that's where we should be heading now.
I think it's also just very good to note that this Lazer Cats side. So when we talk about last 3 months, it is a little bit it doesn't paint the clearest of picture of what teams have played, just because there's been the player break, but they've only played once in the last 3 months against TNC. They did win on Nuke. If you look at 2026, they have played Nuke a little bit, but not that much. And when they have played, it's been mostly losing to teams they probably shouldn't, like Ents Academy. I would say WW, but they're the GOATs, right? A Phantom in overtime, and then, like, you know, kind of getting owned by a Nemesis, losing to a Harvu on LAN. I think that was using SDY as a stand-in, because that was just when Bratko got picked up, but you know, SDY is a pretty good stand-in. He is a major player after all. IEM Cologne finalist. Has he won? Has SDY got international LAN wins? Yeah, so he won Jognaping with Monty, which kind of whatever, and won last Lisbon with Na'Vi, and they didn't beat Harvu on LAN on Nuke. So yeah, I think Ancient kind of always should have been the case. It was just like, what are Walczaki going to look like after so disappointing on Inferno? And even then, despite them winning 7-3, it's like, it's not clean. It's not been a great 7-3, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. I mean, we'll see what Lazer Cats can even do on their T side if there's a huge amount that they have actually in their playbook left, particularly with these two. And I think that is the biggest issue. That look, maybe a few months down the line, if we are seeing Paul Bandana, if we are seeing Tripex actually being confirmed as newer players, I think we'll have a much better idea of what they can even do at Nuke. But right now, where it feels like you've still got a lot of maps you need to learn in the pool, is Nuke a max priority when it's something that you do actually look to ban out a lot? Obviously, with Cash being introduced, Lazer Cats don't seem like they're massively keen on picking that up either. I actually probably wouldn't have minded Lazer Cats seeing if they slide Cash in this. I would have been curious if Walczaki would have even remotely considered picking that up as their pick.
They lost Cash. Walczaki lost Cash against ex-RUSTEC when ex-RUSTEC picked it. They lost against 3D Max, lost against Sparta. So yeah, Cash would have been a fun I mean, yeah, Lazer Cats haven't played it, and they did.
I mean, it would have been
insta-ban
interesting
it.
to float it though, to see if
It
Alshak
w-
would
yeah.
even been brave enough to pick it.
Yeah. I mean, Cash is just such a weird one right now because no one really knows how much people have played it. Even if they've got officials on it, I guarantee there's like quite a lot of teams on HLTV that have got officials on Cash and have like barely touched it. Or like one person will know util.
Being on a lot of the South American games, it feels like every series, Cash and Nuke are the two map picks. So I've ended up seeing a lot of that. But yeah, it seems like people in Europe are a lot less keen on sort of picking up just yet.
I love
seen
Cash.
a lot of it.
I think it's a great map. I really, really like Cash.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to sit back. Never a map that I played a crazy amount, but
My
when it was
first
in the pool.
ever, using the word official is quite a big use of the word, but my first ever ESEA league game was on Cash.
Oh, there you go. I remember we
2018.
we always banned it, and as soon as we started learning it, it got removed from the pool. So never actually got a chance to play. And like you said, an official one or anything. But
We played 4v5. Yikes. Did I get a kill? Yeah, I got 6 kills.
there you go.
I had a 0.03 RWS.
Hated RWS stats.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. It is good to an extent.
Yeah, but when half my kills are saving to pad my stats, it always made me look worse.
Okay, there was a round restarts. We're back. I think there was actually a little bit of damage done, but it was against the point. Round restart and Magic, he gets the opening kill coming out of it. Lazer Cats still could make this half look contestable, and with a T-side pistol win, you never really know, as it's going to be a 5v3. Pole Bandana tested towards ramp, gets one, drops down. Keo taking a lot of liberties outside after Magic got that opening kill. And the T-side right now, they have ramp, but that's kind of it, really. And in this 3v5, they're just hoping to isolate some jewels, and that's what Bajmi does on Nicotia.
Another shot from Magic. Take their gunfight onto him instead, looking for Tripex on the bomb side, but we'll find Molotov lands on towards Tripex now. You can see Magic rotate in, but Orbs primed. 2 players towards this event waiting to sneak up. As we will peek into it, good awareness. Will he be ready for the second?
Surely they go down, right? Surely the bomb just goes down vent. Like, I'm actually shocked that they didn't just both dive down the vent. I mean, like, Pole Bandana would have got the kills, but I'm just kind of surprised they don't do that. Do they know there's 2 players there? Yeah, okay. Finally, we go down the vent. I'm really surprised that didn't happen earlier, to be honest. And maybe there was a world that if 2 did go down, Pole Bandana could have got traded. But, like, Lazer Cats played that really nicely with how the first vent player is very actively taking contact. I think it was Keo. And they're just baiting in Pole Bandana. And then Tripex on the back of the bomb site just does his job and holds it down.
And that's why he's just won a gunfight on the player towards heaven, had a Molotov land at his feet, and just not really give up anything as well. Keeping himself alive. And really important kill that he ended up finding there as well towards the end. A fun around at the half. Lazer Cats desperately hoping that they can find themselves 5, that we can still potentially form some sort of argument for them to take things into. Moonwalk outside into the domes of this Mag 10. Looking for another, dodging the flashbangs is Nicotine, but already the T's are striking. Nice fire from Magic, but his teammates have fallen around him. 1 or 2 players in heaven. He's taking a bit of a nade. Bandana just peeked straight out from this. They're still finding kills when both are just glued and trapped sort of in heaven, but it's feeling like it's more that he's trapped on this bomb site now. Mag 10 and Tech 9's all they've got to fight with. Flash lands out instantly. Magic goes for 1 for 1. Bandana can't lose track of him. What's the shadow? Loses out to the Mag 10 from range. 1v2 for Moonwalk. Triple quad kill, in fact, actually, with that Mac 10 to give Walczaki 8 on the half. This round, I mean, desperately important.
Yeah. I also feel like that should have been a round that Lazer Cats were winning due to just being up against a low purchase. And Tripex, who was behind on default, had players coming up heaven, but still's holding the hut run out when his teammates can cover that. He needs to be trusting his teammates and holding the left side of the bomb site and just hoping that his teammates can cover and he can maybe get one, then gets traded, his teammates get another. Instead, he falls for free. Not great site hold from Lazer Cats. And this T side, 5-7 would have been very doable. 4-8 looks a lot more challenging, but it all comes down to this pistol as they fake a vent pop, and then 3 players run down secret. They've been spotted now. They have got Pole Bandana in heaven, and I'm like, they should have heard him jump off main, and they're also probably going to be seeing him in heaven. Yeah, he's being tagged down. Actually lucky to stay alive. There's already 2 players rotated down towards the B bomb site. Samay gets absolutely owned. Olymp here, spotted. He'll get one. Molo, Magic forced ahead of it, and the trade does come through. So it's a 3v3 with the bomb now being planted on B.
You have some CTs relatively close by, but he's got reposition as he's looking to take a gunfight on towards ramp. Is Magic. Well, this gets weird with Moonwalk being elevated up, but he will find Magic. Probably firing off some shots, so they should be aware. Instant. Okay, Magic. One kill from him with that P250. Some really clean and sharp shots from him. I mean, it was a must-win for Lazer Cats. Really could not afford Walczaki to potentially find double digits as quickly as they could while being on the CG side of a map that is without a doubt their most played. Maybe that's a bit of a life raft being sent out. Bajmi, disconnect. We're going into a bit of another attack before we jump into this. There we go. Hopefully, quick out and in. And it will be this force buy from the CT. He's got a Mag 7 again on Moonwalk. Second time he's bought this on this map. This could be what Lazer Cats need. I mean, best in this force buy. If they win it cleanly as well, should have just an eco to play against in the next. And see potentially a scoreline 7-8. Still behind, still trailing on the T side of Nuke, but I mean, a half of Counter-Strike. I mean, anything can happen at that point. Do have this scout trained towards outside. No initial contact's going to be seen. As look at this from Walczaki. 3 players already close by towards Secret. I'm certain Lazer Cats will not be ready for this, but the question is, will they even test it? I mean, ramp's open. A's being defended by 1. There's a lot of avenues where Lazer Cats could just steamroll onto a bomb site. At least some real estate to take.
I think a very similar round from Walczaki that Lazer Cats had.
My 3-man secret setup has dispersed. Still do have the MP9 here. Timing
Big kill.
Goes a little bit against there, but still sharp with that to get a little defined. Here's the Mag 7 in play now. Moonwalk with 1. Goodbex will find Olymp, and that opens up this space over towards B. There is still one more player here. That is about to be with this MP9. He's been spotted before he can get on towards the rafters. Can't get the first cleanly. And allows the players to swing on out and find. Same with Scout. Final defender here for Walczaki as he will back away, but there's already a rifle close by. He gets a tag onto 1. He's going to get swung up on quickly. He needs to hit the headshot.
Oh my god.
Okay, he's going to tag and back away. Look at the HP of the Lazer Cats players.
It's almost so symmetrical. Was it 28? So 26, 28, 28, 29.
Yeah.
Well, Lazer Cats, they win the pistol. They win the anti-force buy. And they also win the anti-force by large pretty cleanly. Sure, the HP at the end was pretty low, but they were very methodical in their approach. and very clear in their ending. So this should be a 1-round game. And I do wonder if the fact that they got 4 rounds instead of 5 is going to kind of come to bite them. Does this game get close to the point where that 1 or 2 rounds would have made a big difference? Right now, it is just the anti-eco. So this should be about keeping economy strong, as despite the low HP, they had 4 players alive in the previous round. So they're putting themselves in a really good position to potentially make a comeback in this second half on the T side of Nuke, and maybe be the first team in the semifinals, which would be ridiculous, seeing how they've just been starting playing with Pole Bandana and Tripex.
I mean, at that point, it feels like Lazer Cats. What is the limit for this team? Is this a fairy tale run that can take you all the way to the grand final if they can somehow do that? Towards top main, we'll be able to find one with this deed. Drops down, has been spotted. Trapped here towards vents. Nicotine not wanting to actually press the issue just yet. Wanting Moonwalk to get antsy and give him that gunfight instead. But both players will just hold their nerve as Elim is found. Moonwalk eventually drops. Another round that will be 4 survivors for Lazer Cats, as indeed it is that 1-round game. At least get to see Walczaki bring out some weapons. I suppose this is when their CT side really does begin. I mean, it wasn't long ago that this ended up being, what, 7-3? Felt like
7-3 and looked very dominant.
Yeah, exactly. Felt like maybe Walczaki could have... Well, it felt like they should have actually started to run away with things, but instead it goes against them. Lazer Cats bring things within touching distance now of their opponents. And keep the dream alive of a 2-0 KO. Outside, break of the smoke. Sammy not going to be able to spot. Lazer Cats not giving up anything cheaply, but in fact, it's magic to strike.
Yeah, you see that boost on the blue box actually be quite popularized recently, but it's a very much like you have to hit the shot or the AWP or you will be penalized. Here, magic is fortuitous. Raiko, barrel spotted. Kio's going to mollo him out. There's so many players holding him, and it's actually magic to get the kill. But in the meantime, Bajmi's rotated down the vent. He's got a kill, but this should be a clear indication that the T side can now just trade out onto the A bomb site, and that's exactly what they do. Olim's going to push over towards ramp. Nicotia going to be caught from behind, and the timing, because Lazer Cats have been so slow about this, actually gives Walczaki a way back into this round.
Just tap them. They're so paranoid about where these other players are, but again, this could be another moment where the time comes back to haunt them. Majmi now close by towards heaven. Another tap. Whole bandana looks the wrong way. And a peek from Magic. That's a great find. Puts himself in a 1v1. HP very similar. B rifle. Majmi's dropped down. Will Magic even consider this? Right now, he's glued towards heaven. And time is ticking. He has to take a gunfight soon.
Does he know Bajmi's even dropped? I don't know. 10 seconds left. He's picked up an A1S, and yeah, he swings out looking at heaven. Doesn't realize Bajmi's on default, and that's a really disappointing round for Lazer Cats, where they had at one moment a very brief 5v3. They lost a player down towards B. Then they were able to identify the A bomb site would be a lot weaker. They trade out well, but then just slow down for no real reason. They get way too cautious of what could be there when nothing was there. And because of that, Walczaki are able to just react. Not even necessarily anything special. They just push ramp and rotate A. And because of the negligence of Lazer Cats, it works out in favor of the Polish side as they pick up their first CT round on their map pick.
Yeah, that's going to be a moment for Lazer Cats that hopefully they learn from very quickly, that look, you become too timid, Walczaki will punish you for it. Because the whole bomb site was clear for so long, but they just wait so long that Elim's able to find a bit of a timing, backstab someone. Sometimes you do just need to throw caution to the wind. And be confident enough that if there is someone there, you can get the trade. Still do have a buy. Walczaki's not exactly improving. No AWP for Damien. You've also got Moonwalk on an MP9 as well, but Be the chance for Walczaki to break this economy of Lazer Cats, but both teams' bankroll is very restricted. All 5 towards the lobby right now for Lazer Cats, a couple towards top lobby. You thought to be lined up, and this might be something a little pacier than what we saw in the last. Still lands down, dropping down the ladder quickly. Molotov would be a good deterrent, but not for Paul Bandana. Quick trade scene. Badby drops down. Player on the rafters scene. Again, it's the constant trade.
There's no smoke made. What?
Riker will at least get spammed down for a trade. I mean, it's a good flashbang in. I think the lack of smoke isn't going to punish them too much. Both teams, they have to know. I assume he was around here. He sent the flashbang in for his teammate. That would have shown up in the kill feed as well. They're down towards the lower site.
The right
punch
play.
in the digits and get set up for a post plant with very little information for what Sim has to play with. Does have a defuse kit. Can have a bit of a look in, but by the time he gets towards ramp, the bomb will be about half ticked. I think unless he finds something soon, he might just concede this one up shortly.
Shouldn't be a possible retake. Time's already ticked too far. So May just fires off a bullet as like a scare factor. But then it confirms to Nicketeer and Tripex they can just save towards secret. Lazer Cats, a very nice A execute. They trade out very nicely on the bomb site. They go 3 for 2. But it's the lack of the main smoke that does make things definitely a lot scarier. And if they hadn't succeeded in getting the spam through the smoke that did eventually get put down when the kill came in, then it would have been a 2v2 and a very winnable round for Walczaki. So Lazer Cats, they're able to not allow the CT side to get consecutive rounds on the board and still keep a lot of pressure alive in this second half, yet they still trail though. That's a very important factor as Walczaki go on to a half force buy. They've got a lot of investment, and well, it doesn't matter when Tripex is just a Ferrari through ramp. Dude, Lazer Cats are playing the T side of Nuke more like Walczaki normally do.
I mean, it's pretty wild how much of a unit they look like, where they have not played this map as a 5. I mean, they've barely played any maps as a 5, realistically.
But like, from the T side of Walczaki, what I'm watching from Lazer Cats is what I expected them to do. It's the kind of set plays that I think Walczaki are really known for. Their kind of set executes and how they're very good at taking timings and popping onto the right part of the map. And we didn't really see too much of that on either Inferno or really the T side of Nuke here. So Lazer Cats have conditioned this really fast gameplay as of now. They go 9-9, they're up against a full buy, and now they can start to mold this game after those early rounds. And they're up against an AWP for the first time in this half. But dude, Samei's on 6 kills. I feel like even on Inferno, well, no one played well on Inferno, but he's not had pretty much any impact for me in this series. So I don't look at this AWP and feel that scared.
I mean, particularly when you've got Magic on the other side, even though he doesn't have the AWP currently, he's someone that I've seen more than happy to keep hold of the rifle for an extra couple of rounds, basically until he's forced to bring out the AWP. And yeah, I mean, Sammy really has not been someone who's been forcing his hand in terms of that at all. Really struggled to have impact with this weapon, struggled to have impact in general. I think there's a few players on this Walczaki side that you can give a similar statement to. I mean, Bazmi's had a great first half, but not necessarily as easy in terms of translating it all the time, and he hasn't quite put up the same level of numbers there. He's been sitting on 18 for a good few rounds now at least. But back into things, 9 apiece. Lazer Cats from 7-2 down, 7-3 down, is back to being all square on their opponent's pick when semi-finals are on the line. Plays here towards outside where he's going to smoke, or almost got a sight line there, but Kehoe just sneaks behind red box beforehand. Flash will be dropped out to delay. There's a player here in the form of Raiko, so if the T's are loud about this, the audio cues will be relayed. But already, Walczaki should be aware that at least one player is down for secret. The gunfight On towards Nicky T. Favors him, in fact. Actually, that's Moonwalk pushing all the way through lobby.
Crazy. And that's actually very annoying now for Walczaki, because if Moonwalk could just maintain that control, then the CT side could anchor down the B bomb site or prepare for an A split, but instead now they have no information. Still, 2 players will remain towards B. Samay, that AWP does find impact with a big trade towards Tripex and sends the T side back towards A. And they don't clear out Raiko and Garage, who's finding 2. Pole Bandana, a poor trade. Nikiti is going to try his hand at things. Finally, will get some revenge. But that round for Walczaki, despite Moonwalk falling on the flank, they set themselves up in perfect positions. Magic does get a crazy kill on Elim, and I wonder if this now in the 2v2 will change things, and it looks like it won't, as Nicotia tries to play around a main smoke that had a big gap on the left side, and I think Bajmi was just holding for it. So Magic, with the bomb on his back, he's 20 and 13. He's going to start making noise. Bomb plant should be a definite. It's just what can he do after the fact?
I know he's low as well. The fact that
he's hard
pushing
both.
out with this USP. Oh, he can sneak in towards control.
God,
surely
crazy.
not. Oh, good awareness, but still the shot is seen. Ducks and dives. How is he sneaking away from this? Look at the time he's wasting though. Bashmi's pushing. He's continuing to hide. How are you doing this, Magic? What are we watching? Double digits hit by Lazer Cats first, and Magic with an unbelievable 1 versus 2. One bullet from death. Wow.
Honestly, has got to be one of the best 1v2s I've seen in a while, or just clutches, period. And it's not because of how crisp his aim is, or the fact that he won it. It's like he's in such a tense position, and he never has a moment, like a lapse in judgment. He knows they're running out double, and he still commits to going towards control, and knows that he's on low HP, but still is just playing with his food. He never is fearful. Never allows himself to be caught. And then, sure, as well, his aim is really nice. That is ice in the veins clutch. Fortitude through the roof. And Lazer Cats, they have double digits and now a man advantage plus HP advantage going into a round where Walczaki, it looks like they've tilt bought, to be honest. I would be pretty tilted as well. They've had 1 round on their CT side.
I mean, I think we're going to Bajmi having nightmares of how slippery Magic is there.
Great use of the word.
I mean, the fact I still can't believe it. It's so insane how it literally is pixels around the corner
never
every
panics.
time.
It's just, he never panics, does he? Oh no, Olim's got 2 from heaven. They know they can go down the vent. Okay, that round actually gets a lot scarier. Even after they get the opening 2 kills, Olim should never be able to get 2 from heaven. But regardless, it's around the board. It's 11-9, and the seed side, yeah, they're literally just tilt behind.
I mean, this is madness. Lazer Cats are on 11, a team that was 7-3 down on a map that they have not played. They have 2 what we're right now aware is standing. Haven't had many officials to get these guys up to speed with this team, and somehow they are within touching distance of 2-0 Walczaki. I mean, already they deserve a lot of credit for this valiant comeback and now lead taken on Nuke, regardless of where this map goes. But I mean, even if we head to Ancient, I mean, this is a Lazer Cat side that feels so difficult for them to get taken down right now. I thought the same thing against Basement Boys. Sure, didn't need to win map number 1, but they still managed to clinch a victory in that final map, following a bit of damage dealt. SMGs, I mean, thankfully there's at least a defuse kit purchased from Moonwalk.
I feel like Lazer Cats in now this situation, now they've realized that it's just purchase, just execute A. Or outside smokes go down B. Like, utilize the utility advantage and don't try and just take these straight up duels, because that's when you're putting yourselves in a kind of even situation. But they will just be contacting ramp with 4 players. They get the kill onto Elim. And now CT side, who had 3 players towards A, they're going to over-rotate and they're going to make noise going down towards B. The T side are just going to re-establish themselves, hit towards A. Raiko is going to rotate back up, but if he comes through the ladder, the vent right now, he's going to get spotted. Lifeline, as Magic misses the shot, but Moonwalk falls. They should know about Raiko on the bomb site. He's got himself onto top hut. They might not be able to clear this at first, and Raiko doubles down. A quick trade. Bashmi trying to follow his teammate up, but this time Magic won't miss the shot, and this is 12 booked in for Lazer Cats as they have 3 map and series points to be the first team to punch their ticket into the semi-finals here in the Thunderpick World Championship Series 2.
So a 1 versus 2 from Magic. We sort of need a 1 versus 3 here from Sammy. Too many targets. He can't even pinpoint any of them down. If he just gets it softened up more and more. The one thing I actually think Lazer Cats have been superb at is this trading. I mean, look, don't get me wrong. There was a double kill from Raiko, but you can really easily see players towards top hut there, finding a double kill. It allows the Vents players to push up, and you can see around like that full way too close. Maybe even another kill scene to put Sammy in a 1v2 or even a 1v1, but it never feels like it goes to a right for Lazer Cats. They always have what feels like a contingency, which more often not is just these players taking themselves out of trouble, pop in towards A. This one might get snuffed out. Tons of damage taken with the util, but they go 1 for 1 at least. I say,
that's huge.
Are they ready for this though? Are they ready for Sammy to be this close? Well, they're ready for a trade at least. Because another aggressive stance. Bashmi will find and can back away. That kill would have confirmed things.
Yeah, Tripex was aware of it as well. He was actually holding for the push, but Bashmi still wins out the duel. It's a 2v2 with a deep door smoke. Kyo's going to push ahead of it. The T side, they're really trying to end things here, and it looks like they can. Do they realize Olymp has got himself in towards Hut? Not sure. Nicotia spots him in the vent. Kyo top Hut, and Olymp jives down, trying to hunt the bomb, and that will be the final kill to put Walczaki in the grave, eliminated in the quarterfinals, 0-2 to Lazer Cats.
Man, what a game that was. I mean, look, I was excited. I was on the edge of my seat for the whole thing, but especially when Lazer Cats mounted that comeback on the T side. Man, that was absolutely incredible.
I've got no battery.
Yeah, that's okay, Freddie. That's okay. We can still hear you. That's fine. Look, I don't know. That Walczaki just didn't come to play today. I think they threw it away on map 1, honestly, with how poor of a performance they had. But you know, you're 8-4 up. Going onto your CT side of Nuke on a map that you're meant to be good at. Lazer Cats have only played that map once in the last 3 months against another Polish side. Yes, they were able to win it, but it's the fact that Lazer Cats just looked so calm and composed. I mean, the trading there was simply fantastic on the T side, on top of the fact that they were nearly always able to get an entry at around, you know, like that 9-9 scoreline. Every round since then, they got the opening kill. Amazing stuff. I'm thoroughly impressed.
Yeah, I mean, look, I actually think Kiwi wasn't the outstanding player in terms of right up there in the kill department, but like you're saying, in terms of the opening kills, he was the man more often than not to do it, particularly at the latter portion. When it was a 4v4, it was him again. It felt like every single one of his kills were opening up space for his team. Really great stuff from this Lazer Cat side. And I mean, the question I've got to pose to you boys is, I mean, how far can this team go right now? Because I've sort of predicted them to lose both games that they've played here this playoffs. They're through. They're our first team locked in for the semi-finals. They're against either that one-win side or obviously, who is it? That INOX
Division.
Yeah, INOX Division down there. Wasn't mind-blown by either of them. I mean, what do you think of their chances against those?
Yeah, I think it's like, if they can beat Walczaki in the quarterfinals and do so with a excruciatingly dominant first map, and then beating them on their like home turf. If you remember last year, like they literally had played like 50 nukes and lost like 2 of them, for instance. Like that was the level that Walczaki had with this exact same 5. Raiko's come back into the roster and they're still losing so if they can do that with only losing 1 round on their T side, then there's no team left in this playoffs that maybe a CYBERSHOKE but apart from that, there's no team that I feel like is that much better than Walczaki and would make it as difficult for Lazer Cats.
I don't think there's many world beaters still left. You know, I think, you know, that was one of the top dogs that you're able to topple. And I mean, congratulations to Lazer Cats. That's one of the biggest results, if not the biggest result that they've gotten. Definitely the biggest result after the player break. And they keep that streak alive. I know they've been fortunate with a forfeit win and a forfeit map loss for an opposing team, an enemy team. But, you know, to still be 4-0 out of all 4 games that you played, yeah, man, I think they're going to be absolutely delighted, and that's some scalp. It's going to put one win or INOX Division on notice. Of course, that quarterfinal game is going to be taking place a little bit later on today. Our next game up is going to be JiJieHao taking on a very informed GenOne side. So I'm excited to get going with that one. Unfortunately, though, we've got a little bit of a wait until now and then. You've got about an hour and 10 minutes time. I believe myself and the boys are going to grab some lunch and get ready for our second best of 3 of the day. You don't want to miss it. All the quarterfinal will be action here at the Thunderpick, and we'll see you in just a little while. Well, after that hour-long break, we are back with some more Thunderpick action as we are making our way very quickly, in fact, through the quarterfinals. Our first one was probably the shock of the day, with Walczaki falling to Lazer Cats, which was really, really impressive, to be honest, the way that Lazer Cats came out and played that one, and they booked their spot into the semi-finals. We're going to have to see which 3 teams are going to be joining them, as the bracket is going to come up on our screens. We still have JiJieHao taking on GenOne, CYBERSHOKE taking on megoshort, and then OneWin taking on INOX Division as well. So a day packed full of action. And of course, I'm not alone in this endeavor, as I've got Charlie and Freddie with me once again. Charlie, mate, shocker of map 1, are you or game 1, should I say? Are you expecting any more shocks here looking at this bracket?
Oh, I mean, normally it feels like most of the shocks come in around 16, actually. So honestly, wasn't really expecting too many surprises today, but I'd be surprised if we see anything particularly out of the ordinary. I think the only game that would be a massive shock would maybe be that sort of that megoshort. If they're able to come up good against CYBERSHOKE, I think that would be a bit of a surprise. But no, I'm expecting things to go by the book for the rest of these games. I think we've probably had a lot taken out of us after that first brilliant series from Lazer Cats. But yeah, surely Walczaki, no one can repeat the fumble like they did in this in the remaining quarters.
Yeah, I mean, Freddie, that kind of sets up to the next question nicely. You know, according to Charlie, there's not going to be a shock. So that means who's winning this game? GenOne versus JiJieHao.
That's the issue.
On the spot straight away.
Is there a shock? Like, I think JiJieHao is supposed to be quote unquote the favorites, but I don't see them as the favorites. Like, I see GenOne winning this. I don't think it's going to be a clean game, and I can imagine this going like a distance. But yeah, like this JiJieHao roster, I just kind of struggled to take them seriously, and I think the only reason why I do take them seriously is literally because of Myth of the Coach. Like, outside of that, I'm like, can I be properly thinking about a roster in 2026 that's led by Synopsy, has Bibu on it? Like, they're literally only winning games because either Mini goes nuclear or Kakanito.
Okay, all right. Well, they have only played 2 games since the player break, and I suppose maybe a little bit of ring rust will come in there, and it probably has already shown if you're going to look back at the couple of results that they have been able to get able to get after the break. They bet Entropy, and then they lost to Black Phoenix. I mean, that was surely a shock, Charlie.
I just want to say, I know this is relevant as we're not on CCT right now. My bold prediction was, I think Black Phoenix are going to make it to the semi-finals.
Okay.
They're very close to doing so against that butterfly side right now. So yeah, I mean, honestly, it was a JiJieHao that I haven't actually seen a lot from a little while. It very much felt like the last time I watched them, like Freddie said, it feels like it was Mini just going nuclear, and to hear him say it still is the same sort of trend, yeah, it doesn't make me feel much more confident, because it very much felt like if Mini was absent, JiJieHao, there's not a lot to see from these guys. And in terms of numbers, I mean, it's not as dire as it once was, but it's a side that I don't quite know what to expect coming into this. GenOne, some of their form recently had a couple of decent wins, but equally there's the odd loss to a team that I'd rather see GenOne actually be at the best. So yeah, I'm expecting this to be a series that goes the way of GenOne, but I'm not quite confident in terms of the fashion it's going to be done in. I think the vetoes might potentially paint a better picture of that. But yeah, I think these are 2 teams. It's been a little while since I've watched GenOne, a little more recently, but looking at form, seeing some of the sides, and perhaps just the fact that we have seen significantly more games recently from GenOne, I think that should help them out pretty massively. These guys have been grinding a lot, particularly in sort of this last month or so alone.
Yeah, I think, you know, with this GenOne side, Freddie, there's a lot to like, because, you know, there was a transition of leadership. Kios is now going to be in-game leading. You've got Chucky that's playing absolutely out of his mind. And then specifically in this series, GenOne look to have, on paper, the much stronger map pool.
Yeah, I mean, so how I think I like with GenOne is Chucky, as you mentioned, is he's playing amazing. I think he's actually probably playing the best Counter-Strike of his career, and I just wonder how far that's going to take, because if you look at their recent games, it's kind of crazy how good he's playing. Like, this year, I wasn't ever thinking that I was going to be excited by a GenOne roster, and they come in, they do well in the IEM Atlanta close qualifier, but then their whole roster gets gutted. Jocko IGLs, but then Kios picked it up because I think Jocko said that Kios is better at doing stuff outside the server. Then Jocko's a really good secondary voice. And they've got this young, exciting 20-year-old called Blazers who's never played outside of main till this point, gets brought up from a depths. And it's really like an individual who's great on the anchor, but you can still see he does make a lot of those mistakes, and you can still see that he is rough around the edges. And I think Jocko put it quite nicely, like he does the hard stuff and then messes up on the easy kind of like dotting the I's, crossing the T parts. But yeah, this map pool for them looks really good, especially with JiJieHao probably picking into an Ancient. I've seen GenOne 13-0 Sparta only like 4 days ago, and then a Dust 2, which they're probably going to pick into as well, is just their best map. They're one of the best teams in the kind of tier 2 scene on Dust 2. So there's definitely shapes of like a 2-0 of what you were talking about.
We'll have a look at that video as we will bring it up on screen and see where we are going to end up. And yeah, look, there's the Ancient, there's the Dust 2, and there's an Inferno as a decider. I'm looking at this. I've watched a lot of GenOne recently, and I really do think that they are going to be in the driver's seat here. I think they're going to be absolutely delighted. I think their Dust 2 has been on point so far every time I've watched them. I think they're probably one of the top teams at this level on that map. I know a lot of teams can play it, but not as well as GenOne seem to have kind of figured out what goes right for them. And what was interesting actually was that, you know, I had an opportunity to get an interview with Brooksy, and he was kind of saying, yeah, look, Dust 2 is such a good map for us because we are all smiles every time we play this map. Everybody loves this map, and it's a different vibe when we go on to Dust 2. So the fact that that is in the veto straight away, I'm excited to see what this GenOne is gonna have to offer. But you know, you were touching a little bit upon maybe a couple of win conditions there for JiJieHao, Charlie. You know, they are actually penned as the favorites. Who do you think that we need to see the best from on these maps to really see JiJieHao make a name for themselves? And well, not really make a name for themselves, but make a statement and taking down an EU opponent that they haven't beaten at this level.
I mean, I think it's always got to be Mini when you speak about JiJieHao, particularly when sort of his counterpart in Chucky is putting up numbers as good as they've been consistently. I mean, still got so much career ahead of him, is someone like Mini, but I mean, he is very much the focal point of this JiJieHao side for quite a long time now. I mean, it's not going to be easy to do so on Ancient to have as much impact with that AWP, but that's why I think he's got to try to figure out a solution for it. Sure, Magic, we had to put up some great numbers on this the other day. Seen a lot of players being able to deliver on this map, even when, sure, it's not necessarily as easy to wall, but we'll have to maybe test Mini's rifling a little bit, because this GenOne side, Freddie pointed out, they got a 30-0 against Sparta not too long ago. They've won their last 3 out of 4 games on Ancient. Sure, they had a bit of a surprise loss to New Vision in between just a few days ago as well. But this is still a side that certainly are competent at this map. And then, like you said, when you got Dust 2 next up, Ancient very much is the focal point for me, I think.
Well, we'll have to see how it's going to play out, lads. Take it away as we're heading into map 1.
Thank you, Jack. JiJieHao, a team that is majority of the time played exclusively LANs, and then also LANs in Asia. I think if they had got a little bit more success, as in fully winning events, then I'd be a lot more confident. But they've actually just got strings of second places from last year to now in European events, losing to the likes of Atrides in grand finals on LANs, and then in Asia losing to Tyloo, FlyQuest, and then a Chinggis Warriors on LAN as well in Shanghai. Like, I think the issue with this team is that they just haven't broken through outside of like one online event they played earlier this year. So here in Thunderpick, they will come into this thinking that they should be able to beat GenOne. And on their map pick, on the T side, they're going to get the A-bomb site. They're going to get the bomb down, but they've lost one in the process. A great opening flashbang. Synopsy gets a kill fully blind, but it's not going to deter GenOne, as Bibu, who's lurking over on B, Bibu's on B, has pretty much no way into this. Blazers spots him, bombs being stuck. 3 players will be directly looking at him. Kios almost gets a collateral as 2 bullets kill his teammate and Bibu.
A bit of bloodlust there. Doesn't care who's in his way, as long as there's a target to find. I like that we got sort of the black and white face of Kakanito, but his jersey is still coloured.
I think bad lighting. He's just very upset. He's very. Is it Kakanito, Sasanito? Like, I remember there was a whole thing about how to pronounce it, and I haven't cast him in so long, and I've completely forgotten.
I butchered the names anyway, so what's another one to add to the tally?
Yeah, he's also a really interesting character that we can get onto more. But right now, it is going to be the force buy from JiJieHao, as they got the bomb down in the pistol, and they've got 2 Galils, 2 Tech 9s, a Deagle, and a lot of utility. You see the main man, Sasanito, trying to get an opening kill in middle on the boost, finds nothing. And now they're just going to reset with second stage utility towards mid, or just a straight exec towards the A bomb site, where currently Chucky is the only one posted up, and Jocko and Donut should be able to help accordingly. But in the meantime, Brooksy and Blazers, they're going to get aggression down lane, fully clear out this info, and Kios is already on his bike to rotate over.
Yeah, that's what we've seen this Molotov as well. Landing from Jocko just to stall things out. Kios is going to be able to actually get towards the bomb site in time. You've got Brooksy, who won't be far away either. I mean, GenOne have all of the information you could possibly ask for. Smoke down towards main. The T's have used a fair bit of their utility, and they've just got to back away. They have the understanding that, sure, GenOne know that we were here. We've got to go back to the drawing board rather than trying to press the issue too heavily. It's going to be a lookout towards middle. Jump spot will spot out this Galil, but still 1 for 1. So obviously finding Jocko gives the advantage as to be over to JiJieHao. We do have Kios rotating around towards A. It's got past this angle towards Red Room, but this is where the main brunt of JiJieHao resides.
They're just going to have to shoot their way out, and they can just buddy system onto Kios. They're going to get that kill for free, though. No trade needed. 8 seconds. Wait, bomb might not go down. Bomb's actually really late, and the bomb's not going to get planted in time. Bibu, really weird pathing. So I'm not sure if you saw on the minimap, but the T side went to go towards A after getting that kill on Kios, and then Bibu, like, almost runs towards B and then back towards A. So the entries of Mini, they were on the bomb site in time, but Bibu was late, and he just sold his team down the river, as GenOne don't deserve to win that round, but they're going to come away with it.
I mean, it almost seemed like the initial goal was, we go Red Room, we head towards B, but then the kill of Mini, it just felt like a massive miscommunication there from JiJieHao. Really late. You just got to make a decision. If you're using the clock to that degree, make a call and stick with it at that point. Sure, things can change, but we've got that little time. Yeah, it really gets confident. GenOne get a freebie at Phil, or Truth one initially. It's not too cool. 0.86. Fields is behind here. Chucky's continuing.
No
It's a
short
double kill
smoke
from him now. And it's an option on the bomb site alone. He's down to 38 HP. Bombs dropped here. Fields is defending this just with the MP9. You need to sort of see this gunfight go the way. I mean, it's a 1 versus 1 out. Whether Kios lives or dies, it shouldn't matter. He finds the kill with the MP9 anyway, upgrades, and you sort of hope that JiJieHao can rectify the mistake from the last in this one, but instead it's just a very dominant round from GenOne, and unfortunately he's just forced onto the pistols, or a half buy at the very least for the T's now, as on a map that I do think is very important for JiJieHao to win. Potentially giving up a 4-0 start to GenOne is exactly not what you needed to happen. As yeah, Dust 2, we obviously saw them lose it to Black Phoenix as well over in CCT a little bit more recently. Sure, they're a Dust 2 team, but as a GenOne,
losing to Black Phoenix is not really acceptable, especially with the fact that they're using Topo, who hasn't played an official since 2024, comes in and just farms them. Also, they got to this quarterfinals by beating Entropy. Sure, whatever. On Ancient, I don't even know how many overtimes that is. 28-26 they beat Entropy. They picked Ancient there. Yeah. Kakanito Mini, it's kind of what you'd expect. It's like them doing everything, and then the rest are just massively trailing. Bibu had a shocker of a game. And a pretty bad series at that as well. Didn't pick it up on cash that much. But this start to Ancient for GenOne is ideal. They get a lifeline on the second round, and then because JiJieHao buy in and GenOne win with 4 players alive, all of a sudden they are in the driving seats, and it's actually them being favored. They've got to make sure they don't slip up against the pistols. As this smoke fades, they're slipping up.
yeah, very strange decision to sort of fade the smoke there when you know you're up against pistols on the other side of things. Synopsy finds Chucky, Blazes, it's the young kid to defend, and he will. Double kill found. Jocko finds one as well. Mini taps the bomb, tries to force out this peak. He forces it out, but Blazes strikes.
Not
That's not a bad
sure.
moment from him, but it very much is a face-saving round for GenOne, because again, I'm not crazy on the fate of the smoke and cave.
Yeah, they got very lucky. I think playing close against pistols, you're just not utilizing the weaponry that you have. But a big stroke of luck from Blazers, though. He gets a nice double, but they do line up for him. Not really sure why Mini doesn't just plant the bomb. Sure, a Molo does come in, but it's a lot later. Just getting that money in the bank account is always beneficial to the T side, but it's a close round. GenOne survive. They double nade lane. Synopsy's down low early on, and Chucky, who's had a great game so far. The Molo in jungle hasn't affected him because he's put down a smoke. They threw it from spawn for this exact situation, and it looks like the trades are going to go even as it's a 2v2 now as the dust settles and the bomb looks to go up towards B on the back of Mini.
Yeah, with Mini being here with the orb, it doesn't look like he's confident enough to actually take this space without Ibu by his side. So just going to stall things out for now. We are seeing GenOne retake middle. So the actual bomb site will be uncontested for the time being, but a couple of players will be hot on their trail pretty soon here. Nothing spotted towards mid. I'm going to wrap around towards B. Still, JiJieHao silent. Only have one Molotov, to be fair, so there's not a huge amount of utility for them to drop out, and the CTs are splitting. Clearing out of cave. Jocko hears this plant. He's going to be fast behind towards ramp. How quickly do the T's recognize this? Mini going to slip in towards cave with his teammate.
Spotted.
Question peeking.
Mini spotted. Jocko doesn't either, but they don't know about Jocko.
Look at the utility that Jocko has, though. You can just contain them here. Tap on the bomb. It's going to be the full stick. Found. Felt inevitable that they're coming through. I'm surprised he just stuck there. But Blazes is able to use that presence to strike behind, find a double, has time to defuse, and GenOne will find 5.
Yeah, really nice round, and I really like how they utilized Chucky early on. So you could see in jungle there, it looked like there was a Molo directly on him, and there was. But they threw a smoke from spawn that lands like outside the map, and it trickles down, so it means he can edge the smoke and still stay alive in the corner despite being Molo'd. So they're able to get a 2-for-2 in mid because Jocko isolates the final kill, and it's a really lovely retake. Jocko just has so much utility at his disposal, uses it perfectly, and baits Blazes in as the 20-year-old is having a pretty good run of things so far on Ancient towards that B bomb site, but now A shall get tested again as Jocko, he's close on the boost, and he's going to need Brooksy to play with him, who's currently quite deep in donuts.
Yeah, Jocko's going to look for this. Flashbang. Partially tanked, one and done, but he's done so much damage that they can't push through the volley just yet. Brooksy able to rotate. What? Great double. He's still got the lowest. That's a neato. Brooksy with a triple. The amount of multi-kills that GenOne side are able to get on certain players. Blazes, more often than not, Chucky the last. Brooksy hit. And Bebu just trapped behind this smoke. It's softened up slightly as the bombs dropped. And this just feels like another round that's going to go the way GenOne now. I mean, we see Jocko find one. Sure, he does damage, but they don't instantly go off of it. The other players are a little healthier, and it feels like, okay, maybe they're actually just going to slow this one down, but they still kind of go through the molly, allow Brooksy to find a big double there before eventually cleaning things up with the final play. And Bieber, I mean, surely just a save at this point on the other side of the map. No time to flank around.
As much as these multi-kills from Blazes on the B-bomb site or Brooksy on the A-bomb site is good, my attention is more turned to the negligence of JiJieHao. Like, you think of when Brooksy Blazes got his 3k hold against the pistols, well, it's because they line up for him, and then the bomb swings out with 20 HP. You look at Brooksy getting a triple there, and it's like, okay, how does he get the kills? Well, they run through a Molo with ineffective utility. After getting the opening kill, they could have slowed stuff down on the T side. Sure, it's nice positioning for him to get around Big Box, which does allow for him to dodge the entry flashes that come out on the left side. But it just does feel a little bit too easy for GenOne. And I suspect JiJieHao are in this state of mind where they're very good individually and they can just abuse players on the bomb sites when they play in Asia, or play against these lower level teams in Europe, but against GenOne, who are by no means an amazing team, but they've got established players and they've got players who will capitalize upon those little like over aggressive pieces, and that seemingly is kind of the case right now for JiJieHao.
I have a bit of a contact here, aggressive towards A main as Jocko stand tall, just spams away, tries to back away, will throw this Molotov. It's going to linger for a little bit longer, but it feels like he is a dead man. Walk in, eventually he's put to rest. Chaos falls elsewhere. As the T's are going to have a glance over into this bomb site. Brooksy, lots of damage still. There's one.
Ooh.
Look at the HP of some of these T's right now.
And Chucky's heard them running back. The bomb's in T spawn, so they're going to collect it. Brooksy could have just won the round outright here. But with Kakanito over towards B, who's already got a kill in this round, they're going to go link up with him. And as mentioned, Chucky's heard them run back, so he's already started to take his attention off the A bomb site. He's going to move towards middle, clear elbow, and he could just catch Mini off.
He's been pretty disciplined about this approach. He's just holding for the aggression right now. So when Chucky's on the angle, he could just get pincered or time in between the two. Actually got to back away. It's the smarter play. It felt like he was destined to go down by either Mini or Kakanito, but still, JiJieHao need to make this decision. It will be a play over towards B. We are going to have Blazes.
Blazes has no idea what to do. He's like, do I go A? Do I go B? I think the long smoke, he's thinking it's a fake, but it isn't. It's going to be a double hit, and Blazes, he's going to catch Mini off. 10 seconds left. It will be a B ending, and the HP combined, what is it? Just over 50 HP. Chucky, he's got a pistol out, and Blazes, he spots them getting aggressive.
But obviously he does still stand close by. Flashbang sent, nobody blinded. He knows that these players are close. Dave. Quite fine, softens up, brings obviously down to 6 HP. Barely any health to be played within that round, but as soon as we see Synopsy find the first, you know that you're there. With Synopsy not quite being low enough to really be able to find without a pistol headshot, it becomes a weird spot. But JiJieHao, at least they're finally on the board. A lot of chances for them. A lot of massively advantaged rounds. I mean, most notable that comes to mind is obviously round number 2, but there's been a few instances where we could have 100% seen these guys on the board way sooner. The question is just going to be is JiJieHao still haven't actually built up a huge bankroll despite winning 6 in a row. So how many can we see JiJieHao find in this first half? And will it be enough that GenOne aren't just going to run away with things? Have to build off of that one round. I mean, he is on the AWP now. Which obviously really has been one of the only players actually putting up numbers right now. Almost Mini, there's 1 kill between them, or 1 kill apiece. Obviously got the same kills as his whole team combined.
Oh yeah, that's good to see. Mini and Kakanito have a combined kills of 4, which is not great when Kakanito is like the hard carry of JiJieHao right now. Came through playing in the regional scene, North Macedonian Blue Jays. Reached top 30 in the world, which was a real breakthrough for the scene, to be honest. Like, we hadn't really seen players from that region do so well. It's a full 5 of them. Kicks out in the IGL as well. So a lot of players have gone on to do pretty great things. Plays on Apex, which was, I think, his step up. But they got cursed by coming second at 3 different lands in a row, which was very rough. But he was great in all of them. Played on BT Game, pretty simple, made it to IEM Dallas, and now looking to restart his career a little bit. And individually, he has proven that he's still up to scratch. And this round, he's had nothing to do because Synopsy is continuing his good form. 12-5. The IGL is just leading by example as they default their way through lane into middle and just keep on taking picks, but playing this like buddy system and just dueling out together. So after a tactical pause, GenOne, they're going to be on the receiving end of yet another round.
Yeah, unfortunately, they won't have the money to invest in the next. So, should be seeing a third off of the back of this as well. I don't know if we're going to see... Oh, we are seeing a few players actually start to search for Brooksy. The 7-4 being bought across would be ideal, but not going to be easy. Very much as the fight for survival here as the first challenger approaches. All depends on timing here. Step has been heard, then it gives Brooks the chance to keep on out. Not ready at all for the second player. And it will be a one and done for him. So eventually, all the CTs will be dealt with. JiJieHao with 2, and yeah, sort of sitting around just over 2k per player. You're going to see next to no investment. Wouldn't mind maybe a flashbang, but apart from that, yeah, it should be a very light buy. Chance for JiJieHao to start to make a bit more of a response here on the T side of their map pick, of course.
How many overtimes are we getting in this game? That's the question.
I don't even want to work out how many it was versus Entropy.
It was 28-26. I literally have no idea how it's a lot. You can say that for certain.
Okay, well the USBs will find one. This is going to be the go call now for JiJieHao. Kanito screaming to his team. All 5 here.
Run.
And we'll see if these UFBs can maybe find anything else on the exit. Mini. Knows that there's at least one more here. He's got backup by his side.
Save the AK is always huge though. Chucky's got it in T-spawn. I don't want to see him overface. Three in a row for JiJieHao. Clean against the anti-eco. And they're not going to be taking too much damage, even with Kios being a little bit cheeky up ramp there.
I mean, Chucky will get to save this AK at least. I mean, it's a slightly better weapon for this round. Can I actually drop over this AK if he wants to bring out the AWP? He was debating it for a brief moment. Or buying armor and utility. No defuse kits currently. There you go, Chucky will buy one at the end. So that could be a bit of a problem. But until he comes back in play, GenOne wants to break this streak before he gets too daunting a task. Smoke thrown towards middle, flashbang will be sent out, but nothing being pushed behind it. He's forcing across. There's going to be an acceleration now. Kios goes down, blazes forward instantly, and Synopsy is just a one-man team. What is happening?
Jesus Christ, he's 17 and 5.
Round
What?
10. He got 17 kills.
And they've lost 6. He just, I mean, like, it's just perfect entries. And there's not really too much to say about it. Like, Mini spots the player on long. Synopsy, uber aware of someone being close. And then just goes, boom, long dead. Boom, cave dead. He hasn't taken a single point of damage either. He's just smurfing on them. And I came in and I said that I feel like a team led by Synopsy in 2026 is not one I can get behind. All of a sudden, I'm starting to understand the thought process and the logic behind it. I think it's with some of these B&E guys, because of how badly it went on the back end of the career, and then how they tried to do like almost like a last dance with the B&E with Peacemaker, and it was just all a bit messy, wasn't it? I think it's the classic like undermining what or how good they used to be, because look, yeah, they made history for the region. They made it to multiple majors. That was kind of the whole shtick, though, right? Like, didn't do great outside of that. Made 2 LAN finals, CCT multi-finals, and Melbourne. But it was mostly like the whole making... It's 3 majors in a row? Yeah, they made 3 majors in a row. So it's very easy to maybe forget that that was the quality of this team. And the likes of Synopsy leading it.
Hopefully this can continue for JiJieHao then, as well as Synopsy, because it pretty much does feel like if this guy starts to drop off, not quite the outlook elsewhere for JiJieHao, but you're also hoping that if Snobsy puts up numbers like this, maybe it gives time for Kakanito Mini to start to warm up a bit more into the game. Speaking of the devil, pick on towards Brooksy in the smoke. Here is Jocko, but clearly not communicated to Keels, who just back turns, swings while mid's occupied. Jocko spots out one. Mini's nearby as well. Mini first to fall. Nice double from Jocko. Again, just ducks away while he brings it back to a 3-on-3. Bomb and the rest of the T's now starting to swarm close towards the speed bomb sites. Blazers. Home for now as Chucky rotates in with the aid of Synopsy. Chucky completely unawares. Another double on the bomb site for this man.
Okay. It's, on one hand, really great positioning from Synopsy, but it's not that great. Like, it shouldn't be Chucky running around the corner, jumping around, knife out. A lot of contact was taken towards ramp. The bomb was ramp, and they were just spamming through the smoke. Synopsy, though, shouldn't have been able to get through that easily, and it feels like a big part of miscommunication between Blazers and Chucky that was allowed to happen. But it's still, Synopsy might have 20 kills at the half. He's just having a ridiculous game. There is a shotgun close. Maybe this is his kryptonite. Never mind. He genuinely is the best player ever. Give him MVP of the world. Move aside, Donk. Just gotta feel bad for Chucky in that moment. The funny thing is, the T side have actually been really stunted now coming out onto this A bomb side. Rotations are really good. Raid boss is dead, but if Mini can now hit shots like that, there is a way back in.
The CTs have everybody nearby, but JiJieHao don't technically need to commit for this. Problem does come if GenOne start to have players towards the speed bomb site. It very much will have to be a contact play, but Kakanito already looking to take some room out towards Cave. He might be able to get there before the CTs and just try to hold and hunker down, but very fast behind our GenOne flanking here. It all depends if JiJieHao can possibly make it up here towards the B lane beforehand. Kios is actually being held right now. He loses his point. He was actually aware of the second. Mini's able to pivot thanks to the information, and JiJieHao 6-0 down. Strike back with 6 of their own, massively led by Synopsy. 20-7 after 12 rounds of play. And how can you compete with this? I mean, none of his teammates can.
Light work.
Onto the defense now, though, for JiJieHao. I mean, very much are straight back in with a chance to win their map pick.
Yeah, very black and white half, wasn't it? Just 6 and then 6. So, will that theme continue? Either way, it's GenOne now on the T side. They're going to be going fast up the B bomb side. They're zooming along. There's 3 defenders. Blazers gets a double opener, trades out his teammates. Bibu, they know about him towards long, and it'll be Blazers to collect all 3 kills, trying his best Synopsy impression, and Brooksy will lend a helping hand to secure the 4th. Kakanito coming late from ramp. Bomb hasn't been planted yet, as they are just biding their time, and now spotted, can be planted safely. He's running up, closing the gap, and that's a fast shot. But Blazers is having a really impressive Ancient, completes a 4K to maybe confirm another 6 rounds in a row.
I'll be surprised, but it very much will be a game of momentum if that is the case. I mean, obviously, don't get me wrong. Set your mind back to some of those rounds that GenOne did win. I mean, deservedly or undeservedly, JiJieHao probably should have got something out of it, but you can equally look at some of the mistakes that they made is what ended up costing pretty dearly there. So I think when you realize what JiJieHao were looking like when they were winning those 6 rounds, how pleased some of them were from Synopsy, I think if they didn't have such a slow start, they could have been pole position to take map number 1. But losing the pistol here, they are just going to go for the second round eco. They want these weapons in play ASAP. And an empty bomb site. Bomb should get planted with no real issues. Just going to scoop that up now. Here's Chucky. Drop that across. He wants to farm some kills with this Mac 10. And there certainly will be kills to come his way. There's all 5 in middle. But this won't actually keep the CTs perhaps at bay for now. JiJieHao tapping from Red Room. Chucky's getting sent through this. 2 flashes. Mac 10 with 1 and done. I'm going to throw too much at this. I wouldn't mind JiJieHao swapping over. There you go. But yeah, make sure you keep these rifles in play at the very least. Skills have spotted out 2. Okay, these Mac 10s are cursed.
No extra money for you. Hakanito getting some extra kills on the board. I feel like he's had a... Well, I mean, yeah, we came into the game and we were like, Hakanito, hard carry on rifle. Mini are standing with the AWP. Is he able to do it on Ancient, which is notoriously a very difficult map for the AWPers. And it feels like even Kakanito with 10 kills had very little impact with those 10. It was a first, like, those 6 rounds really did, well, it was literally Synopsy running up and getting like double entry or triple entry, and that was it. So very intrigued for not only the rest of the series, but the rest of this map, how it's going to affect JiJieHao if Synopsy doesn't keep up this trend and we don't see an improvement from Kakanito or Mini. So first gun round for JiJieHao and GenOne. They're faking the B bomb site. They're getting a lot of space in middle. They wanted to maybe split A, maybe go red room, but regardless, they get spotted by the donut player who drops a very defensive smoke. And I actually really don't like someone jiggling on that angle. As you can see, Azamus has just given all the space in donut to the T side. And if he was jiggling the first angle, he could block off the whole of donut and just kind of keep them trapped in mid.
It's always the question now for JiJieHao, are they still there? And hearing the util fly over, you've got people jiggling, not actually directly on this bomb site right now. JiJieHao.
No kit, by the way.
We'll see how potent that becomes throughout this round. Still, although util's being thrown, we're not actually seeing GenOne make their way out. Finally, are doing so. 1 for 1 on towards Synopsy.
King down, king down. Ooh, but Bebop, big performance from him. He flanks through mid and he gets 3 kills from Donuts. GenOne play that round nicely. I like how they take mid and go for a split A, but they just get the utility down and then take like ages to get out. And they even drop a second CT smoke, but then fight as the smoke's blooming. And it feels like they had the utility advantage. They had the map control. All they had to do was just go A, and they take way too long about it and get their wires crossed, which then allows for JiJieHao to get a few kills on the entries and then set up Bebop for this lurk as GenOne was still focusing on maintaining site control.
You can see instantly GenOne have been forced onto a slightly lesser buy. It will still be the full investment. It might be a Patio one with 2 Mac 10s with a Tech 9 in play. Instant neutral being lined up over towards B. We could see Defeater just spam away. You've got Synopsy going to do the same thing. No bullets are actually connecting. Blazes for 180s on towards Bebop. Kakanito does get that trade back. I see the swing being committed.
They're playing Call of Duty.
This is so chaotic here. I was waiting for JiJieHao to slide his way in and find that second one, but 8-8, I mean, a chaos infused round, but it is one that JiJieHao were able to take. I mean, you imagine if JiJieHao recognized where that second player was and didn't use as many bullets just spamming into thin air. Could have found that, could have been brought down to 1v1. Not going to be the case, and instead it'll be GenOne taking the hit, going for the eco. This is the chance for JiJieHao to take the lead the first time in this series now.
I felt like I was playing Battlefield watching JiJieHao run around that corner. Just like, didn't stop shooting. Ooh, nice from Kakanito. He's got 15 kills, and I think he's got 7 on the CT side. They've largely come against anti-ecos or when he had an eco. So still waiting for the big impact from him. Synopsy slowed down. He's only got 2 kills this half. How dare he? And JiJieHao, though, they take the lead. No AWP for Mini. I think, didn't they lose someone? Yeah, Mini could have gone AWP out, so they've actively chosen against it.
Perhaps it's because they're looking to fight so heavily towards middle here. 4 players close by for JiJieHao. Almost instantly finds the first, spams through the smoke. Won't quite connect on towards Kios. And 3 players just back away towards Donut. Oh, this time
Kios
the
is
smoke.
dead.
Yeah, I mean, that's not inevitable. JiJieHao strikes it, but I mean, it's just pure numbers. Having so many extra players. GenOne are just being surprised. Every gunfight feels like it's a 3v1.
It was. I've never seen. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Just how do you win a mid-short? Send 3 players in Donut and just have them wide out. There was so much chaos with the utility to get out of elbow from both sides. And Chucky in a 1v5, he's making things kind of work. But they know where he is, and I think if there was any possibility of him winning the round, it would have started with the bomb going down. He could go towards A, but Kakanito in red room would be able to cut him off, / get the information if he was going to go back. So Synopsy and Bibu know he's still towards B, and it's an easy kill for Synopsy. As a very unorthodox round for Synopsy, for JiJieHao, comes into fruition. I wonder if that's like the Asian style of Counter-Strike being rubbed off on them a little bit. That feels very like Chinese CS-esque, not gonna lie.
Well, like, screw utility, just send an extra man instead.
Well, like the thing with that I find funny about watching Chinese CS is just they don't stop moving. It's just constant movement, no matter what. And that feels very like just we're gonna send 3 players Donut 1 red room and we're just gonna fight them. Yeah, that'll work, and it does.
Last 12 rounds, 10 of them have gone the way of JiJieHao. And it pretty much is feeling like the momentum is fully their wings right now. Even after losing the pistol and the anti-eco. Still doesn't seem to have caused many issues. Then obviously early pick from him. I think quite like that he hasn't had as much impact on this second half. We're trying to have 2 more players chime in. Bebop being one of those. We'll find one here before Brooksy gets that trade. Good nade just to soften him up. Damage control is the only thing that JiJieHao need to worry about. It's a nice find. And Bomblo would be great, but he wants a bit more and...
Again, it's the anti-eco kills. I swear he's literally got like 2 kills this half outside of the anti-ecos.
Someone's got to get him.
Someone's got to get him. Like, he's 20 and 11. It looks a lot better than I think it actually is. Well,
I've always had a bit of, I say bad blood. This feels like I'm having like a spat with him. With Marcos, I always feel like his stats purely come from him saving the ult, and yet
sure.
It always felt like that, but just because it never feels like I've caught him having a good game. But to be fair, the last game I did watch, he ended up going nuclear after about. He was like 16-2 by the way. They were losing like 8-2.
I saw they got owned, and he was having like a career game.
Yeah, he was just constantly saving. But then to be fair to him, the second half he started to come alive and having a lot of impact. So, Marcos, I'm sorry, but you do love a kill and save.
He's similar to Chucky in my opinion, of like an AWPer that I didn't really think too much of, having a pretty good year, but it's the levels of success I think is very different though from it. Back to the game though, Kakanito, he heard us talking about him only getting eco frags. Well, he's found 2 in the gun, gets openers towards A, was aggressive. Samus does very well to eliminate Brooksy, and is even just charging Jocko down. GenOne, this second half, outside the pistol round, has been a complete non-starter. This game, outside of the first 6 rounds, has been a complete non-starter.
Yeah, it really doesn't be much to speak about. It has been JiJieHao dominating and starting to have a lot of those players who were extremely quiet. I mean, don't forget there's a point where Synopsy ended up having more kills than his team. I think that's what he was on, about 17. Definitely want to see more from Mini. on a map like Dust 2, if there is a chance for JiJieHao, Kakanito as well, being a bit more vocal from the get-go, but we've seen the resurgence. We've seen JiJieHao look like this is their map to win now after, really horrific start, but what's actually turned out to be what feels like actually a very comfortable game. Or in those first 6, they haven't really been tested
by
whatsoever.
large.
Summers finds the first 4 away from closing things out. Space has been taken over towards A. Eozan Blazes
Bombs
here.
B.
Side. Oh, it's been spotted. That's low.
Okay, they're getting the kills. Also towards A. Look at Bibu. They've passed each other like ships in the night. Bibu doesn't realize that though, as he's the final player alive. GenOne, they will find their first gun round on the T side and their first gun round outside of the first 6 in the whole map. JiJieHao, they still lead by 3. And you are correct in saying it's felt like a pretty easy map for them and game in general. And the scoreline very deceiving. So I can imagine that with only losing 1 there, it's just going to be a wake-up call to go and finish the game off.
Because that is the thing. Like GenOne, well, like we've said, first 6 rounds, this from the second half. Apart from that, very lifeless. But yet, they still realistically are only 3 rounds away. They can still push us to OT, but opening kill here again from JiJieHao, really making times tough for GenOne. It's going to be a play over towards A. Mini's under pressure with the ult, and he will get found. That's not a bad way to find a kill in response through the smoke. Dios drops as Osama's not quite the opening kill this time. Okay, this gets a bit strange. Okay, thankfully Kakanito can't find team
He's
kill
killed
here.
his teammates. No.
And HP's low on both Synopsy and Blazes. Bomb can be planted. Beat, but it's a massive gunfight, and he comes out on top cleanly as well. It's a 1 HP Blazes. The young star on GenOne needs a 4K 1v2 just to keep his team alive on map number 1. Both
This is
CPs
difficult.
from Dona. He's going to peek on now. He has to get some godly time in here. Bibu has spotted. Okay, there's one. Just 1 bullet's all that he needs to connect on towards Synopsy. Nade will be thrown. Somehow it doesn't connect, but Synopsy's bullets do. He can't find the bomb. Oh, this is really
I think he's got
close.
it. I think he's got it. Oh my god. Oh, what a way. Literally milliseconds left on the defuse. He couldn't find the bomb. And despite Blazes getting a really lovely 1-tap, it's not enough. 1 HP, the clutch is ineffective. And JiJieHao, 13-9. That game felt a lot better than 13-9. But you got to give a lot of the credit to Synopsy. 20 kills in the first half on 12 rounds. And then also winning out the clutch at the end. He truly is the depiction of what a leader is.
I mean, it feels like poetry, the fact that it was Synopsy to close things out there. It really felt like it was written in the stars, to be fair, as soon as he was in that 1v1. Nice attempt from Blazes, but apart from the first 5-10 minutes of the game, there was very little to speak about for GenOne. Have to shape up for Dust 2. I'm expecting them to. Very curious to see what this JiJieHao side is going to look like on Dust. Saw them play it recently, obviously, against that Black Phoenix side, which they did lose 13-9. Apart from that, it's been a little while since we've got to see what they can do. But you do think it plays like Synopsy? I mean, you can't really argue for him to play that way again. But if you can have even half the performance there, you can get Mini warmed up. You can get players like Kakanito. Maybe there's a world JiJieHao can do it in 2.
Yeah, for sure. The question is, let's talk about map 1 again. Because we got Jack on the line. Ring, ring.
Oh, I'll answer. I'm here. Don't you worry. And I don't know what happened to GenOne. They fell apart at the absolute seams. But I will say, in a couple of the rounds that they won very early on, it's not like they were convincing. You had to look towards, a lot of clutches coming through from Blazes, and I was very, very surprised to see how GenOne were actually kind of approaching it in those situations, because they were giving JiJieHao a lot of respect when they were playing on their T side, and it felt like, to me anyway, it was only a matter of time. It was only a matter of time until JiJieHao started collecting a couple of rounds. Here's one example of it. Blazes lining up 2, and he actually gets a 3K in that round. The other one here is where Blazes get set up by Joko perfectly. And you know, it felt a little bit forced here from JiJieHao going out towards that A bomb site, and you're thinking, all right, this is looking really good here for GenOne. But then Synopsy stepped it up a gear. I mean, he was already 12-5, you know, 7 rounds in. But the fact that Synopsy was just running up onto that B bomb site and really doing anything that he wanted, he hard carried them through that first half with his entries and just sheer power in the server that nobody could mess with. The question was in that second half when we swapped over the sides, was there going to be a step up from anybody else? If there was nobody to step up and try and help out Synopsy, they would have had really big problems. But Kakanito, you know, he has been the hard carry of this team for such a long time, and he was the hard carry on that CT side. I don't really think GenOne are going to be best pleased with the way that they played out that T side. I think they gave away a lot of silly opening kills, especially very early on in the round, trying to kind of force fights that they didn't really need to. But I don't want to take anything away from JiJieHao. Some of the counter utility, some of the team play, and then some of the fragging ability that was on show there, especially in that second half from everybody and not just Synopsy, was simply sublime. It just means that GenOne are going to have to rely on their all reliable of map number 2, Dust, to try and keep them in this one. JiJieHao haven't really played it all that much, only 4 times in the last 3 months, and they've only won it once. So everything is shaping up like it could be heading to a decider, but we'll have to wait and see. We're sending it into a break, and we'll be back with map 2 very shortly.
A deceiving scoreline on map 1. JiJieHao win 39, but they look like the much better team. Question is, what's their Dust 2 gonna look like? They've only played it once since coming out the player break, and they lost to Black Phoenix 39. They look a lot cleaner today than they did against either Black Phoenix or Entropy, so maybe their fortunes will change here against GenOne, who are supremely good on this map.
Oh, someone's will find the first pick, but Chucky strikes. Minnie's going to start to get overwhelmed. Even looking towards Brooksy as we're seeing a flurry of T kills. Despite 2 players being brought down low, it's still a 4 versus 2. 2 sets of dualies. Well, they've got to try to win this one out, Synopsy. Unbelievable. Unplayable on that number 1. You will tap away at Brooksy here. 2 more players on this bomb site. Okay, Kakanito finds it. Are aware that there's 1 more here. Synopsy finds from range. Okay, this guy's back. He never left. Turns out he is going to have another performance like he did on map number 1. 3 kills from him. Kakanito chimes in with one of his own to win the 2 versus 4 and instantly put GenOne down on their map.
Yeah, Synopsy on the T side of Ancient went 20-7 with a 3.08 HLTV rating. That is quite remarkable. He didn't have as potent of a second half, but his he still did well, don't get me wrong, and his teammates also stepped up massively. We were talking a lot about Kakanito's scoreline also 22 and 14. Maybe not the truest depiction of how he was playing, and for the first time, I actually like using round swing here. So Bibu had 17 kills and 4% round swing. Kakanito had 22 and 3% round swing. And that is actually confirming the general point we had of like, look, he played well. Lot of anti-eco, anti-force by kills.
So touching on that game against Black Phoenix a little bit. Obviously, Black Phoenix are sort of a Dust 2 team as well. They got very good stats on Dust. It is one of their few maps that they can rely on. Obviously, GenOne are in a very similar boat in terms of that. They are a team who play a ridiculous amount of Dust. They've got almost 50 maps played, 1 shy off. This will be their 50th in the last few. Over a 70% win rate as well. Issue is, you look at GenOne as a better Dust 2 team than Black Phoenix. So if JiJieHao don't step up today, then I think maybe we're going to see a few more signs of that previous game a little bit. But it is a force buy for GenOne here. Chance for JiJieHao to see if they can extend their lead to 2 and maybe even 3 off of that. But have the best, these 2 Galils, these 3 Tech 9s, and a fair chunk of utility as well for the T side. But these are things JiJieHao are going to need to do. Every slight advantage that they can take, they're going to need to, I think, here, if there is a chance. Otherwise, Inferno is always waiting as that 3rd and final. No time smoke. 40 reside behind this as Osamas creeps close towards the door. Steps are being heard. Osamas with 1 will just be limited to that. And Mini has to pivot over towards long. Flashbang's good enough. Teammate takes this contact. Missed shot from Mini. Gonna have to stand and fight. Truly missed shot from him today. And will him on the bottom side.
Brooksy! Brooksy!
Come on. Shoots up that AWP as the bomb will be planted. Bebo questioning, jumping back up. Will do so a little later. Another kill while jumping. 1v1 onto Chucky. He's 40 HP.
Bebo's got a kit.
But no util. That might be the biggest issue. Is the bomb planted for long? I think it is.
It is, yeah.
At least got a rifle now, though. Terrorists win. Easy stuff for Chucky. Nice find from him. Unlucky that Mini, a few too many missed shots towards long. Even if he just connected 1, puts his team in a slightly better position. But with Chucky able to scoop up that AWP and play it from distance, knowing that the bomb is planted for him. A good 2nd round force from GenOne to put themselves back level. JiJieHao, unsurprisingly, going to go for it themselves. Matt, they've got a scout. Here is the scout. It's obviously actually the scout.
I mean, yeah, I think I've actually seen Snopsy scout quite a lot. It's also, you know, the Kerbeni meta. IGL scouts on this too. But simply, it's like very unacceptable from Mini to be in that position with the AWP and miss that many shots and just not have the impact really whatsoever, being caught off by Tech 9s. Sure, it does get quite close because of Brooksy missing some pretty important shots. 2 different jump kills. But GenOne make amends for a poor pistol round. It was a 4v2 on the pistol, wasn't it? Before Synopsy got a triple. Yeah. So yeah, getting back into the action. The CT Force Spy, they gamble in a very heavy mid lane. GenOne just instantly go up long, so they completely avoid the CT stack, and now they're just gonna save. They force in, next round they'd be ecoing, but here they're just making sure that they can have good weaponry in a round that they wouldn't ordinarily have, keep the pressure up, and maybe see if they can get some exits along the way.
See, interestingly enough, I knew I wasn't fooling myself into believing this, because I've always seen some really good games from Mini on Dust. Dust 2 is actually, by quite the margin, Mini's statistically best map.
Is that from the last 3 months or from the year?
Whole career.
Whole career.
Yeah,
okay.
Whole career. So obviously, and he actually played ridiculously. I think Dust 2 is actually his most played map in there as well. Yeah, I think, again, Dust 2 being his most played by a fair chunk. So, yeah, you always are hoping when Mini's on a map like Dust that he can sort of take charge of it a little bit more. But yeah, start like that doesn't fill me with a huge amount of confidence.
But start as well, including Ancient.
Yeah, exactly. Even when we did see JiJieHao start to obviously deliver after those first 6 rounds, Mini chimed in
7
occasionally,
kills.
But yeah, very rarely.
On the CT side, which is when they won, he went 3 and 5 with 30 ADR.
And I mean, to be able to take down a team like GenOne, you really are going to need to perform.
Great
like
awareness.
Almost 100 maps, 1.21 rating on D2.
Is that Mini's rating or GenOne's rating on Dust 2?
Minis. minis.
GenOne
probably aren't far off.
Yeah, GenOne have played this map a ridiculous amount this year, and have just done so well on it. I mean, it's a French core. Of course, they're gonna do well on this map.
I mean, it feels a little bit like what we were speaking about in the first series with Walczaki on Nuke towards the end of last year, where it felt almost to a degree where it's, oh yeah, if this is in the pool, they're going to win this map. There's just one map. Yeah, they've got it in the vetoes. This one's going to be going this way. It's not far off being that for GenOne right now.
I think, funnily enough, the only time I've really seen them lose this map was against Sparta, and that was after they 13-0'd Sparta on Ancient, and then they went and lost Dust 2 13-6. Sparta is also a very good Dust 2 team, with that being said. And yeah, they've only lost to then like Inner Circle, 100 Thieves, like, you know, good teams. They also just play this map simply like stupid amounts. Like, it's so difficult to play a map. In 2026, they played it 79 times, and they've got almost a 70% win rate. Like, that is crazy consistency. It's also consistency in this day and age, which is the hardest. And Chucky, that's a nice opening kill. The Psalmist down on long, and it's an early 5v4 as GenOne now will transition up short. And if they continue with this, there's no one even on the A-bomb site to welcome them.
And obviously a huge amount of movement from the CT side. I'm just going to hold their ground as JiJieHao will start to look slightly more towards this position. I mean, if we just see this bomb site taken out, is this just going to be a safe? I mean, I suppose Mini will have a bit of a look in.
I mean, Mini's going to die one way or another in this round, but I don't feel like they should commit too much. Cackney's is going to, and he's going to get opened by the nade, and I really would like him just to leave. I really don't think they need to try and do this. And Mini just try get out, see if he can win the duel on Jocko. He does. Boom, 4-player save.
Good decision making from GenOne. exploiting the gap in the defense of JiJieHao, and you can at least keep these guns alive. Go for another purchase in the next for JiJieHao, but really smart way to get the opening pick onto Walczaki, break open the smoke. Summer's none the wiser. And despite losing the pistol, it is GenOne to lead 4-1. And GenOne seem pretty content themselves just to look to grow their own economy. Don't fight too heavily to remove any of the CT weapons. Confident that they can do the hard work, keeping it up against the best of guns for JiJieHao. Still no AWP 4 mini in this one. So surely someone can drop a weapon over to Osama's mini Vivo. I mean, someone's got to. Come on, boys, don't hold out on him.
Nope, your fault for dying. Okay, there's an A1S on the ground.
I think that's the typical awful response. You do it more out of necessity and obligation rather than like, oh, do I have to?
Oh, sorry, I've got no money. Yeah, drop me an AWP.
Exactly. Or when you sort of fully buy Kevlar again, just so it looks like you're below.
Yeah, I love it when my ecoing and my AWP buys down to 0. Guys, we're going to force save for the AWP. Oh, why is our AWP not saving for the AWP?
One of you are meant to.
Yeah, it's not my job. You know, I'm the star player. Give me some respect.
Oh, good flashbang, forcing Kakanito off. Molotov forcing him back, but he looked like he wanted to stand and fight for a little bit longer with the flashbang to follow up.
Well,
Denies.
even if there was no flash, like 100% should have been leaving there. I wonder if he had no teammate on the bomb site, so maybe the flash was actually good for him to be like, yes, don't stay, go, leave, Molo, drop down. But he is going to get aggressive up shorts. Alongside Mini, they're just getting all the info that there's no one actually is here, but that's taking a lot of resources away from this mid to B. Brooksy drops down, and as Bibu and Osama fight out of the B bomb site, it's a really convincing round for JiJieHao. The first outside of the pistol for them, and breaking up this 4-round streak from GenOne as Bibu secures a triple.
Able to fully upgrade to AKs. Mini's on the AWP now. Buys only going to strengthen for JiJieHao, and it actually just became a massive crunch. 2 players out towards mid. You had 2 towards CT. And as soon as we see the drop down from short and that player found, it's just so many bodies going into that funnel of middle. And a very easy cleanup for JiJieHao. Still more than enough to invest for GenOne. Mini with his AWP. Where is he playing? Out towards middle in this round. He's holding this sightline. Keels. I'm not going to go too far to give him this duel. A lot more patient from the T's. And we're going to see JiJieHao get aggressive at all. And as soon as they realise, not quite, they're starting to take this space now. Lean over towards B. We've got Heels alone, just going to be sent in to clear out this short position. Give off the idea that it is a regular sort of default. And there's not 4 players lying waiting towards tunnels, ready to pop out on towards Bibu's head.
Big hold from Bibu last round. This one maybe a little bit more difficult. He's going to try fight into mid this time with Synopsy. Needs to be... He's in a bad position. Bibu, he needs to get into cover. Does. Okay. That's one way to salvage the round and salvage your bad positioning. Hit 2 instant headshots and get another triple kill. I feel like that really embodies my perspective of JiJieHao. Maybe caught not in the right position, but you can hit the pretty nice headshots.
And yeah, sometimes that's all you need. Outgun your opponents there, and JiJieHao have... Oh, I was going to say, they have been able to break this economy to a certain extent. There is still Chucky on this Blazers. Would have had enough to buy a little bit more if he wanted, but he's going to go with util. Got armor in case Chucky's able to find a pick, in case any weapon can be salvaged. As Chucky goes to search in towards mid. So close to actually finding break at the smoke. Is going to favour Mini. All can be recycled. Ordered by Kios now as GenOne move closer towards this mid smoke. Another break of the smoke. Mini not far off being able to catch a glimpse of Blazes. Might still get a second crack at it. Wallbang won't connect. Synopsy being close by with a big double. May get a triple. Synopsy, the spray transfer with 4. JiJieHao start to bring themselves back into this map.
Christ! Close range against pistols is almost harder against than it is against rifles. And then the spray transfer on the headshot angle. Okay. Someone's having a good day. Best player on the server without a shadow of a doubt.
Probably could make a highlight reel of Synopsy from just this series right now.
Well, the thing was on Ancient, he didn't get any like he didn't get, it almost wasn't like highlight worthy kills. It was just really nice double entries. If that makes any sense. Okay, if Synopsy's really good, he'll get himself out of this situation. Okay, that doesn't count. Doesn't count. Doesn't count. Doesn't count.
Oh, so good. He got a molly set.
He got a molly. Oh, look at him go. Ooh. The CT side should just... This should be around. There's no way they should lose this. Like, they have all the info that GenOne are in B. Where's Mini going? Okay. That's how you lose the round. Bibu, only good for 1 this time. There's 25 HP between 2 players. He also just got his first kill. That is a monumental troll rotation from Mini. I feel like he was in the perfect position. They had all the information, and then he just leaves. And now, because of it, this retake is struggling. Kakanito goes before Osamus is even remotely close. Goes before Synopsy can flash over, which would have been a, you know, helpful, but Chucky, despite the flashbang, still hits the second shot towards tunnels, and I just can't believe JiJieHao have lost this round. I'm actually in disbelief. Like, GenOne were trapped towards tunnels. They lost their lurker. They had no map control. They had no space. All the info was there for JiJieHao, and for some reason, despite having full mid control and keying the lurker on A, Mini rotates off B. I really don't get it. That's actually super disappointing.
Had a peek up from lower tunnels as well, chipping down Chucky. Didn't actually find a kill, but yeah, really aren't any excuses for the mistake there from JiJieHao. It feels like that's...
No, not JiJieHao. Mini.
And that might be one that comes back to haunt them as this game goes on. If that was the chance, I'd take the lead. See if you can do something easier. Go against JiJieHao, arbitrary against GenOne on pistols and SMGs, but instead it is GenOne still just about on top. Losing the early pick here though. CT smoke, that's a good bit of damage from Osamas. We'll drop out this nade. Softens up Jocko, Blazes. Blaze again gonna have to be a commitment into the only place they really have any map control. It's gonna be over towards A. Break to the smoke, a little too early to spot. Mini throws out another this time. Again, all elevated up, which almost has spotted the gun barrel there. Boost dismantled. You see Rocco pretty close towards his bomb site. Synopsy from a distance to spam the smoke. Boost up now. Bieber will find even more damage dealt onto the Blazes. You've got Chucky very much out of this, holding the flank. And I mean, I suppose at least GenOne will respond to that. It's like an individual mistake. JiJieHao, there you go.
JiJieHao will respond. Yeah, I mean, okay, look, it's 5-5, but it's almost disappointing to think this could have been 6-4.
Yeah.
And like, I would have then had them pinned to honestly go to... I think if they'd won the last round, I would have had them very much pinned to go for a... go for an 8-4. 7-5 will be good enough, though.
Yeah, found a 7-5 half against Black Phoenix. Pretty good start from them actually on the T side off of winning the pistol, but as soon as we start to see sort of Black Phoenix get weapons out, JiJieHao really struggled to sort of try to pick part of that CT defense. So definitely do think they need to be on top here in this first half. To give themselves a little bit more to play with. Another good start from Synopsy. Seems like Bibu is continuing his sort of second half performance as well. lacking that potency, I suppose, from Kakanito. I mean, Minis continues to have just a really abysmal series, but yeah, Kakanito, you're hoping, although a lot of his frags were sort of on the anti-eco on the half buys, still 4 players that can be a big confidence boost and just sort of get you feeling the game a little bit more. Hoping we would have seen that from Kakanito. You've not done anything massively wrong, but for a player like
Not
him,
done
you're
loads
expecting,
right.
yeah, so much more.
Yeah. Chucky with the save door. He's been a real shining light for GenOne this year, this series, this map. You think about the post plant in round 9, he's able to get 2 really important kills towards tunnels from Plat. He's really fast with the AWP. He just feels like an AWPer that is instant. His time to kill is incredible. And that sometimes is not a guarantee. Mini though, let's see what his is like. No flash out long. That's the first. Blazer's fallen. A re-peek. Less to be desired. That's an opener now for the T side. There was only 2 players on A. Kakanito on the bomb site was alone, and Kios has got all the information that 3 players are rotating from the B bomb site, so the T's are just going to speed up. But Kakanito from short, he needs to get taken down, and Kios right now, leading by example, is giving his team a pathway back into this map. Chucky, alive with the AWP as well. Gonna get the bomb planted. Him and Kios, not great post plants. They're stepping on each other's toes, and they need to take some map control. They're gonna do it towards short, and they're gonna be rewarded with a sharp headshot. Bibu now spotted, doesn't know where they both are. Will and channels Synopsy in the 1v2.
Yeah, again, a little bit sort of on one another's toes, like you were saying there. Sort of tries to keep it together, but it allows Bibu to strike down Chucky, and he's already done all the damage for Kios. Really good attempt actually from Kios there. With the Tech 9, he finds one, denies them from being able to instantly rotate in and help the players on the bomb site. Goes on to find Kakanito, actually allows that bomb to cross. Unfortunately, still not quite enough. Bibu, massive hero for JiJieHao there. Giving them the chance to go on to find that 7. Again, a few missing pieces to GenOne's buy as they lean 5 early towards B. We are going to have Synopsy making his way in towards tunnels. This is going to be very audible. Drop down early. Mini finds with the AWP. Information for GenOne that there's 2 players towards lower. Even might just get accelerated on. Dodges the flash for an extend. Keeps back into it. Will still find one while fully blinded. Keeps JiJieHao advantage. Break of the smoke. Mini won't connect onto Jocko as the bomb is planted. Disadvantage in post bomb. Look at all the util Jocko has.
Where is Jocko? He's tunnels. Where does he drop this smoke? Ooh. Not sure if I love the fact he smoked tunnels off. He's got a mollo for window. Now Jocko's out in the open as his door smoke fades. Blazes off angle. Had to confirm that kill. Had the opportunity. It eludes him. And now Chucky. We've seen him with an AWP. Can he do it with the Galil? A 1v4's needed. He's done a lot of damage. And he'll continue. They can't kill him. Bomb's being stuck. Mini needs to hold, and he will with the Deagle as JiJieHao confirms 7. And that's after going 1-4 down. This is very reminiscent of Ancient.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is GenOne. They've been in this position before. They've been on top, where it feels like it's smooth sailings, but all of a sudden, Synopsy comes alive. Bibu's there, partner in crime. And JiJieHao just slowly but surely whittle away at these rounds. I mean, it could have been even more reminiscent where we literally see teams near enough not drop anything. Obviously, we saw JiJieHao win the pistol, but that mistake from Mini. And then from there, JiJieHao just sort of collapsed on the bomb site. Chucky brilliant with the AWP, even on low HP. But apart from that, JiJieHao, 7 found. Another pistol here could put themselves close towards double digits. They are the side on the T side. Mentioned versus Black Phoenix. This round is what gave them almost all of their rounds on the T side, actually. Struggled when the weapons are in play, so...
All but one, right?
Yeah. It really feels key for them. But there is a slightly different feeling about JiJieHao today. I can't quite place it. Maybe it is just
individual.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
It's
if you think about the rounds that Bibu won towards B, it's like we were literally talking about how it was like he wasn't in position and he still was able to just connect on the anchor. And then in the clutch, like a lot of these rounds was very good individualism, but also very good dynamism from JiJieHao to get map control. And Synopsy and Bebop doing a lot of heavy lifting. You gotta say. And Synopsy, first full in the pistol round. JiJieHao kind of all over the place in this pistol, like faking B, going up short, but disjointed. Chucky, not cleared. This is a lumber duel, as Chucky also has support coming in from long. Finally, Asamus will die. Bibu as well. Mini holding for the flank. And honestly, Mini just can't get anything going. If Mini kills Kios on short there, they could play out a 2v2. But instead, that 1v3 was impossible. And GenOne, as they win the second pistol round, also looking to, you know, kind of emulate what happened on Ancient.
I mean, very strange pistol from JiJieHao. They didn't have really a huge amount of utility coming into it, and they just sent their flash out towards tunnels after they already went for a peek, so they didn't do a huge amount with that. We've had over towards Synopsy, who's alone lurking out towards A. Yeah, certainly interesting idea. Very much felt based off of, we're going to find our kills across the map, and maybe we can make a decision off of that. Didn't pan out, though. Forced by 4 JiJieHao, we saw GenOne go for 1. Found them that initial bout of success on the first half. Akanito given the responsibility of the rifle. And short's also been taken by Synopsy. And with the util. He smokes over towards A initially. Molotov thrown in response. Obviously, we'll send this flash. It's going to be a fast play in towards middle. Brooksy with 1 already. Will be traded down. Down to CT. Beyond on the other side, and this gets 2 mini trades through the smoke. It's all on Mini though. 1 versus 3. Scoops up an M4. But there's no backing away. He has to fight forward. He's being flanked on by Jocko. Got Chucky close by. And the round just falls from there. I mean, the idea, obviously, trying to take down Brooksy towards CT and then sort of using that smoke as your cover from the CT players, but it didn't quite work out like that, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good idea. It's just then there was a few components missing. So you have I like the idea of having Tech 9s and you run through the smoke and you basically close the angle to the rifle, but it felt like the smoke missed a little bit because it allowed Kios to look around the edges and see them actually coming through. Plus then, not enough flashbangs. I don't think there was any flashbangs to get them out mid. And then, you know, the kind of obvious one, there was no CT smoke, so they were being shot from behind. It's a nice idea, but the execution is very poor from JiJieHao as they lose the force buy, and now we'll be giving the lead over to GenOne, and the T side is going to be tested on the gun rounds to see what will JiJieHao be like on the attack, because that's also a big question.
Yeah, it really is all well and good that they managed to win the first half, but this is the one that feels like it tested the most. Kakanito will find 1. It's going to be a relatively swift round. Brooksy with a triple. And easily handled by GenOne, only losing the 1 body. Mini on the AWP. Has to start to be time for him to deliver. He's dropping over for Osama's to go for this peak? Yeah. Osama's with the long spawn. Gonna try to search for something early. Jocko, Kios, and Brooksy, all 3 pushing towards here. Osama gets on the angle. Molotov will be thrown, but the flashbang's more than good enough just to force him back. Weapons juggled back across. Nothing initially found, but at least they tried something, I suppose.
Try to go for an opener, doesn't work, doesn't matter. Still in the 5v5, can now reset. The T side on Ancient was purely spearheaded by Synopsy's entries. So if he can't get them done on the T side here on Dust 2, someone else is going to need to come up in his place. It looks like it's going to be a B finish for JiJieHao as Kakanito is taking mid control. The CT side aren't fighting at all for short. They've got a double long setup right now. No one even actually on the bomb site. That's because there's no utility in mid for the T side to actually get up short. So they're very happy to stay in this setup. Chucky's now going to move up. And JiJieHao transitioned from the B tunnels with the bomb, now over towards middle. And JiJieHao, because of no pressure towards long, he just pushes, takes liberties, drops the Samus, and now the pressure's on JiJieHao in this 4v5.
Gonna be this crunch towards B. JiJieHao might just spam this smoke. We need to see the decision made soon. Bebop looks to...
Needs to get that kill.
Probe. He's still alive at the very least. Synopsy, that's a freebie. Work out from middle. Blaze is overwhelmed, 3-on-3. Kakanito has been softened up. Not really any utility for the post plant for the T side at all. Midi holding the line, just the leg shot towards
very deep line
through the smoke. Not quite connected. I mean, equally the CT is just one Molotov is what they have, but it is going to flush Mini forward. Also, Synopsy to reposition as well.
This favors the T side. No util for the CT side. They'd love a flashbang. They'd love anything. And I think they also realize they can't really go for this round. No kit on anyone alive. Blazers and Kios might, but this is a good save from GenOne in my opinion. And despite Blazers getting a kill while he was being completely encircled in that round, it's not going to be enough. And JiJieHao are able to make it work in the 4v5, mostly because of the mid lurk from what I think was Kakanito. I don't know if it was Kakanito or Synopsy, but they lurked through mid, and JiJieHao was saying like, look, it's clear, I've naded it, and they weren't even remotely aware for aware for that possibility, which feels like a major oversight from GenOne when JiJieHao should understand that there could be someone behind the second smoke.
Yeah, this has been something that GenOne have been really good at when we've seen JiJieHao head on out towards middle. Obviously, the round where they did it with the second round force by, they ended up sending both the B players out to go searching, out to fight together. But yeah, a little naive just to assume that it's going to be clear and allow Synopsy to find Mini. Opening kill hit. Brooksy removed. Osama's will be found by the ult on the other side. And instant opening kill, but 5 seconds later, it's GenOne on top. You guys take down Bebop as well as Kakanito looks to see if he can catch a time. And this is just constant gunfights, and it's GenOne that are coming out on top. Synopsy will find JiJieHao. Kakanito drops to Chucky on the bomb side, and it is the hour on map number 1 left in a 1v3. Does have Blazers pushing through tunnels. They'll be the next 2 to meet contact. Synopsy turns his back. It's strange timing wise, and Synopsy again turns at the last minute. GenOne. I mean, great responses there all across the map. They never felt like they gave JiJieHao a moment to settle. We instantly see Chucky get a trade out towards long. Kios catches a time in the middle. JiJieHao presses the issue through towards long.
Yeah, JiJieHao's been doing very well at taking those liberties, even though he's having a rough game. Does feel like a very individual round from JiJieHao, though, where a lot of those duels were taken on very solo standings. And as soon as they win one, they lose and get put down onto a half by Hero AK on Mini. That is not the player in this map that I would have assumed would wield it. Happy to be proved wrong, but this is all the makings of a third map. I really truly see GenOne winning Dust 2, especially on the defense here. I think that's when a team who is better on a map, it just objectively shows a lot more. And JiJieHao will struggle more to properly find the right direction on the T side. And the direction here is going to be another mid to B, because that's kind of what worked last time. So let's see if Mini on this Hero Kid can do anything. He's waiting for maybe a nade to come into that CT smoke. No one is even there for the GenOne side. Not even thinking that it could be a mid to B. And there is another smoke on Synopsy, but that's over towards B. So if they do want to go through mid, it's going to be with no smoke.
Synopsy just sends his out now. And he might have a glance, but Chucky's holding this line. I mean, this is going to have to come down to this long-range gunfight. They actually swing across.
Chucky? What? Is Chucky... Wait, what's Chucky holding? He's holding short. He's not holding the mid to B.
Okay. That doesn't cost them too much. The B players are finding. This is getting a bit messy from JiJieHao. They've got all this space, but not looking to actually capitalize on any of it. Kakanito, deep from range, won't connect. He's lost both his teammates. And the fact that Chucky wasn't holding, and you've got 5 players who are actually really close to that B bomb side from JiJieHao, you're expecting, maybe a kill?
Yeah. Just something really. I think that actually is that right there feels like a great example of literally exactly what I was talking about. Where a team like JiJieHao that aren't as effective on Dust 2, it's gonna show a lot more on the T side. And around like that, where they get given so much space, and then they don't take a single duel together, and it's just really messy and convoluted, that's gonna flare up. And GenOne, good early aggression. They take a duel towards B, they win it out very cleanly. Kakinito dead on the lurk, and you can already see Kios is just running in behind. Brooksy's completely cleared out mid. He'll confirm it with Blazes, and in a moment, the CT side will have completely taken over the A bomb side, but the T's are gonna actually leave long. Kios, I don't know what he's seen. Does he realize that they've left long? This is now very awkward because Brooksy, who's just was holding top mid, has left, and there's 3 players walking up short, and Kios didn't see them. Wait, JiJieHao are going to win this if they can secure a multi-kill. Snopsy pulls the trigger, Chucky falls, and GenOne are just like, huh? How's that happened?
Off by Blazes though. Blazes with a triple CT, all of which by the headshot angle he finds nothing. Kios' lurk finally gets to achieve something. JiJieHao, they had everything they could need. They find a double opener towards the A bomb site. Sure, that is the stack site, but they very much have caught GenOne by surprise. But look, we've seen Bebop have a similar moment where he found a double kill. That time, Blazes came up good for GenOne and just continues to pile this pressure onto JiJieHao now. With that round falling away, that felt the life raft that was sent out, and it's just been sunk. There's not exactly a huge amount for JiJieHao to fight with. A couple of Galils, a few pistols. Flash will be sent in, forces Chucky off the angle. Kakinito is going to go searching a little bit more actively, but a bit too aggressive for his own good. Kios finds, Chucky gets an Opsy. Blazes with one more on this bomb site. Kios over towards Car. Falling for rotate, he might be able to do it alone, and of course he can.
Big. Well, it's really great individualism. Yeah, set up for map 3. Great individualism from the likes of Brooksy in these last few rounds. And Kios as well, stepping up. I think he was... it took him a long time to get on the scoreboard. And he was the worst player on the server on Ancient by quite a country mile. 5 kills in total. 51 ADR. And he's had some really impactful rounds. Not all of them have resulted in round 1. If you think about the Tech 9 when he crept up short and got a double, and then Bebop 1v2'd. But 17-11, he's having that impact. And it's another piece of aggression towards B that catches off Bebop this time. And it's a very similar round where Kios is going to go for a big flank. This time, JiJieHao are going to be a lot more direct. And there's 3 players ready on the bomb site with Brooksy coming in close proximity. Synopsy is going to try boost over the smoke to see if he can catch someone on the bomb site. But instead, he just catches a flashbang.
Jocko is low HP. This Molotov's going to cause him a few issues. We'll have to back away. Jumps a bit of you to himself.
Ooh, hello, Chucky.
Break of the smoke, Brooksy, Blazes combine. Almost finds one back, but a 2 versus 4. This is surely going to be JiJieHao's final resting place here as Blazes sits in the smoke. Guess who's behind again? It's Kios. And it is Chucky on the AWP to end things. I mean, great CT side there from GenOne. Really, really good reactions. Every time we saw any sort of map control or contact being made from JiJieHao, GenOne are sort of looking to take space. Oh, over towards long, we take B. Noise towards mid, noise towards B, pushing through long. And that's something that JiJieHao just didn't really show at all. And maybe it is just the lack of games or the lack of playbook, I suppose, on this map in terms of what they have in place. But superb stuff. It felt like maybe a bit believable in the first half when JiJieHao found 7, but it just goes to show, look, T-side didn't have enough depth to it.
Well, luckily, we've got the brightest man in Counter-Strike. We're going to hear it from the man, the myth, the legend, Zerfa. What happened on Dust 2?
I don't know about the brightest man in Counter-Strike. I'm pretty bright here with the lights looking back at me, but yeah, definitely don't know about that one, Freddie.
I don't know what happened to JiJieHao in terms of, a couple of really just glaringly obvious mistakes in that first half, a couple of over rotations. It felt like they were, miscomming. In a lot of these kind of situations. Obviously what didn't help is, you win the pistol and then you lose the second round. Then you have a little bit of a shining light as you win a round, you stop the mid to V is really, really convincing in that. Synopsy, it looks like he's going to get going, and then it just turns into a little bit of a non-starter. Mini makes a big mistake rotating away from that B bomb site, allowing them back in. It could have been an 8-4 half easily in JiJieHao's favor. I'll be honest, I don't even think that would have been enough, because Gen 1, you could quite clearly see the protocols were there. You can see that was their 50th map on Dust 2 in their last 3 months. They know and understand how to play this map. It's always a pocket pick. It's not even a pocket pick, it's their main map. It's always the one that they go to. They can rely on it to get a result. You can see there the protocols were absolutely sublime. Every time that the T's thought they had a gap to try and maneuver, they were really just cut apart. And even when they did have a gap that they tried to maneuver through, you seen there Blazes came up huge, and Blazes has really been the saving grace for this Gen 1 team in a lot of those kind of clutch situations, and not even in the clutches. Sometimes it's just with a massive multi-kill that he manages to come away with to really kind of steady the ship. I just think that Gen 1 were much better prepared for that map, and JiJieHao really did look a little bit one-dimensional on their T side. It was a lot of kind of B orientated splits through mid and just B executes trying to work something into that. But Gen 1 were just simply better. They knew how to deal with it. They knew what gaps they were leaving open on their CT side, and most of the time they were just shutting them down without breaking a sweat. As expected, Gen 1 take their map pick of Dust 2, and we've got an Inferno coming up as a decider. To end it all off, our second quarter final of the day, we're going to take a short break, but we'll see you back here in just a bit.
Both teams take their map pick in our second quarterfinals here in the Thunderpick World Championship European Series 2. So we place ourselves on a decider. Inferno, JiJieHao, the odds favored them. And if you take a look at their record on Inferno, it feels like a really great map for them that they like to pick into. They play it in grand finals. They do very well on it. And I feel like it's going to be a very rough game for GenOne. But a great start from Keels as he negates the B wrap. But now Jocko is in a lot of trouble. Keels is going to come over and support him. And JiJieHao, their gimmicky play to wrap the B bomb site through Long and Banana, it gets shut down largely due to Keels.
Yeah, and that kill from those couple of kills from Keels that really just denies everything JiJieHao were trying to do. Makes getting into the actual bomb site really tough with no smoke down towards CT. They really need to just sort of converge on it as a whole pack, but only having sort of one prong remaining, it just looked a little too easy from there on out from GenOne. And yeah, you're right about this Inferno from JiJieHao. I mean, both teams, their most recent loss to Atreides. Issue is, it's been a little while since we've seen JiJieHao pick up Inferno, so you are hoping for their sake that they haven't exactly lost their mojo on it, because certainly had some decent results. A lot of GenOne's recent games Inferno coming very close, right down to the wire, so interesting in terms of what they'll produce. But look, GenOne played so much Counter-Strike that they've played so much of this map as well, so certainly no strangers to it. Feels like the perfect finale between these two teams, but JiJieHao just take the hit and go for the full eco. But P250 and a deagle invested. Barring that, nothing more. Headshots from the MP9. And as JiJieHao will start to search and see if they can pick apart a couple of these players over towards the A bomb site instead. GenOne playing quite a passive setup over towards A, where that is likely just these pistols in play. Certainly no need to get too stuck in. Jump across, Chucky spots. He just wants the info, not even looking for any gunfights. And it is going to be... Look, it didn't work on the pistol. Let's go for it again. Wrap over towards B, while Bibu actually holds any aggression towards tunnels. But, I mean, GenOne have so much information of this.
Tunnels?
Tunnels of banana.
Tunnels of banana.
Tunnels of banana.
He was like, oh,
I'm going away.
CT.
Going away for a week, and maybe my head's already away.
Head already on Mars.
Have you not seen the new Inferno update though? They've added tunnels.
Yeah, they've added tunnels.
Like a catacomb under banana. That's 2-0 for GenOne. Expecting that would
be a crazy update actually if they were just like, yeah, there's actually, what about the CS lore? Like I feel like other games have like lore about the map. What about like CS lore of like, yeah, we've actually got catacombs under Inferno. You can go to B by going under banana.
You got to trigger the Easter egg though to open up the catacomb.
You need to unlock it, yeah.
Exactly.
Half your team has unlocked it, the other half hasn't.
That would be great. There you go. Go on, Valve. We've given you some brilliant ideas.
Yeah.
Make them happen.
There's no problem with it whatsoever.
Mini has started this round awfully low.
He got
tagged down quite early.
How? With what?
I don't quite know.
Oh, he must have got legged by the AWP. Yeah, that makes sense. I think Chucky took an early mid peek and would have, I suppose, legged Mini. So it's a 5v5, but HP advantage in GenOne's favor. T-side instantly looking to go towards A. Chucky was holding mid. Kakanito would have peeked into him. Instead, now Chucky takes a more passive angle. Flashbang's going to just force him off the angle as Osamus takes space out Boiler. But as he goes back in, Chucky, that would have been a great opportunity for him to give his team the advantage. Instead, he now falls back onto the bomb site. And with no map control, JiJieHao, they have to finish A.
Will be thrown towards ours. 40 seconds on the clock. Utility is just a single smoke. The lack of flashbangs is going to be essentially a bit of a problem as they try to get in towards this A-bomb site. Crossfire between Blazers and Brooksy. You got Chucky flying for first pick. That's a good entry from Synopsy, but does favour the CT side. Brooksy is torn between the two angles, and eventually he actually will be found by Kakanito. 2-on-2 here. Mini still low HP as he punched in the digits to the bomb. He's MP9 just going to stall things out, waiting for kills to get close by. We actually now have a couple of flashbangs for Kakanito, but they might just opt to stay silent. Mini finds another being awfully low. Kios, oh, this is such a tough angle to try to break between the two. It felt inevitable that depending on which one he chooses, the other player is always going to find. Really good post plant there from JiJieHao, but it's the fact that they actually managed to find those kills after Chucky's initial one. Great initial pick onto the mini pit player from Synopsy. That just opens up a lot more room for his team to start to take space in towards the A bomb site. And JiJieHao, they strike early.
I mean, Chucky ended up getting 2 kills, but I'm almost still going to be critical of the fact that he missed a lot beforehand. So when he hit the shots, it was almost like a little bit too late. But then still, yeah, he did get 2 kills. So his rifler needs to be doing a lot better there. Disappointing from the riflers, especially because Mini was on such low HP to begin the round. He's able to get away with murder. They didn't have confirmed damage, sure, but could have been a lot better. And after early banana pressure, GenOne, it's a 4v4. Kios has a lot of utility. I would have thought he'd thrown the nades top banana already. There you can see they're coming, but they're too late. So Kios, these, like, that nade would have been great if it was 20 seconds ago. Instead, they're just going to pop onto him. And I think Kios had, he also had the information that they were top banana. I would have loved for him to use his utility a bit differently there. And finally, a bit of life from Mini, not only on the AWP, but in the rifle in the previous. Gets a leg shot onto Blazers, who's yet to get a kill in this game. And JiJieHao, after losing the pistol, will punch back and force their opponents onto an eco as they'll look to take the lead early on.
Yeah, Mini bottom performing player in this series so far. 0.67 rating, found 17 kills across both those maps. Obviously, really rough time on Ancient, but look, you've got the excuse of, yeah, at least your team won. It didn't make a difference, but with Dust 2, it felt like JiJieHao really did fill that absence of someone like Mini there. And players just going to sit right next to the bomb and take no damage. Lovely stuff. I mean, the bomb doesn't feel particularly effective. Going back to the lore, what's the bomb doing then? Why are the CT so desperate to defuse this bomb if it's literally not even going through one wall? Feels more like a noise complaint than anything else.
Noise complaint. Oh yeah.
Oh, Blazers does have it in for the rest of the team.
Complaint.
Just pistols.
My neighbors threatened to call the police on me once.
I've never had a noise complaint. Surprisingly.
I've had quite a few. Actually, too many to count at this stage. Luckily, my landlord in Ireland was pretty chill, and he just told my neighbors to shut up. Because he knew what I did, so he was like, it just doesn't matter. He was like, you guys all pay your rent on time, we don't have any issues. Your 70-year-old neighbor can shut up. But then, yeah, in Germany, there's like laws around it, so...
A bit more tricky.
It's at like 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. Like, you're supposed to not make any noise. And then Sunday as well, there's like laws around, like Sonntag is Montag, is like, it's supposed to be like, you can't do this, can't do that. So yeah, angry neighbor knocked on our door and was like, shut up or I'm gonna call the police. And I was just like, I've done in an hour. Unlucky. She didn't.
There you go. Empty threat. He kept making more noise.
Well, I was like, I'll be more quiet, but if you want to start this game, it's not a game you'll win.
Well, a game JiJieHao doesn't he could win is here on the day bomb site. Chucky needs to be dealt with though, but they're storing Blazers, allowing it to pepper their backs. Might not matter, as it is still just Chucky. Oh, look at the position of Jocko. Takes down Kakanito. Players feel like they're in really strange positions. T's where CT should be, CT's where T should be. JiJieHao just too slow to actually push onto the bomb site. So the fact that Chucky's actually just uncontested, as he was actually the only player directly there after we saw Blazers go down. But
They should know Kios is... Yeah, they should know Kios was there because he got the kill towards long. And he goes up and joins with his teammates. BB now 4 HP. Looks like it's going to be an end of a round that I don't think JiJieHao were all on the same page. Oh my god, that would have been a crazy timing actually. B almost caught Keel's back turned, but Chucky will be coming to just get the final kill. 4 HP. And are we going to get another timing? No. But there was a smoke pit that the T side had thrown, which is fine. You know, you kind of just negate the pit player. It's very annoying as an anchor to have a smoke like that come in. And then I saw 2 molos go pit from the T side. So I was like, right, someone's had a miscommunication. And as you said, like they got the opener and then just didn't make any headway. And it felt like they didn't have the right utility down, and it almost feels a bit reminiscent to the T side of Dust 2, when not everything seemed like it was thought out properly.
Oh, that's a great flashbang. Just right-clicks himself through the smoke.
Yeah, fair. Molotov banana, right-click yourself through the smoke. Sure, it works.
Pace it play there from Snotty, but he finds the kill. He was just trapped in the sandbags, desperately going to need a bit of support from his teammate, but there's only so much Chucky can do without sort of throwing his own life away, so he holds the line and Kiss will eventually be taken down. Chucky posted and trained on the angle with the AWP. Brooks sees a second rotating, as Yuta will be thrown. There's no need for JiJieHao to commit this. And a faster play towards A leaves Blazers so isolated, but again, we can't see JiJieHao just slow things up to a point where both Chucky and Brooksy can make their way in. Track has been cleared, noise has been made, and this time they are going to go with a bit more pace behind it. Smoke down towards Moto. They know that Chucky, that Blazers likes to play. He's going to have to find one kill and slip away back into the safety net of apartments as the bomb will get planted. The only fake steps though is Blazers is still very much here. Drops out that flashbang. Reposition now from Kakanito. Diffuse gameplay, yeah. Blazers has one. There's a couple of Molotovs here as well. Flashbangs as well. First Molly will force Kakanito out wide. Flash sent on the bomb site. Mini finds, and that's enough for the CTs to call it off. Already it's difficult to retake that bomb site with the smoke down towards Moto. It just wastes so much time. And one kill. Yeah, pack up shot there. Get those guns in towards the next.
It feels like Blazers has really struggled on this anchor. I mean, it's a very difficult round for the CT side over towards A, because you have your B players falling, giving a 5v3 to JiJieHao. That should just be a round 1. But in general, I have felt that Blazers hasn't looked massively comfortable in Inferno so far in this game, and we've been praising him quite a lot throughout this series. He was actually really great on the CT side of both Ancient and Dust 2, both towards the B bomb sites. You think back to that one of the final rounds on Dust 2 where he gets that triple kill rotating through CT, and you're just like, okay, yep. But here he hasn't quite been able to get the same work going, and JiJieHao could just continue to isolate that. Like, I don't know. I think their A entries have been pretty clean. It's just then the bad communication on the round where they couldn't get onto the bomb site then after getting the openers. Anyways, Chucky's dead. Molotov nade after being tagged. And that was the hero AWP that won't. I think, yeah, Brooksy can buy one in the next rounds. They will have it in the next at least. And now Brooksy's just going to try save.
Yeah, I mean, he kills anything from this round, doesn't it? That will be going down. Brooksy, I mean, he's not going to 1v5. The pistols might be able to help to be sort of cannon fodder to an extent, but they will just concede this one as Synopsys slowly will take this space on towards the bomb site. Eventually we'll confirm things to be cleared. Kakanito with 1. Pistols might start to go searching for him. Brooks sees M4, finds nothing, and the bomb might actually never make it towards B. As the kills are seen, as the CTs start to get curious about things, and they lose everyone. I mean, a kill would have actually been pretty nice for Brooksy, just to sort of, even if he drops over this up, Chucky, he can at least bring out maybe a bit of utility alongside it, but not going to be the option now, and it actually seems like they are debating whether it's even worth the AWP anymore. I want a bit more time to discuss this purchase, what to do with it as well. I haven't actually quite realised Kiss was on 10 kills.
He had a good start to the game. Triple in the pistol, and then he got a multi-kill in the second. And they did have one good round on the rifle towards B. So it's kind of like 3 rounds that have culminated to getting 10 kills just because of the big multi-kills in those rounds.
I mean, you do look at that, though. 3 big rounds for Kios. GenOne only have 3 rounds. He's being the centerpiece of each of it then. And yeah, Brooksy's still yet to invest. It is finally going to go for the rifle, so no ult for Chucky in this one. Suppose one benefit of Brooksy going for the M4 is it actually does allow a defuse kit to be purchased. Otherwise, we would have had GenOne with nothing. And already difficult retakes could become even more difficult. Towards B, so obviously spamming. Well, it's so close to connecting on both these players. We'll chip them down slightly with utility as well. We'll obviously brought down low. Both teams also just say, yeah, we'll have a bit of mutual respect and won't fight too heavily now towards Banana. I say.
GenOne is still good. Yeah. They've got 3 players here. They've used a lot. They need to get this map control, and they will. The Samus gets spammed straight through a smoke as well by Jocko, so a lot of low HPs across the board, but GenOne come away with the map control. Issue is, Kakanito's slipped the nets. We've been talking about how maybe some ineffective kills from him throughout this series. He's having a great Inferno, and rounds like this, they are more than effective. And Kios, he's also being encircled. Kakanito's calling his teammates to come over towards B. He should be able to hear Jocko rotating in, but Kios saves Jocko's life. And JiJieHao, the issue is, they just haven't done anything. Like, they've got a player in CT, and then now they're going to go towards B. If they were going to go towards B, they could have done it while their teammate was in CT to keep the pressure alive, but they end up faking B. They're going to go A, because Synopsy's also in towards long, but Chucky spotted him, and it's just not quite as great of a lurk. Also because the players in short are really late, so it allows Blazers to swing from pit. And this is a round where this feels like it's starting to be a bit of repetition for JiJieHao, where they're in the right positions, but they just don't finish the round on the same page. Not everything's there, it feels like.
I mean, certainly have those good elements. It's just what can you actually do when you've got players in good positions, when you've caught good timings. And it almost feels like they're asking Kakanito, yeah, you solo open up a bomb site for us, and then we'll make that decision, rather than actually playing around that presence and contact that he's made. Still though, JiJieHao do find themselves on top. And this is unlike Dust 2, where their T-side just couldn't really amount to anything. At least found rounds. This apartment setup, though, is going to be tested by Bebop. Back turn, he actually ends up jiggling out the shots. Blazes and Co have to back away as the flashbangs right-click. Actually goes back here again. Places one. Chucky to be tested. Kakanito finds the rotates. That's a nice tap, but it will just be one. Jocko's very quick in this flank. Bebop is watching this position, but it could be the double. Mini is so low. On the AWP behind the boxes, he has been spotted. Jocko just needs to connect, but Mini, same goes for him. Missed shot. Jocko does install with the headshot as well. So fast behind, and the fact that he takes down Bebop and is able to do so much damage towards Mini, it just makes the AWP feel even more restrictive than it already is. On B2. And GenOne level it up 5-5 with money being in tatters for JiJieHao.
It's very disappointing from JiJieHao that they lose that 2v1. Like, I think it was Bebop who was holding. I was kind of looking at that, like, what's the point of not holding short there? Like, he's jiggling long. Okay, there's no smoke down. He's cautious of someone creeping up. But if the bomb is being planted for short, you just need to be patient and make sure that you are holding for a push if it comes through. More so as well, ineffective entries. Like, Kakanito does well to kill off the lurk, but it allows for Blazes, Brooksy, and Chucky to all get a killer piece that then sets up Jocko. Penultimate round of the half here. JiJieHao all in, but it's a low investment. And it's an opening kill towards B. Synopsy, it takes a lot of his HP, but he's dropped Jocko, the hero of the previous. Kios has support, and with a gap around the smoke, he's able to isolate 2. He falls, and it's into a 3v3. Chucky smoked off. Can't deny the bomb going down. That tag was millimeters away. The spam will get Mini off it again, and Blaze is also getting some spam through the smoke. JiJieHao, they're sweating bullets behind this smoke right now.
I mean, bomb will get planted, but they're so battered and bruised here. Majority of the players, one bullet will find them. All three here in towards Bull. I mean, it's not a good surprise. If he takes this gunfight, can he do nearby?
There's no way.
No escape, though. Brooks' position towards Banana with how low they are. If a 3-pool setup in a post plant is what wins them a 3-on-3, that low, I would have said fair play, but not going to happen. Another 1 versus 2 clutch for GenOne. That one a little bit easier. GenOne take the lead here, find themselves on top. This was what, a 5-3 scoreline? 3 on the bounce now for GenOne, looking to extend that to 4 to give themselves the lead as they move on towards the second half.
It reminds me a lot, actually, of the round where JiJieHao had 4 players in mid on Ancient, 3 in Donut. Felt very reminiscent of that. GenOne looking to win out the half. JiJieHao being boosted up. 3 players take Banana. I think JiJieHao have understood this with the amount of utility used, and with their low purchase, they're going to utilize the Tech 9s to try and close the gap. But Chucky, fully blind, hits the first shot onto Asamas, goes for a re-peek, needs to be careful, needs to get onto the bomb side. He will do so with Brooksy, as there are now 3 players here, and Kios as a 4th will be coming through. The arch smoke on a timing that thinks better of it. Synopsy gets a nice timing, catches them as they're pushing in towards short, and in a blink of an eye, 3 kills, flood the kill feed as JiJieHao put it in a 2v2, but the bomb's dropped. Bomb has been dropped in top bracket. Jocko has it with Kios in a crossfire, and Synopsy with the AWP. He can do it with the rifle, but a missed shot. He's lucky to be alive, and maybe that might come to cost GenOne, that Synopsy's still thriving and could do damage in this 2v2.
Yeah, timing goes away with GenOne as well. Synopsy's holding that for so long and just moves off the angle. Bibu will tap away.
Good awareness.
Jocko, they knew where he was. Bomb is still down towards brackets. 30 seconds on the clock. Jocko misses the timing to backstab as they look to creep in towards long. Can silently maneuver down. Going to peek from short. He finds Bibu. Synopsy is so low. Neither player watches the bomb is dropped again. Bibu has to take the gunfight. And it's 3 1v2s in a row. Jocko a part of 2 of them. GenOne on top on their a map that in theory should be really solid for JiJieHao. But it is GenOne to win 4 in a row and give themselves the lead here. Moving on to this T side.
I suppose it isn't the most convincing, but if they get it done, they get it done.
That's sort of been the statement of GenOne's Inferno recently, actually. I don't think any of their victories have been ridiculously convincing. A lot of very close games that they played on this. And if they, more often than not, recently have been able to get it on top, it has been just about squeaking it over the line. 3-man stack, and this is going to be a faster play from GenOne. Flashbang's thrown, but we actually just see GenOne press the pause button for a moment, but Synopsy still catches Osama with a double as well. And this round, I was going to say, doesn't have much legs to it, but Chucky's double. And now all this space taken by Kios is an empty A bomb site. JiJieHao only just recognizing this now.
What does Chucky do here? Does he choose to play on the site, or does he choose to try to take some aggressive duels? It looks like it's going to be the latter. So there's a smoke moto from Chucky. This will mean that the bomb's down, no problem. But Kios, if he get it, like, whatever Kios does, it's either winning the round or losing the round. And it looks like it's going to be the latter. Why hasn't Chucky got the bomb down? They didn't know all 3 players towards A. I feel like you just got to risk it for a biscuit. An over-rotate for JiJieHao isn't punished. And Chucky is going to hear Mini going down mid. But I don't think this bomb will go down, especially if Asamas getting a triple. Triples, he doubles his kills as Asamas does in 1 round. And it also feels like the first round this series that I've actually said his name in any regard. He just feels like he's had such a nothing game. Well, he has got 18 and 30 across the series, to be fair.
Yeah, similar with Mini, he's had a pretty tough time here. So nice to see him actually having a moment in the spotlight, I suppose. Triple kill from him. 2 off of Synopsy's first opener. And then obviously the one to close things out. No bomb plant, not enough kills, no investment. And Bebop will get dinged down, but still finds the initial kill, and he just scurries away. Look at the util damage. JiJieHao has been found. He's got Keon walking dead, and eventually is put to rest. 5 survivors. Always going to go in a similar fashion, but back to being a tied up scoreline. GenOne's turn to be the ones to set the pace. Ooh, yeah, I haven't actually quite noticed Blaze's 3 kills. He's been pretty solid this series.
Yeah, I think I brought
it
it up when he was like 1 and 6, and I was just saying like, look, like he was great on the B bomb side on both CT sides of Dust 2 and Ancient. Hasn't had that same level here, and he never changed. Okay.
Wow.
You know what? Why should I expect anything less from Synopsy? We've seen him get some pretty fun entry kills so far in the series, this map. During when he just underarmed the flash through the bottom banana smoke. I love it. It's a good play because they were both fully blind. He gets a freebie. Can't get out, unfortunately. Feel like when you get those 2 kills, you gotta get out of there. But maybe there's also the mind of... I can imagine they've done that play a few times, and it's not too easy to get out. So he's just all in. He's like, I have to just fight my way out, and that's like the only option I have. And then he just gets run down. So JiJieHao, an opening 4v3. Kios gets a freebie as they clear mid out. So it's a 3 versus 3. And Osama is alone on this B bomb side. And the city side are going to rotate over since they did kind of technically clear mid out, but it's going to be a little bit late. Kakanito's got a flashbang. Osama's ready to go through the coffin smoke. He does. He gets the first on Kios, and Osama does well to then back off. Kakanito, who supported his teammate, tries to get a kill himself, but instead puts Blazers down to 1 HP.
Mini is behind. It's just the down of the bomb. They're aware of it. Mini with 1 and done. Osama's spoke about how he's had in this series, and it's going to continue to get tougher. JiJieHao's had 3 1v2.
I'm not gonna lie, I saw JiJieHao in the clutch and went, he's won. No regard to the situation. I was like, oh, it's 1v2, JiJieHao's won it.
I mean, it has become his bread and butter. The fact that he's not far off having half his kills being in these clutches that he's won. I mean,
4 1v2s for GenOne, 3 for JiJieHao on Inferno here.
How they've been in like the last 6-7 rounds. I mean, it's rough for JiJieHao. Just thinking how many chances.
I'm a bit confused actually a little bit of how they hurt Mini. They seemed very aware of Mini.
He must have stepped surely towards top banana because the fact they actually got off of the bomb after they were planting it.
And they fully were like, he is 100% here. We're gonna fight him. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he threw util and I just completely missed it. And it's like, well, obviously he's there. Missed corner smoke from, not corner, missed top banana smoke. I think it's supposed to land on the half wall, and it basically means that that boost can't happen. JiJieHao, though, won't be on the receiving end of that missed smoke as they don't get aggressive, so GenOne don't get anything. GenOne had information of top banana, but JiJieHao didn't then, like, know it. So JiJieHao will assume that GenOne take top banana now. And they actually change Mini over towards B and Bebop towards A. So he comes and clears top bracket, but it's going to be an apps pop. And Synopsy, he's not in the great position for it. Sees the util coming in, and he's playing a block short. Needs to be careful of apps, and he gets one and stays alive for an alarmingly long amount of time.
Still is this 3-on-3. Nade will be sent by Bebop. Opens up slightly. There's the first. As he backs away before JiJieHao can get this trade. It gives his team the advantage as waiting for Osama's to join with himself and Mini here on this retake. There's no util left for GenOne at all. Bebop, again, another big find. And Chucky 1 versus 3. Maybe if it was JiJieHao in it, I believe.
Maybe this is his calling. JiJieHao 1v2, Chucky 1v3s. He's hit the first, hits the second. No kit for Mini. He comes off it, and he's won. There's no time. What is going on with GenOne and Clutches? They need to go buy a lottery ticket after this map, because it is inconceivable how many Clutches they're winning.
I mean, JiJieHao are going to feel like they cannot catch a break here in this game. The amount of times they put themselves in positions where they should be winning these rounds. I mean, imagine if these Clutches went the other way.
Oh,
Imagine
it'd be like a 13-3.
It really feels
We've
like
seen
that.
5 Clutches.
I mean, JiJieHao, you've got to make sure you just don't drop your heads in these situations. Because
I'd be pretty tilted.
I mean, it's hard not to be.
I'd be pretty mad.
So sure, yeah, maybe 5 Clutches. Oh yeah, what? That's across the whole series, you're assuming? No,
They've
just
got
here on Inferno.
9 rounds, 5 of them are Clutches, 4 1v2s and 1 1v3 now.
I mean, it's so brutal for a side that's putting themselves in these positions so often. Yeah, just squandering them time after time. I mean, honestly, it's pretty impressive to JiJieHao, the fact that they keep on losing them. It's tough to know what's more impressive, GenOne winning them or JiJieHao losing.
To be fair, like, some of the Clutches, you think about, like, Brooksy getting his... Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of them are very weird of, like, when they planted for short and Bibu didn't hold for the short player. Or when Brooksy... Was it Jocko that came banana and they were in pit and he was like... Yeah. It's like some of the Clutches, it's like 1v2, but it's like, kind of came in and was pretty easy. But then some of them have been like, yeah, Jocko just won 2 duels. Or they're like, they have, and even there, like, they have no kit. They're going for the defuse. But then at the same time, Chucky isolates the 2 holders and hits very nice shots in the process. So, I don't know. This is rough for JiJieHao because this is a full investment. I don't think they have to fully buy, to be honest. They have a full buy next round, and I think they'd have a much better purchase. It was a technical pause, so Mytha would have had time to talk. I wouldn't have called for a full buy here. And GenOne, well, that was quick. Round over. At least they're going to save the AWP and the 2 FAMASes and maybe even a Samus on the 5-7 because they were top banana at 1:39. No, they got that kill at 1:39 seconds, and Bibu was still throwing util to a Samus.
Talking about speed from GenOne here, as this is going to be double digits found from them. 3 away from closing out this series after they ended up kind of just getting blown out of the water on Ancient after a really good start. The reverse sweep does too. First half, relatively close. Second half, only 1 team showed up. And here on Inferno, it's been certainly a strange game in terms of the fashion that GenOne are winning these rounds. But most important thing is the scoreline. And they put themselves within touching distance still. JiJieHao 3 away. I'm very curious what that tech pause was for. Was there a mouse being smashed? A monitor being punched?
Ipu's just poof. It's got a bit of that Italian spice to him, you know?
I do love that. I love when I see players get a bit exaggerated, I suppose. That's not the word. Animated. There you go.
I was about to shout an Italian swear word, but then I realized that it's still a swear word. It just doesn't make it less real that it's an Italian.
Oh, no. Part of me feared JiJieHao were going to be invested again. We saw a bit of a rage buy-in from Walczaki towards the end of their series. Hoping JiJieHao are not going to fall under that.
It just bought up every single
round. It
round.
Almost feels like JiJieHao are justified in doing it, the amount of clutches they've lost.
Yeah, I mean, this is a weird round because it's ultimately not going to be too heavy an investment as they want to get the buy in the next. They brought over so much. Kakanito, early aggression, very solo. Gets a kill, traded, almost gets a second. Mini, on the long angle, Keos penalized. I don't think they knew he would have an AWP in this round, and surely they get the right utility down now that they understand the AWP is here. It was a 3-man lean towards the B bomb site for JiJieHao, and the rotations are going to come sprawling in. It's a 4v3, and Jocko's on 4 HP. So, GenOne, maybe another clutch will be needed, as now Chucky's on 9 HP.
I mean, Jocko is so lucky to live that nade. Hit him for 3 damage. He's got 1 remaining. Blazers has an max 10. He's the only player with any
Those
health.
bullets are like scraping GenOne.
There is no kid. There's about 10 seconds for this retake to come through. Summers with 1. Here's Blazers towards Pit. That's an important skill for him to find. Still alive. Time is ticking. Here's another GenOne clutch.
No kit.
And it's done.
There's no shot, no.
There's
no shot. Does he save? I don't know if you can. You save here?
Apparently so. 1v3, another
he
one.
saves in bedroom.
It's ridiculous. This new bomb.
So we've had 2 1v3s and 4 1v2s, and they've got 11 rounds. Over half their rounds continue to be clutches. If I'm JiJieHao, I'm actually like I've got a gun to my head right now.
I think it's Keels' turn in this one to get a 1v4 up the ante a bit. He's the only one not actually been involved in
Come on, Keels.
You're slacking.
Also, Blazers, we were literally, he got 3 kills at the half.
Yeah.
And he had a max 10. He was the only one with HP in that round. And he gets a 1v3 from Pit. This is a bit more like it. We can't be winning clutches if it... Yeah, JiJieHao are like, right, how do we stop this from happening? Well, we just kill them all on Banana before the round can even get going. And it's clean from Bebo and Osamas. I don't know how that went so well. And like, GenOne, it seemed like they just ran into loads of utility and not much was really sent in return.
Biggest issue for JiJieHao is they put GenOne in a clutch. 1v5 for Chucky. Found the first. I mean, there is no world in which they let this one slip. There's so many players around. There's no chance Chucky can scoop up this bomb. JiJieHao should find 8. GenOne will have to wait for map and series point for a little bit longer. 40 seconds to play with Chucky will get a bit curious. He's going to have a look here. There's 2 players close by, the up and down. And yeah, worked out perfectly this time. Or not going to be able to line them both up. There's a finally JiJieHao win around. Let's break in a 4-round streak from GenOne here.
By the way, Osamas, we were talking about Blazers having 3 kills at the half. Osamas also did have 3 kills. He's now 14 and 12. He also was a recipient of a 1v1 loss to Jocko. But he had 3 kills in the pistol, and he's just got another 3k there. He's had a massive comeback, not only just in this series, after he was 18 and 30 going on to his 3rd map, but he's been tested a lot towards the B bomb site. And in a round like that, he actually gives his team one of the best opportunities they've had in this second half.
I mean, to think that Mini and Osamas on this map, Mini's 3 kills away from matching what he had on both the first 2 maps combined. Osamas is 4 kills away from doing the same for him. I don't think either have necessarily set the world alight, but it is just good to know that they are. Maybe they turn their monitors on for this map, but yeah, first 2 really just were not good enough from these 2 players. And it felt like you had to really rely on players like Synopsy and Bebo to give yourself sort of any wiggle room in the first 2. But slower stuff here for GenOne. First minute or so played out, and we still got all 5 players around T-ramp. Gonna pop Brooksy in towards brackets, flashbangs thrown, smoke down towards long. Just selling presents actually, he doesn't look to go any further. So will be a lean over towards the B bomb site. Bebo and Osamas both reside in here. Here come the smokes. Nades have been sent to chip them down.
There's no smoke CT. Are they going to throw it on the fly? There's no smoke CT. Okay. It's they're gonna get the entries. Chucky gets a wall bang headshot with the AWP, and he has to go and actually take this deep angle because there's no smoke and they can just fight through. Maybe this is a meta that I just don't know about. Don't smoke CT and just kill them when they all retake in. Chucky on a single point of HP. Kios tucked in coffins. Synopsy, he's making a lot of noise running in through CT. Knows the AWP is towards Banana. Baits out the shot. The question is, where is Kios? And there is a kit for Synopsy. He's just going to stick it. Oh my god, he's going to stick it. Is anyone going to clear him? Is anyone going to check him? Chucky does. And the AWPer, fast as a whip hit, claims 3 and puts GenOne on map series and semi-final points.
Oh, you imagine what would have happened if Synopsy sent that nade down towards Banana. Even if it's just at all close, maybe Chucky could have denied the bomb there. Maybe the full stick would have worked out and JiJieHao could have given themselves slightly more time to play things out in Inferno, but they're going to need to win 4 in a row now. Not a single time in this map have they found 4 in a row. The best streak they found was 3, so they're going to have to one-up themselves. One mistake costs them their event life, and it'll be another pretty early exit from a tournament back-to-back.
Yeah, the main narrative I felt like for JiJieHao for the last couple months is they just haven't been able to get tournament finals across the line. On LAN, there's so many second places in Asia, in Europe, and they're losing to, I think it was like Chingus Warriors, FlyQuest, Tyloo, and Atrides. The latter probably the most egregious. But it feels like this roster, like that does a number on a team when they just can't win an event. And then they come back and play online Counter-Strike for the first time in quite a while. Because they've been mostly like religiously playing LAN events, Europe and in Asia. They got knocked down in the first round against Black Phoenix and CCT. They barely beat Entropy in the round of 16 here. They lose to Phantom in the close qualifier of Stake. And they're about to lose to GenOne. There's the B-bomb side with only 3 defenders. Bibu alleviates some of the pressure, but as he falls, this favors GenOne. As Samus, MP9 up close, gets one fully blinded. They need to hunt him down. They shall. With a few bullets left, Kios capitulates the bomb site. And with the bomb going down, it's a 3v3 retake that JiJieHao need to achieve. Both AWPers miss on each other, then they connect, but Minis is fatal. And as he re-peeks into Kios' crosshair, a lack of kit is really going to come and cost JiJieHao. And with Blazers tucked towards Banana, he eliminates Kakanito. Synopsy's been the rock for JiJieHao in this series, but this clutch seems impossible. He gets the duel on Blazers, 19 HP, still no kit picked up, taps the bomb, drops a smoke, peeks from Kios, and there's enough time for the defuse. Once again, he rises above the rest and saved the day for his team.
He was the hero on map number 1. He's showing that he's still the hero here, keeping JiJieHao alive. How has that happened? Brooksy just swings wide. There was so much damage, but it's the instant headshot from Synopsy onto Kios that denies GenOne victory here, and actually it's going to cause them a few issues. Cash not there. It should be another pretty easy round here from JiJieHao, as GenOne likely just going to eco. Look to bring out weapons soon. I say, Chucky actually buying a Tech 9 and armor. Doesn't have the cash for this if he wants to buy up next. So what is the idea here from GenOne? I suppose probably because there's 3 rounds up for grabs, they're going to force this eco and then go for a full buy. I guess. Because either way, if they eco, full buy, when JiJieHao are on 10, chances are round number 24 anyway, you're just going to be playing with scraps. So you imagine that's what the idea is, as well as JiJieHao probably not having all the bells and whistles because of how close it came. Got B-boot on MP9, few players missing utility, and can be costly on Inferno. The GenOne, 3 chances. Missing a big one there, thanks to Synopsy. And of course, he's top of the scoreboard again. Going top of the server with Chucky and Kios. The old dodging the utility, the jump off from Bibu, the Tech 9 will be found.
What's going on?
Flying from the MP9 as Bibu doubles up, finally is taken down.
Actually, kind of crazy he gets 2 there. Bibu feels like a player who maybe doesn't put himself always in the right position or the most advantageous position, but Christ, he's good at aiming. We saw that on Dust 2 anchoring B. He just bails himself out with these instant headshots. Blazers, though, this is the timing to maybe win out. Inferno, Synopsy is not going to expect this. Blazers has a 3 kill, but he's holding the trigger. This is bold. And he pulls it just before Kakanito comes around the corner. Oh, that was almost perfect. That was almost a 2v1 in favor of GenOne. But why not a 5th 1v2? Why not a 7th clutch to end off Inferno?
It really has been what's carried them through this map so far. Chucky, he's got an M4. He's got the luxury of this smoke delaying half the bomb's timer. Here's steps on the bomb site, fully tucking in pit. It will surely be cleared. Smoke on the bomb instead. Players could end up lining up. Chucky brings him down low. The name will be fine. And of course, it's GenOne ending things with a 1 versus 2. I mean, we have just witnessed one of the maddest Infernos I think I have seen in a long time. But more importantly, is to propel GenOne into the semi-finals.
Man, I cannot keep up with the amount of clutches there that GenOne were winning. And I think JiJieHao are going to be kicking themselves, man, because, you know, they were the better team, I felt, throughout the whole thing. And then it was just GenOne winning clutch after clutch after clutch. What was it? 7 clutches in the end. 3 of them being 1v2s and 4 of them being 1v3s. That's
five 1v2s, 2 1v3s. 5
1v2s. 2 1v3s, still unbelievable. 7 clutches going your way. Look, I mean, sometimes your teammates are gonna, or your enemies are gonna have a little bit of luck. You're just wondering when that luck is gonna run out. For GenOne, it just didn't. Unfortunately for JiJieHao, that is simply amazing to wrap things up. And I mean, GenOne, they're gonna book their spot into the semi-final. Any closing thoughts, lads, on that one?
I came into this, and I think the exact words were, I'm not sure if I can take JiJieHao serious. I come out of the series feeling quite the same. Like, I just not a really great game from them. The only reason they win Ancient is just because Synopsy on the T side ran up and every single round got 2 or 3 kills without failure. If that didn't happen, it probably wouldn't have been the same result. Their Dust 2 was pretty murky, and Inferno, yeah, I guess it lost a lot of clutches, but that's also a statement in itself. I've never really had much faith in this roster, and it feels like they kind of just farmed Asian events, and then when they came to Europe, they've never really had any success. Like, you know, losing to Atrides in LAN finals. It's kind of like, yeah, they lost 2-0 in a LAN final to Atrides on Inferno. So yeah, congrats to GenOne. You know, they continue actually just like getting better and better and better, and like Chucky's getting better and better. Keels is becoming a better IGL. Blazers is getting the reps, but yeah, I feel like I'm more on the sour note of like, JiJieHao.
Yeah, I think it's disappointing to see JiJieHao fall out. Being invited to both CCT and Thunderpick here, going out round a 16, 2-1, going out quarterfinals here, 2-1 again. The problem is, it feels like my mindset of JiJieHao is the exact same it was a year ago, where it feels like, okay, yeah, there's some nice things you can talk about for JiJieHao, and it feels like they're close to being a decent enough team, but they never actually get to the finish line. They're always close, but it's never feel like they take that next step. Like, you've got good ideas, but it's the execution's not quite there, and these should be the easier parts, because you've got the individuals. It just sort out the rest, and I just don't quite know if JiJieHao are going to be able to do that. It's been so long that I've been wanting this team to be better, but regardless of what roster they're playing with, regardless of different names that they have, it feels like there's sort of right now a bit of a ceiling that I just don't quite know if they're going to overcome.
Yeah, look, it's obviously a disappointing loss that they're going to have to stomach. It's another early elimination from their point of view in an event that they thought they could go and do it all. But GenOne move forward into the semi-finals. We'll have to wait and see who is going to be joining them. The winner of CYBERSHOKE and megoshort will be joining up forces and taking on GenOne in the semi-finals. But before then, we do have another game coming up. Now, I do believe it is going to be delayed a little bit. I'm not too sure when the start time will be, because INOX Division Division are currently taking place in a best of 3 versus Sinners, so we'll have to wait for that one to end, but they will be taking on the now ex-1win side, because 1win have acquired the TDK roster. So yeah,
Cool pickup.
being dropped on the day of a quarterfinal, being dropped by your org, you know, look, it ain't looking
Sign of
good.
faith.
I think they've known about it probably longer than today, but
I
the
hope
narrative
so.
is there. Yeah, the narrative's more fun when you say they found out today.
It is much more fun. Look, lads, it's been an absolute pleasure. That is it from myself, Charlie, and Freddie, as we are going to be signing off for the evening. But still, there's 2 more quarterfinals to come up. You don't want to miss any more Thunderpick action, and it's coming up right here very soon.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome in. We do have ourselves more Thunderpick to get underway with 2 more matchups. As a matter of fact, JRT and Alan are going to be ripping this one. And the starter match, we do have ourselves X1 win in INOX Division. Now, fortunately for you guys, as well as myself as the pundit, we've got a previous match between these two guys just about, I believe 2 months ago or so. And, you know, it's always fun to see some of these teams, I would say, get their rematches, but it's an unfortunate set of circumstances for X1 win being now X1 win. So let's see what they have in store for us now as JRT and Alan. How you feeling about this one, really?
I mean, to be honest with you, I wonder how much it's going to affect one win. Like losing your organization. I don't know that if it was unexpected for them, if it came out of nowhere, if it was something they were anticipating. And like, if you look at the swap for the team, obviously you got a lot of name power and Belchanok and Nafani and a lot of other players that are joining up with that one win squad. But in terms of VRS, it's pretty much around the same level. So you're like, why are they getting picked up and we're not, you know? So I wonder if that's kind of resonating in their minds right now.
Yeah. I mean, there's always a lot of asterisks and questions around a team in their position. There's a few really good players here, and obviously there's a lot of teams as well of the region making moves at this sort of time. So, you know, it's not for certain that they'll remain a 5 either. So, I think we have to assume they're going to be of a similar level to what they were before, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few kind of road humps today when they're playing.
Yeah, definitely maybe a mental block here or there, 1 or 2. But going into INOX Division and seeing what they're made of, it's the last time they had played, as I had mentioned, that wasn't so long ago, but a slightly different formation of this team, albeit, in all things considered, I think slightly worse version of what this team right now is. As Nutaneki wasn't here, it was good def, and I don't know who exactly that is, unfortunately. And I hate to say that as someone who likes to find themselves exploring and understanding different players of different levels, but he didn't linger around for all too long. No Taneki, though, I am familiar with, and I think that he and Fenneman having a little bit of that CYBERSHOKE history, as the jerseys would imply, to make it a little bit easier maybe for this team to take a victory, as the last time it was a 1-win 2-1, as we got ourselves in the round of 16 during the Series 4 CCT. Europe, that was now a flip over now to quarterfinals here in Thunderpick, which is a pretty big deal, and a pretty big deal indeed for a team that, like we mentioned, is now an X roster, right? Trying to find those VRS points, trying to make themselves like a little bit more of an enticing piece maybe to other organizations or other teams to pick up the core, or whatever the case may be. But taking the win here is certainly going to be necessary if they want to continue downwards in towards grand finals trajectory, as they have honestly, truthfully looked relatively decent, I would say, recently. INOX Division, for the games that I've seen, you know, slight and steady incline for the core as it's been over the last, I'd say, 3 to 6 months at the 3, but, you know, picking up piece by piece, Fenneman being one of them and Notaneki being enticed as the other. I think they're both in a similar boat as far as being kind of eye level with the VRS system right now. So let's take a look at the map veto. Let's see where they're actually going to be clashing, because it has been a pretty deep adaptation of Cash, I would say, for 1 win both in practice and in play. And when we talk about Inferno pick, oh my lord, Inferno pick for INOX Division, I think that one is going to be definitely one in which I would maybe participating in a full 3-map affair if I'm not careful. How do you guys see this one going in terms of map count?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, honestly. Like, you're looking at Inferno, you see that, yes, it's not played that much on the 1-win side, but when they do play it, they're winning. They're 2-0 on that side. It is more like a bread and butter map on the side of INOX Division. Then you get to Cash, and while it is a map that 1-win are trying to move into their pool quite actively, they played it 3 times over the last month or so. On the other side, it also has been played by INOX Division, and I feel like, you know, INOX Division are playing pretty well right now, so I don't know, like, maybe this could be a 2-0. It honestly depends on what we get out of them once we get to, I would say, Cash, but Inferno, even then, like, that feels like a toss-up to me. And then Dust 2 as decider, I mean, toss-up, complete toss-up, 50-50 once we get to that point.
Cash is the big unknown in this veto. Yeah. Neither team can call themselves experienced. Very few teams in the world can say they're experienced right now in Cash. So you're right. I think INOX are quite heavy favorites, I think, with this veto. I think the X1 win, it really sucks for them that they don't really play Inferno and they have to ban Nuke. So they were always going to get shafted with the map pick of INOX. And I think Cash, I mean, they could have picked Dust too. It's just a shame that INOX love that as well. So I think for X1 win, they just had nowhere really to go in this veto except to try the Cash. And I think that is a much bigger risk than the stats could indicate.
Yeah, I think there is certainly a lean for INOX Division. I'm going to side with you on that myself. I think that this is going to be one in which if we do get the first map in victory for Inferno, INOX Division are going to be heading into cash and probably not feeling all too shaken and stirred by the appearance of it in the veto process entirely and a potential for that 2-0. But if, again, we do go to that third, a very also reasonable take in which it could be the toss-up there. But, you know, Dust 2 is a map in where I think quality is a little bit higher in terms of pecking order than quantity. And if we're talking about who out of these two teams has had the better reps, I think that it wouldn't be too crazy to say that it's INOX Division, or excuse me, not INOX Division, X1Win who have gotten that more often than not. Talking about the win line participation where they got a couple of LAN reps in, including a Virtus Pro that they took deep but didn't quite take the victory in, as well as taking some victories in the online series over Virtus Pro themselves and an Eternal Fire, and even deeper into the season against Focus in Nodwin back in I believe May, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, I think that the quality has been a little bit higher there for X1Win to be able to say they've got the reps down on Dust 2, but it's always going to be an interesting turn of events, seeing as, again, that mental shift may be something in which they're facing a little bit of turmoil maybe internally, maybe not knowing what the future may hold for them as a team or as individuals. But I think that, again, this is a really big win here for them in more ways than one, I would say, if they can just take the day-by-day approach, X1Win, as they go along. Because this one win, jokes aside, I didn't even mean to do that, is going to move them up 7 ranks in the VRS, which doesn't sound like a lot. But from 64 to 57, I think as you go, again, game by game, and maybe even accumulate more from that in the semifinals and finals, that could be something huge as we go into the later ends of this early season. But I'm going to have a lot of fun with this one, particularly trying to analyze and assess the sniper duel between Fenomen and Lavked, I think, as well. So I want to ask you guys what you... Oh, wow, that's actually who our players to watch are. I didn't know that. But funnily enough, that is the case. But what do you guys really have as far as expectations of individuals going into this series, starting with you, JRT?
Yeah, I think Fenomen honestly is the player that I'm going to be keeping an eye out for, and I think he's one of the strongest players in the server. I feel like also, I wanted to mention this before, that Fenomen and Notoneki benefited from their departure from CYBERSHOKE, which is like a really middling team that kept going up, down, and they can never find consistency. And then CYBERSHOKE also benefited from new additions that went in. So both teams got better, and funnily enough, we're casting both of them today, so I'm pretty pumped about that one. But
True.
Yeah, definitely Fenomen is the one that is going to be doing a lot of the damage, but you've got a great supporting cast as well. Kissel, Koss, and FinW also putting up some good numbers. And on the other side, Lavked has always been the player to watch on this squad, doing a great job on the AWP. And really, I don't know. It's hard to say like which team has more firepower right now.
I'll say it's INOX. It's definitely INOX.
You want to say INOX? Okay,
yeah,
cool,
I do think it's definitely INOX. Yeah, I think Fenomen and Notoneki for like a team of this level is a huge steal. So yeah, I definitely side with INOX having the better firepower.
Well, gentlemen, enjoy your match. We're gonna be heading into map number 1.
All right. Look. All right, as we get into the action here, what I was going to say, Alan, actually, following that, is that I feel like, you know, 1Win, having lost their organization, if they want to stay as a 5, might get that little edge, right? Because they're really fired up and maybe, hopefully, fired up and wanting to prove themselves, right?
Opposite, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know.
It's yeah, I mean, it's just like a big kick in the nuts, really, when you lose your organization. So, all the best for them. We, of course, like teams to stay together and find new homes, but it's just the reality that orgs are a bit few and far between. Either way, let's have some Counter-Strike. Let's learn if I am right that INOX are the better players.
I feel like, look, we said it before, and like Fenomen and Notoneki, while they were very strong pieces of CYBERSHOKE, like the team as a whole never found that consistent rhythm, and you know ended up, I think, benching Notoneki at one point, and he was transferred over to this squad. But anyway, like you said, we'll see. FinW going to get the nade kill on the kicker to open things up. Not even a pistol required for that opening frag. End up in a 5v4 for INOX Division. They will rotate themselves back towards A.
Kissel here too, not to be forgotten. I think before Fenomen and Notoneki were around, maybe he would have been one of the more standout names. Here comes our execute. We need to get past this player on the balcony, and look at this. The stack on this A bomb site from X1Win is proving to be overwhelming. What a great call after losing the first man A. I didn't quite catch how they had the information for that rotation, but it's brought them right into this round. Fenomen doing his damnedest to pull his team out of this situation. Still this player to deal with, and now Notoneki, and of course, it is the CYBERSHOKE duo that come out in force.
I mean, they have so much chemistry together, so it only made sense, like, once Notoneki was available, they would bring him over to this squad. We didn't talk about Good Dev too much. I actually don't have that much information on him either. I don't know if you do, Alan, in terms of his performances, but rating-wise, he was considerably lower than what Notoneki was bringing in, so I feel like it was an upgrade, but what do you feel? I don't know if, again, I don't know if you have information.
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of, like, experience,
yeah,
he would be a valuable piece. The whole CYBERSHOKE changes was just so bizarre, and if you remember the lines when Fenneman came out was something to do with, it was visa issues that suddenly became him being replaced. Which,
oh, really? I didn't see that.
I think it's something like that. At least that was the public line. Perhaps there's more to it. We'll take it at face value for now, I guess. But at least on raw mechanics, the idea that Fenneman wasn't like a linchpin to CYBERSHOKE is absurd. I mean, in terms of individual play, you can't fault him. So if there's any issues with Fenneman, it's got to be elsewhere.
Yeah.
And hopefully for his sake, don't rear their head. Look at this, though. Another stack comes good. And they've been absolutely floored there on Banana.
Wow, that's crazy to come through. This Force buy looking fairly strong for one win. Not an Eki. No stranger to clutch situations. Might be able to pull this one off. He gets a little bit of damage done. This is difficult. You got the player over at Sandbex. He has the information at the very least, but there's just too much firepower on the other end. The nade chunks him down to 53, and he can only get one before he falls down to dirt. One win will strike right back and get there first.
Better than winning pistol. There's no money for INOX. What have we got? Pistol, body armor, some nades. Someone like Kicker on that MP9 could just go to town against these players and have a great time. Well, we'll see if the T side has a nice execute perhaps, or some sort of set round to bring this back. You can see they're grouping out towards Banana already, and Kicker indeed is going to open the scorecard. It's a decent trade. Blocked by a smoke for now, and look at that. They're just going to commit through. Flashes going over. Cronus finds one, but just the one. He's on 17. This round is on now, especially with an AK picked up. They can win this.
Absolutely, no question. Bomb planted. Cronus at 9 HP. He's going to wait for reinforcements to come through. I would argue that he should be the one going in first. They can try and get a trade quickly, but not an Eki with the AK like you talked about and highlighted. He's going to get Latik, and now Ozik's going to try to come in, but he's down to 47. There's really no path in. They may just have to retreat and save these guns, and that is exactly what at least Cronus is going to do. Ozik's hanging around a little bit longer, and he's getting tagged on 27. Ooh, I'm playing with fire there, but eventually both will escape. And INOX Division find themselves a Force buy victory right on back.
Terrorists win.
It looked almost suicidal as they went into Banana.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they had a good flash to deal with Kicker, but close range, MP9 coming for a smoke. Almost hard to believe that Kicker only found one, and then I'm not sure which player it was, the one who was kind of course, Cronus was towards CT. I can't remember who it was on site, but he had a very rough time. Couldn't get a lot done. So INOX, despite a very lackluster investment, bring it back, and now it's X1 wins chance to play on the lesser weaponry.
Kissel throwing the flashbang forward. Molotov's going to get thrown right on back by one win in terms of counter util. But INOX Division, for the time being, double back, making a lot of noise. Hoping that someone hears that. And will think that they're rotating back to the A side, but really nothing has changed for one win. In fact, it's going the other direction, where they're sending 3 players now, or well, an additional player, so 3 players total, to be at the B side, Alan.
Remember, they got the stack on the pistol and second round, right? So
Yes.
A, they're clearly willing to take risks, even more so of this sort of investment, but they have done a decent job so far of getting it right. This time, this ends up short up the porch side. It's probably going to become a save pretty quickly. Nobody really around. Ozik's committed with his teammate to fight for the arch side. best he can do is try and pick players on the cross, and they are creeping up. Explosive out of short. Look at that kill from Notaneki as well. It's a nice kill from Cronus, but I think the guns they have right now are more valuable than attempting this.
I agree with you, and well, they agree with you as well. They're going to fall back and go to save on the B site. Nice little knife-glove combo there for Cronus. Sorry, just appreciating skins. Anyway, it's going to be INOX Division. Just takes one kill, right? Notaneki walking on towards the A site. A ripper of a shot on the Moto player Ozik. And then after that, like you mentioned, just completely out of position because they had gambled towards that B site. And like you mentioned earlier, yes, their guesses had been pretty good up to this point. But in this round, it doesn't work out. The benefit of, going for that type of strategy is that you oftentimes are going to carry weapons forward round after round.
I think we can't fault them for taking a risk on a buy like that.
No.
So, had it been a round towards Arch, had it been a B execute, we might be saying the exact opposite. We're saying, wow, what a great call. So, win some, you lose some. That's why we play plenty of rounds over a series for those things to even out. And they're not going to buy in too much more, of course. It was always planned for this to be a save. Ozik's been given a smoke. So they've still got options. They've still got two M4s. Going to choose to get aggressive with some of those guns, and they're being absolutely demolished by the utility. That is a disaster. They never got anywhere.
Yeah, and the surprising thing is that throughout that util battles, I feel like INOX were taking a lot of the early damage, but then OneWin are the ones who lose the first body, and then it starts piling on in their direction. Now a 5v3. That gun is likely unrecoverable, the rifle down towards Banana. And OneWin, they're going to stack B again, taking the gamble, hoping that it works out this time. The problem for them is that Notaneki is waiting over in the apartments and hasn't heard anything, so he's going to have a peek. And once he realizes that no one's there, which he inevitably will, the bomb's just going to rotate to A.
Goes looking. It's a shame they didn't have a player on an SMG or something to play that role. Still, it's not a horrid thing to do to actually commit a little bit to both sites so that you can try and seek out a stack. He does hand over one gun, and of course, X1 will be hoping to save that. I think there's already down. And these guys need to do their damnedest. Pretty aggressive hunt coming.
Yeah.
And I think INOX want these guns on the ground.
I mean, they got a little bit of money to back onto here, so you can't really blame them. Ozik's gonna get one and then done. Goss gets the last, and INOX find a fourth. OneWin probably not too happy about the fact they lost those rifles, but they still have money to buy up into this one, so it's not the end of the world. It's just on that CT side, you do want to get that economy built up wherever and whenever you can. So, not ideal. Still be able to fight forward here.
I think Finn here has chosen the Mac 10. Pretty sure that wasn't saved. So perhaps
no, you're right. Yeah.
He's going to get really aggressive. He is. Look at that. Through the mid-smoke. Straight up short. And he meets the AWP. Right to the face. They've cancelled, yeah. Just that one kill was enough. That's a great kill from Fenneman. And I think Ozik there is already going to be regretting overfacing. Good response in towards Boiler. And as the dust settles, this is a good start for the CT side.
Yeah, not too bad at all. They're going to split their forces up as well. 2 towards B eventually, as Kirkert's making his way there, and 2 on A. Kind of a mini pit site crossfire being set up towards A by OneWin. And given where Kissel is located and the fact that they're down a man, I feel like this has to finish B because you don't want to go for 2-man execute onto one site. You're missing one of your pieces. But utility's not that great on their side. And well, now they don't really have a choice because Kissel's gone. Loses the fight to Rail, so they can just be like, well, I guess we'll go A now. See what happens. Cronus going to get the shadow advantage. And then he gets the dink onto Koss, who will manage to go towards the site, but he's probably dead. Oh, missed shot. Maybe not. He's not. Bomb plant here. Oh, you really got to hit that if you're Latic. And now Koss a chance to clutch. Won't finish him off, but the bullets will. Kicker gets the last say, and one win will get another on the board.
Cronus did a great job on A. I think he found the first. Oh no, sorry, no, the first was Latic. He was the one that got the boiler kill. I'm a little bit surprised that the player, I think it was Finn, that came through mid for INOX he was really early compared to his teammates coming out of the apartments, out of the long haul. So you kind of would expect kind of the long haul players to be ready to go as he's running up short, but they weren't ready to swing it and trade onto the AWP or anything of the sort.
Yes.
So, I don't know, maybe the timing was a bit off. Maybe the expectation is that Finn can make it all the way up short before they start swinging, but clearly Finn ultimately kind of went down for nothing in the end.
Yeah. No, I think you're right, Alan, honestly, that the timing was off. It just feels like he was way ahead of me, just going balls to the wall down mid in towards lane, and by the time he gets there, or I shouldn't say by the time he gets there, he's there so soon that no one can come through and have any impact on the Opper, which would have been more than ideal if that were the case. Anyway, 1:15 on the clock, and already look at the damage. Like, INOX Division have not really shied away from going and absorbing that damage down Banana in hopes that it leads to a kill, which it did, I believe, was in round number 5 or round number 3. But right here, all they do is have 2 players down to half health with nothing really to speak of as a reward.
You've got a lot of util as well. One more smoke deployed. They love throwing this split smoke, the one that lands in front of library. But as of yet, we haven't done a tremendous amount with it. You can see the CT side continuing their slight gambles. Sat 4A for a while there, saw nothing, and are now thinking probably B. That's going to pull Ozic as well. Wow, this is a massive over-rotation. There is not a lot from the T side to indicate that this is going to be a B round, and look at the call. It's perfection. They can't even rotate because of these library and archway smokes. Ozic comes through the smoke, and that is ridiculous. I'm honestly stunned that the CTs are even still in this round.
Yeah, I mean, Ozic just pushing through wasn't expected at all. I think it was Koss there. He just gets blindsided. So you have at least something for one win. 4v3, it's very winnable, even though A side of Inferno is still very difficult to retake, despite the fact they made the changes to Graveyard, which helps, but yeah. INOX Division ready to engage here. The bomb taking away, which could be their advantage. Yeah, one minute taking too long to get in here. Kicker's going to get one, but the trades are good on the side of INOX Division. Not a Neki popping off, and Kissel gets the last. The 3 players, despite the low health, were more than enough for them to close out the round.
Notaneki has been fabulous in these late rounds.
Yes.
He seems to be always in a position where he can have influence as the retake wants to come in. 9-2. Around the 1 win, absolutely could have still won despite being really caught out with the rotations. Notaneki just puts his foot down and says, absolutely not. It is INOX's pick. But yeah, they're starting to really move ahead now on this terrorist side.
I'm just going to put this out here, Alan, and you're probably going to be happy to hear it. But I'm watching a lot of Inferno in North America over the past few days, and this is far more enjoyable watching it being played in Europe. I'm just putting it out there. No shade on North America, but this is far more strategic and
I don't
fun
know how
to
you
watch.
could say that without throwing shade on North America.
What did you say, sir?
It's kind of implied.
No. Oh my god. Oh man. Jeez. Anyway, apologies to my North American teams, guys, but you You got some stuff to work on here on this map anyway. 45 seconds remain. Molotov gets thrown in. 37 now, and there they go. I mean, one stacked up here, but I'm not sure it's going to matter too much. They just don't have the firepower to deal with this onslaught, and the MAC-10 of Finn this time will just absolutely punch through them. And it's going to be an easy 6 for INOX Division.
There's been some intrigue in this T side. They haven't done much. Take brackets, clear top banana, execute. It's been a lot of. I mean, they've had the set rounds, including the one that went wrong, obviously, with Finn going out early. We had loads. They really do throw this wrap smoke a lot towards library versus a regular brackets take smoke, which is interesting. I'm surprised, it might just be the money, that the CTs aren't just putting the AWP towards long, towards the arch side, because from what I can tell, there is not much util going down there in the mid round. If you're going to smoke all the way further back, of course you're going to leave that avenue open. And yeah, so maybe they'll catch wind of that soon. But INOX plausibly could be quite punished for how they're playing this.
We'll see. Flashbang going to get tossed. And there's the nade as well. Oh, Oza gets away from all that damage, surprisingly. Jumps off, and the nades go right into the void. Finn jumping around, looking for some information towards Banana, but as it stands, INOX Division are just going to wait on the other side, and eventually we'll push through here. 3 players away from them. Flashbang toss for information to be gained by one when they don't see anyone. They're going to re-smoke, and out goes Finn, and well, he's also out of the round because Lavked's going to hit the shot with the AWP. 5v4 in favor of one win, and INOX Division just are sent scrambling in the other direction. And you talked about a lot of the utility being used early on in the round. Again, look at the what's left for INOX Division. Not much, so Rayo's not really disrupted at all as he gets Nonaneki and Koss.
Going to take some huge errors from the CT side for this round to go close, I think. Double pit is very strong here. It's hard to imagine that Phenom's going to get an easy one-on-one. The pit player maybe can just jiggle and take contact, and actually does swing rather wide. Oh my lord. Do they expect Ozic, though? Do they realize he's often in this area?
Wow.
Kissel seems to know something I don't. That is brutal. And X1 win. They were 5-on-2 for a moment, and they have blown it.
That is shocking. Very well played by INOX Division, I have to say. You know, going very cautious and careful about the approach, but the hard clear on mini pit, I mean, that's just a read and a half. Latic, there's nothing he can do. I mean, he's got the op. He wants to save it. The money's not great. He has a look and says, maybe I'll see someone get a 1v1 and try to push this, but at the end of the day, you're going to see one win despite a 4v2 advantage, not be able to secure their third, and again, get isolated after winning that one round.
They will not be pleased with themselves for that one.
No.
It is just so that against players so skilled, it just cascades so fast. And that's why it's important, you know, even when you're in a 5-on-2, you know, it all starts with the first player going down. It's not like you can just say, oh, we're still in a 4-on-2, it's fine. No, you have to consider every duel and whether it's worth going for. And I think the first few players there that went down will need to have a long old think about whether that was worth it, whether they even needed the information in the first place. And the answer is probably no.
It's hard, right? Because you want to make sure your pit players don't get overwhelmed, but at the same time, they can call for help if they need it. So you don't need to go for a lot of that information hunting, as you were mentioning, Alan. So yeah, it's a tough call. Sometimes goes your way, but very much a double-edged sword. And look at INOX Division just immediately changing up the pace, going towards A site very quickly, and not expected at all by one win. Obviously a little more limited in terms of the hardware, but still, INOX Division make this round look absolutely easy.
They're playing great.
Yeah.
How long have they had Nonaneki? It can't be that long, can it?
It's 20. I think he's played 20 maps with them. It's relatively recent.
CZD's not actually listed, at least on HLTV yet. Of course, that might not be a totally accurate representation of what the lineup is right now, but yeah, still clearly, they're only going to get better with Walczaki. That is for sure. Kicker here could plausibly get a lot of frags. Find an AK. And I don't think these two need to chase it, because they will just be bringing themselves to the grave. And they do indeed back off. 8-2. This is starting to become out of reach for X1 win.
It's, Alan, I can say it's been about a month and a half for Notoneki. His first game with the INOX Division was up against Sparta on June 17th, and he's since played 26 maps. And this is his 27th.
They must have played a little bit over the player break, because that is quite a lot of games, given that a lot of teams were not playing much for 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, no, yeah. They did play. So, yeah, you can still find games, right? You can still find tournaments to play even during that player break, so they chose to do it. I can't blame them, right? When you're trying to implement a new piece, and even though Venomin was familiar with him,
You've got to
also,
if you're scrambling for VRS points, you just don't have a choice. You have to take every opportunity and equally go for every advantage you can get. If the top, let's say, 40 teams are taking 3 weeks off, that's 3 weeks more practice for you. That's 3 weeks more rust for them. A lot of the top teams like to say that the first few tournaments back don't count in their head, because they always say this, even though it's a load of shit.
Yeah.
They always say this sort of thing. So, if you're a team that's on the periphery, why wouldn't you play and try and get some of those upset wins?
Get those advantages for sure. No, I agree. Slow start to this round. 40 seconds left before we see any type of activity. INOX Division, they're going B. And, well, that's a good Molotov toss. That's going to disrupt a little bit. Rayo's gone from the site itself.
No
and the boost
way.
doesn't activate at all. Cronus waits way too long. Like, I understand the trigger discipline, but you have a chance to have an impact. You need to, especially when your teammate on the site has just died. That is a tough situation. And one win are getting flanked now from CT. Kicker has no idea. Blindsided are they in this round and maybe on the map as a whole.
Did the player on the boost block the smoke? Because the smoke, isn't the smoke meant to land on the ledge?
Yes, he did block the smoke.
So maybe Finn was very clued in that if the smoke had not landed on the ledge, that there might be a player up there.
Yeah. Some good awareness. Either way, like Cronus, he had his opportunity. Oh my god, this can't save, and Lavked's dead now too. He does hit the shot, but no way, no how. Fully blinded by Cos, and Notoneki Goomba stomps him. 9-2 for INOX.
Tell you what, this INOX team would be one of those absolute nightmare squads to face in an open qualifier. They're just so much more skilled than I think the average person realizes.
Yes.
They are so dangerous. Wow. Yeah, they pack a punch. An X1 win are feeling the full brunt of that now, and whatever utility advantages they were finding early on in this map on Banana have been flipped on its head. They're already in a position where they might, well, I was about to say they need to stack, but it's maybe they still need to. I was going to say they need to stack and save if they get it wrong, but I don't know how you win a round when you've got one player dead and one player limping.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm with you. It's just been a complete slaughter. Let's be fair. INOX Division outplaying one win at pretty much every single turn, whether it be strategically or mechanically. Finn gonna walk out. Nice little transfer. Can't get the second. Venom is gonna have to help out with that as Lavked collects only one again. He is then isolated. Rayos gives away his spot, so he's now gonna have to fight, and he won't be able to survive any longer. Cronus, last one available. 1v3 to try and prevent INOX Division from getting to double digits here before the end of this first half, and he's maneuvering his way in towards bracket. He's dead. Headshot instant from Kissel. And that's going to do it for the half. What a lead.
it's hard to see right now how this doesn't become a map victory for INOX. They have been so good. Quick tech pause. Hopefully nothing too major. The 5v2 stings a lot. Maybe even more so with this sort of scoreline. I mean, you're probably looking at 4 or 5 rounds for one win had they won that. Maybe 4 is realistic. And also they had that the pistol round as well. But they had the A stack and Fenneman and Notaneki somehow made it work. So there were some very competitive rounds at the start of that half.
Yes.
Clearly the end of it was very much one-sided though.
Yeah, we got that back and forth when like the Force buys were in play, but after that it's just the INOX Division pretty much right to the finish line, winning out without much of a fuss.
Yeah, I forgot about that as well. Yes, they did win second round, 1 win, and then they got overwhelmed on B by the Take Nines. Yeah, they for the first 2/3 of that half, they had their chances and they didn't capitalize. That is why they are staring down the barrel of a couple errors here, and we're straight on to cash.
Well, see if they can come out with a decent T side. Have to. More than decent. As good as INOX Divisions or better. Cronus, Kickert, and Rayos all grouped up at the bottom banana. And look at this gamble from INOX Division. They're all on A right now. No one on the B side at all. So this would be a full-on retake. Should it go in the other direction? The problem is, if you're going for this type of play, you do want to have a kit. And they don't have one.
Still 2 smokes, Molly for this T side. They can just full execute onto B, and not a great deal the CTs can do, I'd have thought, to prevent a bomb plant. There goes the flash. Cronus leads the white. There's one player behind Ruins. Flash through the CT smoke. And that clearly hasn't come to much. Finn commits. Kissel, I don't think he was ready to go with his teammate. And that leaves us in a 4-on-4. As you mentioned earlier, no kits. So we need to get a move on.
Yes, they do. Kissel, what can you do here? Ooh, gets gushed. That's the fall back. Like you said, again, they gotta move. INOX Division will move and right to their deaths. Oh boy, a flurry of frags as one win will win the pistol and stay alive here.
They needed that. And that's a pretty clear statement. Long way yet. INOX. Most teams would force buy second round Inferno. Because your first buy will be somewhat compromised. They've chosen to eco. A little bit out of the norm, but not necessarily a terrible decision. We'll see in the gun round that follows. For one win, barring a catastrophe, they'll be on 4 in no time.
Yeah, they must be looking at the lead and saying, hey, we're up 7 rounds. Do we really need to force? Let's try to get the guns out as soon as possible. But I do agree with you. The round will still be compromised in terms of economy. That'll help. Notaneki getting 1 and extra $50. The more kills you can get, the better here if you're INOX. And, I mean, quite honestly, the best bet for them is if one win go A, they might be able to squeeze through another kill. At the same time, they're not going A. They've seen the presence, like, okay, it's probably a stack given the guns they have, and they're just going to go towards the B side. Still cautious, still tossing the util out to make sure all of these angles are cleared, as they should. But this one's all but over. There's another kill, at least.
Every kill here is worth a lot for INOX. What do they got? Galil, Mac 10. Suspect they're going to play for exit kills. Fenneman especially doesn't do him a great deal to just save this. So they got some util. If they can correctly guess where these saves are going to come from. And most people just sit in ruins these days when they got good HP. It'd be very funny if somebody works out a nice molly lineup for behind the sandbags at the back of ruins.
Yes.
Wonder if it. I actually, it's just one of those things I've never considered. I don't even know if it's possible to do it through a window or something.
I know exactly where they are. Kissel's gonna go down.
Yeah,
the bomb, which
he
is actually...
tried to. I just don't think he just couldn't get it off very well, could he?
Yeah, that's actually honestly the worst player that could have died for their INOX Division, because he had the Galil and then they give it back over to OneWin, so helps OneWin's economy and doesn't really benefit you much to save that Mac 10. If he's going to try for it, take the Mac 10 and give the Galil away. You know, even though the Mac doesn't have much penetration, you can still get through that that wood there over in church. Either way, INOX Division are not too fussed. They've still got a substantial lead, and this buy-up will feature a couple of SMGs and 3 M4s. Kicker tossing the util down. A Molotov towards top banana. Keeps INOX Division at bay. And then the smoke break. No info gained. In fact, did they see Finn? I'm not sure. It might just be spam that's coming through here. A labored engagement towards top and bottom banana. Each team battling through the smoke. That's a nice nade. Ernest and Rails down to 65 and 67 respectively.
They might need to take a risk this CT side, and they have pushed all the way through balcony on apps. That is huge info. Look at the smoke as well to block B. Kissel.
With a nade.
Yeah, this could do a lot of damage. They know now. They know there's nobody out mid. There's nobody in apartments. There's 30 seconds to go. There's only one option for this T side. And they're about to run straight into a molly. Cronus here does have a smoke to land on it, and he might have to use it. Trades for the moment very much favoring the defense. And now that flank gets engaged as well on banana. How on earth do you navigate this as a player backsighting Finn, choosing his moments, and not even actually required as they go for the boost? That was a masterclass in information from the CT side.
You're absolutely right. I mean, they had all the intel they could possibly want, and then they're just tossing the nades exactly where OneWin were, not once but twice. Then the incendiary's down. You got the bodies in place. A little bit of fortune for Kissel, I'll be honest, jumping in midair and hitting a headshot with a MP9, and he's down to 11 HP. But at the end of the day, it was going to be either him or someone else that dealt the killing blow, because OneWin just had nothing going for them in that round. And like you were saying, because of the limitations in terms of hardware, it made sense for INOX to get a little more aggressive, take more risks, and man, oh man, did it ever pay off. They're now only 2 rounds away from taking this map pick of theirs and sending us to cash, and well, could be only 1 round soon, because Venomans found that frag onto Kicker to already open up the proceedings. Molotov lands right at the feet of Rayo, so his position is now known. More information gained for INOX.
Quite sure this is the first round Venom has orbed on Inferno. Pretty sure they chose to 5 rifle all of the T side, so nice to see him.
I'm trying to think.
On
I think
the
you're right,
tried and tested weapon. OneWin. I mean, the buy was already a disaster. Rails is a Glock for some reason. Not sure what's going on there. Maybe somebody could give him a gun. Finn is an absolute menace. I'm not sure they're going to expect this at all. Flash comes over.
What a flash, man.
And it's just salt in the wounds. Kissel sticks around. Quite aggressive. And he's basically done the job. Rails, even a plant here would be a miracle. And that is not going to happen. It is 12 for the defense. They've barely put a foot wrong, Frank, on this map. The only second round where they got reset on the first half is where I can point and say that's something to look at. Otherwise, given they're a team that's playing with a 5th player that hasn't been around very long, this is about as good as it gets on Inferno.
Yep. No question about it.
Apparently, they dominate North America as well. So,
Thanks, Alan. Yep, that's. I think that goes without saying. Just let's lay off a little bit. I already gave it to you earlier, so like, I'm trying to hope you don't put any more shade on NA. Anyway, Cronus is gonna get an opener here. He's immediately traded, but Ozek doing the work with the Tech 9s. The faster play and the simplistic approach actually benefits OneWin, and Lazer's watching and waiting. Koss is probably dead. Yes, he is. Latic finds the headshot. 4v2 for OneWin, so maybe, just maybe, they've got a bit of life here. And despite all the money, it feels like INOX are posturing for a save, yeah.
These two have money, the others quite so much, so it makes sense.
Hey.
Save these two. They can drop all the guns required for another investment. So, in isolation, it's a good set move from OneWin, good openers. Gets them on the site, clearly, in a decent position. Don't want to call it quite a consolation round, but they've got such a long way to go that you could even look at the angle of just getting some reps in before we get onto cash.
Yeah, kind of feels that way. A little bit of creative accounting required here for everyone to get what they need. All right, they've juggled the weapons around, and INOX are good to go. Saving an AK forward, but everything else is as you'd expect. Smoke gonna get tossed immediately right off the rip towards bottom banana. OneWin might just charge through it. We'll see. No. It is enough to deter them. Nade's gonna get tossed, and that means that Finn, if he wants it, can get deep banana control here. He's gonna have to dance around that Molotov and doesn't really take any damage from it as he fades back and waits. Work from Finn. Blocking that smoke. That'll make the approach for OneWin a little more difficult because they'll expect coverage where they won't have it. 43 seconds left. Eventually, they will make their move, I promise.
Venom has gone looking. Cause at the same time. This is what we didn't really see from OneWin on the defense. They were very happy to stack, but to grab information in the mid-round, not really. Phenomen?
Yes.
Falls back. What have we got? Koz is low. He's by the moto smoke. Really needs to get up towards default or something like that. Position where he can fight. Phenomen needs to find a lot of kills here, and it's just the one. A-bomb site overwhelmed. And now this is absolutely a save. It's nice to see what X1 win, not just rolling over and dying here.
No, for sure. And that's promising for the next map, or even this one, perhaps, if they can pull it off and get 6 more in a row after this. But it's always a tall task, especially when INOX are playing as well as they are. Sure, you may be able to crack through and catch them off guard a couple of times here on this T side, but to do it consistently on a map that INOX Division love to play to boot, I don't know. We'll see. Especially since there hasn't really been a weakness here. No one really playing off their game on the side of INOX. No, Naneki's been a monster. Maybe slowed up a little bit over these last 2. We'll see what this next round delivers. They are going to go for it all, it seems. Yeah, they're going all in on this round because it does yield a pretty respectable buy-up.
Koz went looking there. Pushed down mid, peeked towards second mid briefly. I think Ozig might have spotted him. Playing with a lot of caution here at the moment. Let's see. I don't think INOX needs to take any tremendous risks. I think the way they're playing these mid rounds is going to net them around for long. They're going to find a gap. Fenneman, especially on the AWP, he's going to have a moment. And that will probably be enough. Finn, overwhelmed here. There's a lot of players around. They're trying to trade him. Kizzle needs to get some util out. Aid his teammate. Finn's doing it all at the moment. Really? 16 kills for him. He's had a sleeper. Fabulous map. And now 4-on-3. Bomb out in the open a little bit at the moment. Kizzle, surely not. He is. He's straight through this smoke. What can he get done? Just the one. But this is just an absolute barrage being sent forward by INOX. They do not want X1 win to be comfortable whatsoever.
31 seconds left for X1 win. Get the bomb planted. I don't know if they're going to be able to. INOX are applying the pressure. They're just waiting, in fact, right around the corner. And that can't feel good for one when they toss a Molotov, like, let's hope this is enough. All right, bomb planted at the very least. INOX didn't want to show their hand just yet. Notoneki tapping away. Lazer actually hits a shot on Fenneman. Hold on a second. One win could pull this off. It's a second. What a ripper of a shot and kicker. Gets Notoneki. One win have managed to recover in a 2v3 situation when it felt like they wouldn't be able to. And maybe INOX were a little too passive.
Almost looked flustered there at the end. It's hard to believe two players by the coffins could have got a lot done if they were facing three at once. But clearly, fights presented themselves okay to the players of X1 win. And quite surprisingly, we're still going here. It's now 7-12. This is the first, not even a full eco, it's the first lesser investment from INOX that they've been forced to take. Save kept them going with the buys. The closer this gets, by the way, the more that 5v2 loss is going to sting. We're having a very different conversation right now if this is something like 8 or 9-10 as the scoreline.
Yes. No, absolutely. You're not wrong. One win, or X1 win. Got used to that. 57 seconds left on the clock for them to make their play. They're walking into the stack, so this is good news for INOX Division. It's not red, and it seems like it is. Cronus is going to get a couple. However, Kizzle strikes for 2, reloads, goes for more. 1v3 required. He can't do it. I mean, it would have been crazy if he popped around there and got them all, but not to be. And now one win will be 4 rounds away from overtime. INOX struggling to close this one out.
Wouldn't be a horrible time for a pause for INOX, just to chill out a bit, relax, have a think about what is and isn't going right. They're all for Fenneman, very good util, so whatever round they want to run towards Banana, they can. They're going to send 3 there with a bonus smoke thrown by one of the A players as well, I believe. What do they want to do? Smoke here at the bottom. Burst it open for a moment. Latic doesn't see a great deal. Re-smoke from Finn. So INOX know they have full Banana. And this is just old school. Leave 1B, jump spotting. 4A in the meanwhile.
Yeah, very typical Inferno strat. INOX, I don't think they've yet to have like a full buy in terms of guns, right? Like an AWP and 4M4s. It's always like an MP9 somewhere in the mix here on their CT side, so we'll see if that ends up being the difference maker in this round. Fenneman not having the AWP, so cause for concern potentially. However, they do a lot of damage to Oza, getting him down to 24, but he's just a lurk. The actual set play is going to come towards the B site. It's going pretty fast here. 45 seconds left. Finn is going to get the insta headshot. Kizzle finds kicker. They're doing work here. This dynamic duo anchoring down the B site. Finn doesn't go down either, and Kizzle gets another. It is all INOX Division here in round number 21. Ozik, the one who was lurking towards A, down to 24 HP. Well, he's the last one alive, and not much hope for him here.
this is over. INOX stumbled a couple times right at the end, but elsewhere were absolutely fabulous on Inferno. Finn has such a good map. And there you go. They put X1 win in the grave. What a performance from INOX. And John, that was so well deserved. That was brilliant from them.
It really was. And like you said, just a brief hiccup there in the middle, but I wouldn't even call it that. They're just being patient. They're just, using the lead that they built up to their advantage. And well, we'll send it over to Tony to break it all down.
Listen, guys, we said earlier on that there was already a previous instance of these two teams having met. Inferno was one of those maps, and it was a long-winded affair. It was an overtime victory, 16-12 for one win. And if we're going to look back on that in reflection now in comparison to what we have today, Nataneki not being there and him being here today, I feel like at least on that first half was an extraordinary difference. Yes, an incredible map coming out from FinW. Very, very well done. But if we're going to be talking about what really got them into the forefront of this map, I really do believe that Nataneki played a big part in that early round as well as closure. He was somebody who was always flying across the map at any point in time in between his teammates and being able to fill those gaps and requiring either openings or trade kills, to which he was doing very good work on. And we're going to be looking towards the end where maybe, yes, it was a little bit slower to actually close. It was a little bit slower to actually get the needle over the line. But at the end of the day, the win is the win. And they're taking it 13-8 now. And Nataneki, FinW, beautiful performances from my number 1 and number 2 personally for this series. And Fenomen really didn't need to do a whole hell of a lot. We were talking about him as somebody to watch. He certainly is, but it actually is a huge plus for me going into that next map of Cash for INOX that Fenomen wasn't firing off just yet, because that's time for him to warm up even still, and seeing his rifling core actually be able to deliver when it comes down to it, that's going to be something in where one win aren't going to be able to find recreatable rounds here on Inferno, and going into their map choice, their T side's going to have to look like a little bit more warmed up, as they didn't really get a whole lot of it on that last map. They only managed to get a few of those rounds before the ultimate closure was through. So the push and the pull was certainly there, but it's one in which we're going to need to see a little bit more strength coming out of the side of one win. They're going to be able to push this to a third. We'll have to find out after the break.
Time for some cash here in Thunderpick. This is the pick of ex-1win, recently displaced from their organization. Hopefully, that they can get back on track in this series. They're a map down. The odds are not favorable, to put it mildly. And they need to play their best Counter-Strike if they want to pull this off. They're trying to split B. Unfortunately, there's a stack and a pair of Julies, and Phenomen is having a great start to cash.
Yes, he is. Wasn't really needed over on Inferno, and Tony mentioned it. Maybe he's just gearing up for cash and already getting that 2K. Perhaps a sign of things to come. Kickert and Ozic are going to back off, rotate themselves in towards A main instead, which, honestly, not a bad call. Oh, excuse me, they're going towards Suiki now. But could get themselves a bomb plant, because there's only really one player here in Nodaneki. Kickert. Going out. I mean, Nodaneki's kind of into quad now, so this will be a little more difficult for 1win to dig him out. And he gets one on Osic, who's not even waiting for the clear. Pulls out the bomb. A little ill-advised. Kicker does manage to get one. Now we try to stick the plant. He will succeed, so that's actually mission accomplished for 1win at the very least. They won't get any more than that, but a little bit of money into the next round to justify a force buy.
There is a plant, so we're expecting Stead Force to come in, aren't we? Can they get Galils, perhaps across the board? Not sure we'll get any AK drops. There's one. By the hands of Latic. We'll see who picks that up. Cronus by the looks of it. And Phenomen is an AWP on second round. Why not? Well, I guess the why not is he's facing 4 guns that can't one-shot headshot kill unless it's very close range.
Yeah. It's still risky, though, if you lose it, right? And you hand it over to the other side. We'll see. AK is available, in fact. And, oh boy, there goes Koss. A little overzealous in his mid-peak, and Kicker capitalizes on that. Kicker, looking for more now. Nodaneki needs to be careful, down to 12 HP. This is not a great start for INOX, and reminiscent of the way Inferno went at the beginning of that one.
I think they're already committed to an A stack, and they'll save if they get it wrong. Nodaneki is so low. And ex-1win, B is definitely the right decision. There's nobody here. I don't think the CT side is going to be massively inclined to fight for this either. Kittle's around. There's no util towards the CT position. Nodaneki in the meanwhile is dealt with. So this retake, not going to happen. And INOX, just like they did on the first round of second round of Inferno, they fall foul to a force buy.
Indeed. Phenomen, I mean, given the fact that he has the op in the second round, definitely needs to prioritize hanging on to it. So understand the stack and his complete unwillingness to go for more of a fight. But yeah, good news for 1win to tie things up at 1. And I think that goes without saying that INOX will force up after this. Be absolutely zero surprise, given that they have an op and an M4 to do it around. There goes that bomb. Not even a hunt at all here. On the side of ex-1win. No surprise in that department either.
Early pause for INOX. To discuss this buy and what they're going to do, they're clearly going to force in. I guess the really big question is, what do you do with Phenomen? He's clearly your best chance of winning this round. Where do you play him? Does he get aggressive? Do you try and make an accurate guess in the mid-round? Plenty of options on cash. Is Phenomen comfortable with all those options yet? That is quite a question.
All right. Early parts of the round don't feature too much in terms of engagements because mid has been given up entirely by INOX. Playing very passively here. We saw the opposite on Inferno, right? When they had this type of buy-up, they were going for information, trying to poke and prod across the map, and it really did benefit them in winning. I believe it was that third round. Back on Inferno.
We're about to get a B push, I think. Fenneman's clearing deeper lines. But as we can see, the bulk of the forces for the T side, they're thinking A. Fenneman continues to clear. He didn't see anything towards deep B or Sunroom. So there is a rotation. There's a smoke for main. Let's see if this is respected by the T side. It has been. There's a play out mid in Cronus. INOX haven't made a wrong decision here. Their buy is so bad, and they've decided to fully gamble onto A after seeing not a lot B. But I think X1 win are about to walk into an empty site.
Yeah, I think so too. Although mid, that's what? Kissel and Fenneman are going to get a couple of quick frags just like that. One pushing into A main and the other one looking around mid. This could go in INOX's way, and not to mention only 13 seconds left to plant this bomb. You imagine that some sort of pressure is going to be applied here by Kissel to try and deny this, but no, he's just going to wait for his teammates to join him, saying, you know what, 5v3 is better than me throwing my life away, trying for a desperate play that may not work out.
This feels CT-sided. The T's are so penned in, playing underneath heaven right now. There's nobody really to fight checkers. So these players can get out of the vent uncontested. One for Rayon, but not much else to speak of. That is a perfect retake. And INOX, the last round for them wasn't brilliant, but this more than makes up for it.
Yeah, it does. And I love the way they played that, given the circumstances, and realizing, okay, there was presence. Let's go again, hunt for information. They go into A main, they go into mid, see what's happening in those directions. They find 2 for free. No trades come in, no answers on the X1 win side, and then beautiful retake. I mean, look, you could say maybe Kissel could have peeked in, tried to deny the bomb like I was mentioning, but that doesn't matter at all when they have that type of retake in their minds and they can execute on it. So yeah, well done again by INOX. As we head into this 4th round of play, Echoes of Inferno. It's very similar, so far anyway, to how that played out, and I don't think that's good news for one win. So they're going to want to change that flow, let's say. Kicker's going to get taken down to 11 HP. Surprised they don't go for the finishing touch, but INOX Division don't want to take too many risks.
INOX calling this pretty well. They've got 3 nearby. As long as these initial players can hold on okay, and they do. Such good timing for Cos to come through heaven. I don't think I've seen anybody playing what I'd call it metal on the right side of the site. I don't think I've seen anybody play on top of that before, but very interesting setup. Very hard to position, I guess, the flash. And Fenneman is making it tremendously tough here to get a bomb plant. The bomb does cross. Just about gets the bomb down. And this mid player in Kicker has caused a bit of an issue. So still a man advantage. Batik to deal with. Wide open angle under the boost. Goes to Fenneman. Arm spotted. Head removed. And now advantage T side. Kissel on the cross.
What?
That is ridiculous. Kicker and Latik have just torn that round from the hands of INOX.
Wow, I thought INOX had that one signed, sealed, and delivered, but what a recovery from Lavked, holding the line so very well, and ensuring that INOX could not take a step forward. In fact, the whole squad really doing a good job finding trades, finding responses. Now INOX Division will be going for another force buy. 4 M4s and a deagle. Look at this flurry of utility that's going out here. Boss trying to get aggressive, but it doesn't work at all. Cronus gets the spray down through the smoke, but the nade in response is beautiful. INOX doing so much damage, no kills, but that'll soften up the pieces for these M4s, and Rayos trying to get into A-main. He's probably not going to. Oh, he does! He hits a wicked shot and another one after that. I thought he was dead to rights, Alan, but no, he gets not one, but two, and this round probably over now. We'll see. Maybe Phenom and Nonaneki have something to say, assuming that one win, or X1 win, go towards A, but they've got this lurk on B. Ozik is there. They just have to rotate over once they realize it's completely clear.
Much punchier start for X1 win. Does lend itself that way, that said, as it is cash. You can basically take as many fights as you want as the T side. You can always get out mid. Pretty much always fight B if you want to. You can take fights from A main. And they're applying a lot of pressure, clearly. Granted, they haven't won every round here, obviously, but they found gaps. They found ways onto bomb sites. And INOX, definitely not for certain these guns are going to get saved, is it? There are T-side players on A. Maybe now. They stand a better chance.
Okay. Well, at the very least, doing some damage at the end of this round, but it won't matter here, as it'll still be a third found for one win. It was, you know, it's expensive. One win have to reinvest pretty heavily, and they haven't stabilized their economy at all. Neither team has. So again, this makes a force buy kind of justifiable. I don't think we'll see it, though. It's probably just going to be an eco for INOX Division around the two rifles. That would be the wise choice to make. There's no reason to kind of go all in so early in the map. Yeah. We go on here. INOX Division sending 3 players down mid. You can't take more of a risk with those pistols. Maybe try to close the angles a little bit. And they were thinking about it, but there was so much utility and the smoke as well that lands in their face that they decide against it.
Doing their best here, INOX, to find a good fight. Bit of a peek there into A main, nobody around. Venom here. Needs to be careful if Cronus there gets up and towards the box. Could get overwhelmed, decides to back off. INOX. Some point here, they probably just need to fully gamble. They've given a lot of space. He's gone looking. Doesn't want to stick around for a second fight. They're very passive. I think it's time just to pick a site and stack.
Well, 23 seconds left. The stack may work out. These pistols feel like rifles the lower the time goes here for one win. And they will get Finn. 15 seconds left now to clear out the last few players. One thing goes wrong and they're in trouble, especially if the bomb planter gets dropped here. Oh, Kissel spots him, but Cronus gets to safety. And it should be fine. Yeah, it pretty much is. You imagine that Phenom and Nonaneki are going to prioritize keeping the rifles, and they absolutely do. Interesting little turn of events, but it's no more than that, as one win, or X1 win, will take a fourth.
Might be time for that second pause. The defense. They need to find a way out of this. Fenneman's barely AWP'd because the money's been all over the show. Cash is a hard map to play if you let the T's get all the map control. And then, whatever, split aside. Who's going for a mid, execute. It's just so difficult. It's a bit like Anubis in that sense, to hold off and execute. I wonder at what point the game is going to be changed. I think INOX have made that call here. They're going to fight for mid. Boost in towards the vent. Cronus might have an idea of that. Players coming off highway. They will commit to this even without a player in vent. Bit of a change-up. And I wonder what this smoke at the top of highway is going to do. Do they panic and give this up? Do they really commit for mid? It's a tough call to make.
Felt like it was going to be, excuse me, an all-out brawl towards mid there for a moment, but it ends up just being Koss, and that's it. So 5v4 in favor of X1 win. Kicker taking a lot of damage. Cronus hovering around the half health mark, but they're still feeling good. And INOX are looking to get aggressive, it seemed, anyway, into aiming, but instead they just throw the incendiary and will back off to highway.
They feel much less comfortable to me on this map. I can just feel it. The way Koss their peak mid for the CT side. Wasn't quite aware that his teammates had fully given up the game. Finn comes out. Back a check is just the one. So very good trades from the T side. Potentially is going to put this out of reach. INOX, HP-wise, they're very much in the game. But not like he's out of position. Fenneman, if he gets, you know, a free frag, maybe they go for it. But that doesn't look likely, does it?
No. No, you're right, because like Nononeki's so far out. Even if he does get that kill, like Nononeki's gonna have to sprint to get to the bomb site. Just doesn't make sense for them. Their money's kind of all over the place too, with the way their buy-ups have gone. So they're gonna want to get that straightened out. Either way, one win, up 5-2, feeling much better than they ever did in that first half of Inferno, as you would expect since they're picking into this map. She didn't really talk about too much, but yeah, one win, have played it 3 times. They beat ArcRed in Gen 1, lost to Eternal Fire, and on the side of INOX Division, they have played it against Falcons Force, the academy team for Falcons, and Sinners just earlier today, in fact, and they won that Sinners matchup 13-8. So at least some recent good memories on the map that could give them some hope here to get back into things.
I guess the thing about Cash is that, you know, if you meet a style of play that is tough to play against, do you have the other options?
Yes.
You know, I'm sure on Inferno there's plenty of ways they could play and still be competitive in rounds. Here, they've struggled. Last round was a change-up. We tried to fight into mid. Clearly didn't go well. Koz again is the first man to go down as one win really changed the pace. It's been a lot of slow defaults. Now they go back towards A, but this missed, probably missed highway smoke is giving Fenneman a ruthless angle.
I mean, he's got the bomb dropped, and that's the good news. Bad news is they've lost some players, and they lose everyone except for him. He's looking for targets. Still has the bomb, though. The one men are hoping that this flank will yield something, and obviously they're going to try to pincer. Fenneman looking to take the initiative, and I don't mind that at all. He has gone all the way around from Squeaky, and he'll be on technically a flank into A main, and one man's going to spend all this time trying to clear everything out and figure out where he is. And he might be able to pop around, well, not through A main anymore, maybe through Squeaky, and surprise them, because this is the last place you'll probably expect him to be, as he's watching and waiting to get his opportunity to get one. You have to feel like he's going to make this a 1v1. The question is, will one be in a position to get an immediate trade or not? As Kickert about to walk out towards the site, to his death, there it is, 1v1, and they're not in a position to get the trade, and they still don't have the bomb here, Alan.
That molly should ensure a plant.
Yeah.
What does Fenneman choose to do? Move quickly, try and get some space. He will. And Ozik is ready. It's a really good try from Fenneman.
Yeah.
But I think individually they're just not comfortable on this map. There's a lot of players getting caught out in the open with that slightly odd highway smoke. You would have wagered a lot of money on INOX winning that round because Fenneman could just kill pretty much anybody on the cross to the bottom, and yet still players get caught alone.
INOX leaned in a lot on their CT side up against Sinners in order to get that win, and they're not going to have that luxury here at all. The best they can hope for at this stage is winning out and getting a 6-6 tie, but even that feels like a far cry, as you mentioned. Individually, very uncomfortable on the map, which is what you're going to get a lot of as Cash is reintroduced into the pool. It's those opportunities for teams in the early goings who practice it and into that comfort zone versus the ones who don't really have a chance to get into it too much. So they're relying more on individual skill, which isn't usually enough to deal with the onslaught that comes their way from a prepared squad. 109 remains on the clock and free mid control gained for one win. However, there is a player watching highway. It's Fenneman. He's just gone off the angle. Yeah, he just went off the angle as they moved in. That's a shame for them. Lavked going to get the first one to Cos.
It's been a bit of a nightmare for Cos. 2-8. Consistently getting caught in the open. It's a liability for his team right now. They're playing a lot of these rounds man down because of his early fights. And I think Finn here might be about to go the same way. Ozic towards Checkers could apply the death blow. Rails is killed, but yeah, I mean, Finn never there particularly stood a chance. Going to be 7 for 1 win. I mean, there are a couple of players here sticking around for INOX, but unless 1 win start over facing CT, this shouldn't be possible. And with this save, INOX could fully buy again.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm surprised they're even trying.
Yeah. I think they just wanted to have a look, but that could cost them everything here. We'll see if 1 win chases. They certainly have the money to do so. But they're going to prioritize keeping their guns. They allow INOX Division to walk away with the AWP and the AK, and yeah, I mean, you could still buy around it with the loss bonus. It's not going to be as strong as having the 3, but better than only having 1 left, with Nononeki managing to escape with his life.
Absolutely mad that Fenneman is 8-2. Shows you how many times he's been last alive and saved.
Yeah, yeah. That's a really good point. 9 rounds in, only 2 deaths for Fenneman. But that's not necessarily a good thing. In fact, it is not a good thing at all, considering the scoreline. Tactical pause is going to be called by INOX. It's about time. You mentioned it a little earlier, I think, that they should have called it, but now they're going to. Things are really starting to slip away from them.
The buy pattern's been a bit weird. I think 2 rounds ago they forced up with FAMASs.
Mm-hmm.
Now they've realized the error of their ways and they're going to half buy. This is what they should have done a few rounds ago. So, are they half buying? Finn definitely thinks it's a half buy. Okay, they've changed their minds. Dropping guns. A little bit sparse on util on Kissel, but I don't think you could watch the previous few rounds and say that util was the biggest problem. They need to change mid. They can't allow Cos to get caught alone anymore. It's just untenable. They can't play the CT size like that. You can see there's multiple players now joining him in mid. And in their attempts to join him, sees Fenneman going down. Cos, though, under the boost, comes good. 2 for him. Kissel.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's trying to get aggressive when his teammates are aggressive in mid. That feels unnecessary.
I agree. I was about to say, like, why are you doing that? Down to a 3v3 now. Although Finn will manage to take care of Ozic, so it still could be okay. Rotation for 1 win. Back towards A main. Only Lavked and Rayos remain, but they have a lot of time to wait and see what INOX Division might do if they get aggressive or go out an angle ill-advisedly. They'll be able to catch them. In fact, no, they're not going to go into A. Instead, they readjust and want mid control instead, where Enox are not really watching. I think they have Kaz watching from a site towards highway, but I'm not sure how much that's going to gain them aside from information.
If ex-RUSTEC commits into A, I do think this will be really tough. If Kaz realizes both are here, then his teammate by 4 can back into A main and it becomes really hard to get a bomb plant. So let's see, kind of winging a smoke here towards truck. And they actually not full. He's on top of the catwalk. He's not an Eki. What a strong position for that late round. And finally, so quite a drought. Enox win around again.
Indeed. Third round found. It's a far cry from the dominance they had in Inferno, but better than nothing. So there'll be a timeout called for 1 win now, or X1 win, to talk things over. Plenty of money to buy up. Maybe just want to change the approach a little bit. Things didn't work out. Talk about what didn't work in that previous round and readjust.
Because they lost 2 players coming over the boost to Kaz, so it might be, you know, maybe it's somebody's job to molly under that. Maybe probably second man in is tasked to clear it. So first man goes over gun in hand looking towards connector or whatever. Kaz probably shouldn't have been allowed to get 2, so I guess that's what they're discussing.
Yeah.
But there's no need to panic here if you want. When you got great money.
Yeah.
You made 1 error in the last, 5 rounds. They're playing great Counter-Strike. They're really suffocating the season side.
No, absolutely. This is what you're going to get from a lot of the cash picks, where teams really are prepared to play and their opponents are struggling to keep up with the pace. And that could be the case again here for INOX Division, as 1 win are tossing a ton of utility into mid, looking for that control. Cronus is already committed, and there goes Kickert on top of the roof. Gets Nodaneki, who hasn't been able to instill his rhythm on this match, in this map anyway, at all. Cronus staring down at the vent, hoping that more aggression comes through from INOX Division, who are just seemingly desperate to take fights or gain advantages in duels and taking individual, going for individual fights versus on Inferno, where they were very much a well-oiled machine. And there's another individual fight, but it actually goes the way of Kissel, as Cronus will fall.
I think they've recognized that leaving Kaz alone mid in the mid round really wasn't working.
Right.
So, kind of a combination of things here. Notaneki trying to help his teammate. That was a good response from Kissel. We'll give him a lot of credit. And Phenomen ready. First found, second collected. And this on A is a no-go. He's too fast.
Yeah.
You will not catch this man sleeping.
He almost got that third. I mean, that was pretty wicked. The thing is, throughout all that time, Ozik has managed to slip towards the B site. He's trying to get that site secured, and he actually finds the kill on towards Finn. Bomb going to be ferried over here. This could secure a plant. We'll see. Incendiary out. Rayos gets caught, and now Ozik finds Kissel. What's happening? A complete collapse for INOX Division. Phenomen, after getting 2 strong kills on A, they had full control, and then they can't find a trade at all. Fantastic work from Rayos and Ozik, but INOX Division, if they don't win this round, are going to be scratching their heads, and even if they do, I think they're going to talk things over here. Oh, what a shot from Phenomen, dropping down, flicking onto Ozik. Chance to clutch still, kit in hand, and the AK picked up off the ground, has to get the skill a little quickly and can't do it. Rayos gets the last. 2K for him, 2 for Ozik as well, and they recover beautifully to get an 8th.
Phenomen's got to be looking at his teammate and just ask him, what else do you want? I mean, I've given you a 4v2. You know it's not A. Or very unlikely to be A. And Kissel overstays is welcome. Finn not considering an aggression. Granted, it was quite unusual to get aggressive from CT on B, but again, these are very small things that say you're playing Inferno, you just know where you're pathing. Just absolute muscle memory, autopilot as you move around the map. That's what they don't have here, and that is what is costing them. I don't think they've been in terrible macro positions, but yeah, compared to other maps in the pool, Cash is not home territory for INOX.
No, not at all. Although that last round's great. That was really convincing. I don't know where that was the entire half, but they shut down one win entirely at every single turn. And you really feel like Fenneman was hitting his stride towards like the last few rounds there. And if maybe that would have been there sooner, they could have done more. But even then, like he got 3 in that couple of rounds ago, and they didn't do anything about it in terms of the other players getting frags. Anyway, whatever. First half's over. INOX at least salvage one more out of it in the final one, and get that fourth, but one win are in the driver's seat.
This is still very much doable. One win. Sorry, for INOX.
For INOX?
Definitely doable for X1 win. T-side Cash. They get this half off to a good start. Be that winning pistol. Maybe a reset round one for them on the second. Either of these would do them good. And what is the call going to be? Plenty of players here towards the B-bomb site. For both teams. 3 here for the defense. Player tucked right in the back of Checkers. That's Cronus. When does he activate? Here comes the util. CT-sided smoke goes down. But the T's going to try and go through this. It is carnage as they come through. Cronus, though, only finds the one. Kickert mollies himself mid-sight. Trying to do whatever he can to buy some more time. And it kind of works. It looks funky, but why not? He buys more time for those rotations.
Yeah, it was an interesting decision to throw the incendiary right in the middle of the site, but actually works pretty well. It's creates a gap between himself and his opponents and allows him a little bit of a safety net to try and take those shots from the back of site. And everyone else chimes in as well, and that's great work coming through from X1 win. As now INOX Division not winning that pistol round have not done themselves any favor, trying to get back into this map of Cash. They will be not going for the force buy. A couple of Deagles bought up and a P250, but that is it.
Keeping that CT economy low here matters.
Yep.
To recover this map, INOX, they probably need to pull off a full reset at some point. So, 3 kills here. Keeps it one wins money low. Next round's a buy with minimum loss bonus for the CT side. That is the most obvious picture right now to recovery.
I don't know that much damage can happen in this round. Maybe if the Deagles ring true. Nodaneki trying to do that himself. But, one win are not showing their face. So they're just waiting for INOX Division to come out, which is bad news for INOX because they want fights to be taken. Kickert actually backs off a little bit. Surprised to see that because the Impinon would be more potent up close and personal there. But he goes for the mid-range fight instead. It costs him his life. Rayos will deal the damage against 2. Pulls out the pistol for another. And then finds the quad. Easy as that for him as X1 win take a 10th.
All right, let's see if there's life left in Cash for INOX. We need rounds and convincing rounds to turn this back. Early util dispatched from the T's, but clearly this is not going to be a default. 3 A main, 2 squeaky. It's obviously going to be an A hit, and there's actually only Rayos on the site proper right now.
Finn will get a trade on Rayos. Burned to a crisp by the Molotov. Or excuse me, the other way around. But either way, Latek's going to get the off kill on Kissel. 4v3 in favor of X1 win, despite the fact that the bomb is being planted right now and a retake is primed and ready. This could be INOX's path back in to Cash. Smoke goes out for main. Interesting decision from X1 Win. There's the Molotov for Fork. Venoman's under pressure. He will get one before falling, but if the trades continue to go well for X1 Win, they'll be able to get back to the site and defuse the bomb, but it is taking away. Finn trying to hang on with Nonaneki. Nonaneki's gone. Finn the last hope, and he won't be able to do it. There is the kit, and there is just enough time to get that defusal through, as INOX will unfortunately fall in this round.
You were more confident than I was. That there was time for that defuse. That probably is the nail in the coffin, I'd have thought, for INOX. Here on Cash. Had a decent go at it. Maybe Kissel was unaware of the AWP on the CT side as he repeat. Squeaky. And now they're in a huge hole. An absolutely massive deficit. Let's see what they're going for this time. More so posturing for mid. That splashing straight through the mid smoke. Playing some bold counter strike.
Oh, go ahead.
Give them that.
I was just going to say, I want to say that INOX are looking forward to Dust 2, 17-5 over the last 3 months, but if you look at their losses, one, they're top heavy. They've lost 3 of their last 4, and they also lost to 1 win in overtime, 14-16. So this is, like I said before, it feels like a 50-50 going to Dust 2 should we get there. And it feels like we probably will, unless there's a crazy recovery here from INOX. Cronus gets a 2K to shut down Finn and Fenomen. Kissel, a response, but Kicker's in a perfect spot to get the trade here after Ozic falls. And now a 3v2 in favor of X1 when bomb needs to be planted still for INOX, and Kissel falling is going to make this very difficult for Nodaneki to clutch out.
He's good, but
Yes.
this should not be possible. Kicker will go in first with the AWP. Here comes the trade. Never in doubt. 12 for 1 win. 8 map points. Has not been competitive. This is a huge turnaround. Yeah, X1 win are, by a long shot, the more comfortable Cash team right now.
Plus 2 is going to be really interesting because, you know, both teams have had their chance to warm up their riflers, their oppers, you know, on their respective picks. I feel like it's going to be an all-out brawl and an exciting one to watch. Again, assuming we get there. I'm getting ahead of myself because maybe INOX is going to win 8 rounds in a row. We're in overtime, right? You never know. It's Counter-Strike. But odds are, given the way they've played and the comfort level we've seen from them, feels very, very low that they'll come back. And, excuse me, odds are very, very low that they'll do that. Anyway, Boss will be going out towards mid. Lots of time left, but that really doesn't matter. My God, they're just everywhere. They're not giving INOX any chance at all to breathe. This one step away from being over, but Finn has managed to recover with a couple through the smoke, and that could lead to a bomb plant here. Molotov thrown into heaven. Kicker, ooh, hanging around, and he managed to get Finn towards the site. Another 1v3 clutch for Nodaneki. Maybe this time it can come through here. Molotov thrown at his feet. He wants to take this fight with the player in heaven, but 1 win are just giving him absolutely nothing. They're going to try and coordinate this well. They have so much utility available for them. So it feels like Nodaneki is just on an island, and he's about to be completely drowned in the water.
Under he goes. Under he goes. 1 win. So much deserved, the victory here. I'm stunned, John. That is... It couldn't be more different from map 1.
No, it really couldn't. That is an impressive recovery for 1 win going on to this map pick of Cash. As, look, I mean, INOX have got a lot to think about as we head to Dust 2 after this. Again, very strong record. They're super comfortable there, so we won't see, you know, the hesitation that we saw in Cash, but we'll let Tony break it all down for you.
Listen, I was kind of talking about how I hoped that going into this Cash pick for 1 win, that they were going to be a little bit more well-versed, right, in comparison to what we had witnessed back onto Inferno, a map that we've seen for all that long of a time. And I was saying on the pre-show that it was something that I think that in practice and in play that I was pretty impressed with what 1 win have put on display. And frankly, I think we got to see a lot of that. And I can't really can't really figure whether or not I chalk this one up a little bit more to the side of INOX Division looking a little bit out of their depths when it came down to the fundamental beginnings of a lot of these rounds on their CT side in particular, or if it was actually just a level of preparation for this map in which OneWin really did get a leg up over them in that capacity. But if we're going to be talking about how the changes that needed to be implemented into this one, it was Venom, who felt like he was playing fine, right? That's absolutely not a question. He looked like he was playing fine. He was putting out damage and output. He was finding majority of their high impact kills, at least in the CT side in the mid to late round scenarios. But what it felt like to me is that in the advent of there being a really prominent rifler in middle and being able to take a lot of that advantage, a lot of the early starts in which the X1 team were able to get out with their numbers, Venom wasn't really a part of that conversation until it was too little too late, for my opinion, outside of like one round, and where, yes, we can remember that he got those 2 kills on the A main players coming through into their site pretty quickly. It doubled back to B, and the 4v2 was fumbled. But if we're talking about predominantly coming into these rounds where 3 of his picks came in that one in particular, he wasn't really getting into the conversation as much as I would have wanted personally, given the fact that maybe Cost was a little bit out of his field in the mid, and there was not really a whole lot they could do other than try a cheeky vent boost every now and again. But when it comes down to it, it wasn't really going to show a lot of the chest puff up in which I would have required, tactically speaking, in the openings of these rounds that was necessary for them to be able to win, let alone against X1 or against anybody else. They're going to need to go back to the drawing board if they're going to let it go through their map pool and let it find themselves onto another veto in that process. I think it's going to be in due time that we do catch that fact. But yeah, X1, Alan couldn't have said it any better. Absolutely deserved. I think it was pretty much a top to bottom affair, to which it's, again, a good sign for them that Lavked wasn't doing all that crazy a job. It was everybody else that felt like they were putting in the numbers and dishing out the damage, and Kickert in particular finding their openings, trading, and being able to really regroup on timings, to which I can only assume Cronus was calling in time. And I hope that the prospect of the AWP of Lavked coming online on Dust 2 is going to be there, as I had kind of built up Venom to do so. He started to live up to that here on this map, but not to his fullest potential. It's going to be a clash on Dust 2 for the final and the third, for a third best of 3 of the day, so make sure you do come back after the break.
third map required, and it will be Dust 2. Both teams do enjoy a bit of Dust 2, so perhaps a more back and forth affair than the opening 2 maps of this series have brought. That's what we're hoping for. Some stellar Counter-Strike to round out this series. What have we got then? Aggression in mid, but the bombs towards long for this T side. There's only 2 here fighting into short, and they're running into more bodies on that CT side, so time to back off. Cos cannot get out, and now we're in a 3-on-5, and praying we're going to get this bomb down.
Yeah, INOX should be able to get it done. Yeah, there they go. I think they're going to lose all the bodies, though. No real fight being shown from them in this pistol until that pistol, along with Fenneman, get a couple, and then Rayos and Kicker just put them to bed. 1-0 in favor of X1, and you have to wonder if that strong performance on map number 2 will lead to the momentum flowing into Dust 2.
They're just a completely different team. On Cash, more proactive. Individually, were much... Well, they were at an advantage. I was expecting it will even out here on Dust 2, but yeah, certainly didn't look at the individual deficit that Inferno seemed to hint at. Better performance all around. Plant, though, hands a buy to INOX. And these sort of buys are always pretty good on Dust 2. What is going on with these? We keep getting these second round orbs. I think this is the 3rd or the 4th, which is a lot.
I've been seeing them recently in pretty much every match I've casted. I'm not sure what the deal is, but yeah, it's happening pretty consistently. Especially on the CT side, so Lavked. Well, he's already made it work. There haven't been any economy changes, right? Like, it's still the same.
It's just somehow one player is getting 3 kills every pistol, and then is willing to play without head armor every time.
That's what it is. But he has head armor. That's the crazy part.
He does, but I think
someone must have dropped for him.
Azik maybe dropped it.
Yeah. Well, either way, 1 win for X1 win. We're gonna take care of business here on this B site. Not even a casualty. Complete shutdown, and that was a force buy round coming through from INOX Division. X1 win are looking entirely infallible right now.
They haven't really put a big foot wrong since that very start of the second half of Inferno. Principally, it was the first half where they let that game slip.
Yes.
Cash was fabulous. Even at the end of Inferno, they were playing much more compelling Counter-Strike, so... Been a great showing for them again. There's a lot of questions around this team of Asterix right now, and they're all fair. It's fair to give the players that leeway to not play their best Counter-Strike. That's the reality of the situation. But credit where credit's due. They're showing up like a team right now that wants to win badly.
Yeah, they want that org support again, and I guess that also shows they want to stick together as a 5. Lavked gonna get that frag onto Fenneman. Kissel does manage to strike here with the pistol, but for all intents and purposes, this should be X1 win cruising to victory and getting themselves a 3rd. Bomb is down at mid, but within reach of INOX. They left it there intentionally. And now they'll rotate around towards long A, which is not a great approach. There's a lot of bodies here. 3 players of the 4 that remain for 1 win are waiting, and this will probably be a complete shutdown. Oh, maybe not. Finn, what a shot from the Deagle. Now that isolates 1 player long, and he can't get another Cronus. A 2v2, but Ozik will ensure that things do not get out of hand. A lot of damage done to the economy of X1 win by INOX, but still going to be a 3rd.
Good for 1 win that the round before against the Force was so clean. Because it at least means they were not going to get double. They're not at risk here of a double eco. Right. Full buy for INOX. There is an AWP on Fenneman. He'll deploy himself towards mid early and try to prevent Lavked if any more cheeky moves. Not each other just yet. And INOX start to settle now into their default. Nobody really around on short or aggressive in mid, so they're just going through the motions here.
Molotov gonna get tossed there. Thistle. There's the flashbang, and Cause will follow up shortly. INOX just looking for information. They don't see anyone, but decide that after having made all that noise that they don't want to commit just yet. They've still got time, of course. Don't have to rush into anything. But X1 just have the forces distributed as equally as you can. 2-1-2 setup. Latte gets the opener again.
Well, they wanted to be executed here with a mid lurk. Can't really cancel because they don't have information on anywhere else on this map. Indeed, they will try and force their way into B. For the moment, Cronus was outside of B. He moves himself back through window to join his teammates. What can they get done? It's a nice opener from Notaneki, but still started this out of deficit. The cavalry's here. And X1 win continue to look brilliant. They really have been almost insurmountable for the last hour.
Sure. And not to mention they're just shutting them down with the utility that INOX, they were trying to get out of the tunnels, and they're just barrage of nades and incendiaries, flashbangs, everything was flying in, disrupting the attempted push, and they could never really set foot near the bomb site. What a shutdown. INOX not going to be the ones to call a timeout here. Interesting. It's actually X1 win who decide to talk things over after winning a round. It's not the first time we've seen that. Kind of a consistent trend throughout this series.
This one is a bit intriguing.
Yeah, because everything was good in the last round.
Maybe they know they're up against a low buy and they don't want to make the same errors again. Possibly. Still seems a little bit needless. Could also be a very small technical issue that they just wanted to call attack to resolve. Now it's become a full technical. Hopefully we're not here too long waiting for this.
It is indeed one win, or X1 win, having a technical issue right now. Agreed. Hopefully not too long. I'm trying to see if anyone's not moving here. I see Rayos and Latic haven't really budged. I would imagine it might just be a mouse or something that needs to be charged. And we'll be back into the action in just a few moments. That's just a guess, though. I don't have any information. But yeah. I hear typing. This is good news, Alan.
Following game will be CYBERSHOKE. It was a bit intriguing when you got Phenomen and Notaneki playing, and CYBERSHOKE's coming next.
Yep. CYBERSHOKE have looked really good lately, too. Even without these two guys. Anyway, we'll get to that a little later on. For now, let's see if OneOne can continue this hot streak. INOX Division. Not a great buy up. 4 Tech 9s and a Deagle, but certainly you can have a pacier execute that could work out well, and the utility is quite good considering the circumstances. See what they do. Notaneki, I think he's just going to toss this in. Yeah, he's just throwing a deep nade, hoping it's going to connect on something. Flashbang is great. In fact, both of them are, but it doesn't do anything to lead the frags. It's all X1 win, a clean sweep off the board as no one dies.
Picture perfect. And they had additional players. I think they also had, I think it's Kicker that was mid, so it was also 3 rifles, which is ideal. So well positioned, possibly even in the various pauses they had discussed, you know, we're vulnerable to this against pistols. Let's tighten it up. So great play from X1 win. Again, they're playing like a fully fledged team right now, and why not? They still got the 5 players. They still got all the practice in the heads, all the reps, and such. And it's INOX that we're starting to watch, and we're starting to say, okay, well, Inferno, you ran over bomb sites, you created gaps, you know, allowed Finn, Notaneki, and Phenomen to cause tremendous issues. You got to do the same now. You got to bring those, even if strategically you might not have the deepest playbook, at least bring the individuals into play.
See if they can. Oz dipping his toes into that Molotov. Not too much damage. Mid is wide open here. X1 win. 3 players committed towards A. They're going to realize that a mid to B is coming through here with that smoke tossed in and all the noise that's being made. Or maybe not. No. It's just one player and Costco's out for nothing. Lurking towards mid. The rest of the X is going to go mid to Cat, excuse me. And X1 would have got all the information. This is not good for Enox. What a flashbang thrown by Ozzik, and Kicker balls it up with an insta headshot. 5v3 now, 25 seconds left. Enox have a very low percentage chance of coming through here.
It looks fabulous, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I can't fault their play at all on Dust 2. They're in the right place at the right time. Cronus has looked brilliant. Where's the gap? And I guess Inox are asking exactly the same question.
Yeah. I mean, they're just throwing some perfect utility. They're executing like they never did on Inferno. It's really quite a turnaround here for this squad as they are primed for the reverse sweep. We do have a technical issue on the Enox side now. A little bit more waiting, but I do hear typing again, so hopefully this one will be quick as well and we can get right back into the action. Kissel has already purchased up. I feel like this will just be a hero AK. I'd be surprised if they go all in here. Well, not a Neki on a Galil. I guess he's thinking of... No? Okay, yeah. Like a little bit too far there, not a Neki. Instead, they go for the pistols and some utility. Full loss bonus is there. So they'll be fine to buy up in the next, even with this type of investment. Nifty little Molotov thrown there by Kissel. Trying to ensure no one's holding up close and personal. Flashbang thrown for Cat, and it looks like Enox want to go for a mid-take this time. If they had committed to it previously, it might have gone better for them. But now, with the pistols, I'm not sure this one can work out. They have to get a quick one onto Cronus, and that's not going to happen. And Kicker could easily pop through this smoke and create mayhem on the other side. Cronus doesn't even need the help. Oh my goodness, Lodeki gets out onto B, and Cronus just puts him down like a bad habit. Latic gonna get one, but it's the Cronus show here on the anti-eco.
He's just been incredible. He's let nothing develop on this B-bomb site.
Yeah.
At all. Guns are out. It's been incredibly little as far as long is considered at the moment. That is the obvious admission so far to this T side. The B execs tried to default into some simple kind of executes. At no point really has one win felt uncomfortable, and look at them read this, man. They've said it can't be B again. And I think they're right. I don't think there's any way Inox call a straight up B round right now.
No, they have zero confidence. Only 4 rounds over the last 2 maps so far for INOX Division.
Very bold. They will just commit to 4A, I'm pretty sure. They are about as confident as I am that this just will not be a B round.
Crazy too, having like no mid presence at all. They are going to look around there. It looks like Kicker's going to go towards mid. No, they're just sticking towards A now, especially after that flashman comes in. But wow, Cronus can't see a single thing. Ozek does manage to get the trade. Can he get a follow-up? No! Switches around between his gun and utility, and Nonaneki will capitalize on that. So finally, a rare advantage for INOX Division here, despite OneWin having the perfect read. Their utility was strong, their shots are even better, and while Fenomen will get one, Latic trades it out, Kicker, and Latic doing the work on A! It's all Latic, in fact! A three-piece coming through! Only Fenomen left, and Latic wants the quad. He's holding the line, and Fenomen has decided he doesn't even want to engage. He'll just be walking away to likely save the AWP. And ex-OneWin do it again.
Seconds there from getting pincered and crushed in the vice. Star Wars trash compactor style. The Latic bails them out. They were absolutely instant, those kills.
Wild.
Incredible how... And we had also that graphic at the start, didn't we, comparing the AWPers and...
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Fenomen's necessarily fallen off. I just don't think his team is there right now to put him in the same positions.
They're on the struggle bus, without a doubt. Fenomen investing down to 0, which is surprising. Oh, excuse me, no.
He saves.
He was saving. My bad. Yeah, he had no loss bonus, so... just has to stick with what he's got. Cronus will get taken down to 8 HP right off the rip here. Lucky to be alive, Kicker. Boosted on this box. Might be a little unexpected here for INOX Division as they come around this corner, but it could just be an instant flick from the Tech 9s, and all of a sudden you have a path towards a mid to B execute. Fenomen out. Fenomen. Ooh, he didn't expect it at all, and he misses the shot. Incendiary tossed immediately. Now he's lined up for it. Molotov gets a weird bounce, but it still lands in the intended spot, and will apply the pressure to Kicker, as Fenomen would love to find a frag here. Neither team has been able to do it yet. Nice nade toss to push them back, and INOX Division just lacking the confidence. I'd say if they just went out there, maybe tried for a B hit, it could have worked out for them, but they just don't have it in them, it seems, right now. I mean, they did all the work, right, Alan, to get Kickered off balance, and then nothing comes of it.
True. I guess the logic might be that they want to keep him in towards CT, and granted, he is there. He's not Goose, he's not Sight. Very awkward fight here for Kicker, and gets caught out in the open. Latic has got to do quite a lot of damage, I'd have thought, for this retake to be on. Cronus is just... he's just a nade thrower on that HP. There's not a lot else he can do. What are we going to do then? Ozik up close, flashbang over his head. Then he does blind up a lot of those CT players.
What?
And Cronus going in first pulls the attention for Rayos. He's looking very good now. Notaneki finds one, but what can he do to stop this defuse? There's a smoke as well. It gets deployed, trying his best, but it's not going to happen.
Man, even when they seemingly do everything right on the execute, ex-OneWin still managed to get through and get the job done. Rayo's the 2K towards Cat. I mean, Cronus, you mentioned it could have been an nade thrower or just a player to be traded, and he just says, okay, I'm going to go out, take a fight, make sure you trade my death. They get even more than that, right? Rayo's gets the trade, and then a follow-up afterwards, Cat control obtained by them, and it allows the other prong on the other side of Ozik to go in from ramp and also do some damage. So, INOX Division, unfortunate for them, but they still are staring down at a big goose egg despite their valiant efforts to change that. Their timeout called for ex-OneWin to talk things over, and it expires.
I don't know if there's a way back from here. Such a one-sided map. Yeah. But I guess you just got to take it one round at a time. 3 is probably necessary to stay in the map for INOX on the half switch. with their default. And Cronus, I think last time got legged or something by the Orc, or maybe shot through the door. This time doesn't get anywhere. So that's the heaviest hitter gone.
It
And
is.
they're going to go back to what they've done most this half, which is be execute. This time, granted, you've killed Cronus. So, should be a bit easier.
That's probably what they're thinking, right? Like, oh, there's their B anchor gone. Maybe we can do this now. Rails has been no slouch, though. But he won't get anything. All right. That's B taken. And I do believe, like, look, 1-1 can go for this, or X1 can go for this without really worrying about the economy at all. The question is, do you want to maybe hand over another AWP over to the T side? Not that they're going to use it anyway, because they already have one. But I guess they just don't have an interest in this. So we'll be a first for INOX.
I mean, you could definitely get someone on Galil's if you got all these guns out. And they have nothing to lose. They are buying for buying price, whatever happens. I'm not totally sure. I mean, maybe you know better than me, but saving now with the new bomb mechanics, maybe you could save in tunnels. I really don't know.
I'm not sure about tunnels. I think you will go down in tunnels most of the time. It's just once you get outside of them, you're usually fine. Oh man, not a necky. I say that, and he goes down to
yeah,
one
but not
HP
taking it almost
for
died.
40.
Finn took 0 damage.
Yeah, it's so weird, right? They're kind of close to each other, but it was just unbelievable. Wait, was Finn in tunnels? I didn't realize.
Yeah, he was. He took 0 damage.
Oh my god.
He stood on top of the
What?
boxes, but above the stairs.
Okay. I know there's some weird spots on every map where you can just take no damage, even though it feels like you're close to the bomb, and that must be one of them here on Dust 2. Inferno, we saw it already in Church, towards the bomb site side. For whatever reason, that's like very little damage, if any. But yeah. The new bomb is intriguing, to say the least. That's the least of INOX Division's concerns. They need to find a way back into this map. One round is, you know, a step in the right direction, but they need a lot more. Like you said, I think winning out is kind of essential at this stage.
The BXQ was nice. So they went in for, I think they've seen Rails so many times on top of the box that I think Notaneki, first man in, hard cleared it. So just wanting to make some adaptations. Problem is, 2 can play that game. 1 win, more aggressive towards mid. Dispatch of 2. And yet again, INOX are just in a position where you've got to take risks. You've got to try something a bit left field, try and get in a good duel or something of the sort. Because once again, they're a man down.
Just such a bold decision for X1 win. Like, they hadn't really done that their entire CT side, going for that aggression in the middle. Like, you know what? Let's do it. Let's disrupt. Let's try it. And it works out beautifully for them. 2 for 1. 4v3, and INOX, I feel like they haven't been taking enough risks in a lot of cases when it comes to their T side. Trying to play like a bog standard T side, looking for the picks, and they did get in that previous round. Cronus goes down, and they're like, okay, he plays B, let's put the pressure on in that direction, and it works out beautifully. But other than that, there hasn't really been too much that's worked their way. And then they're just going to slowly but surely work their way into mid. A couple of smokes available. You'd think they'd want to smoke mid, but they don't see anyone. So, yeah, okay. Kicker looking the wrong way, and Finn will get a couple here. All of a sudden, a 3v2 materializes for INOX. That was very odd, the way that one played out. But now they're just going to double back towards the A side. I'm not sure this is a good idea, because Lavked here has been pretty strong on the op. Misses the shot, though. Falls back down and will get spotted by Notaneki. I don't really understand how that works, but I feel like INOX are certainly happy that not a single body falls after they go down 5v3.
I think it was 4v3. I think they did get kill elsewhere on the map.
Or did they? Sorry.
Still,
I think it was a 5v3.
I think it was 4. But maybe I'm going insane.
No. Tony and our analyst said it's 5v3, so...
I'm just lying. I'm just making things up.
It's okay.
I'm trying to say it's forgivable, but it's not. 5v3 lost. Not good.
Trying to soften it, you know?
Well, nobody's perfect, nor is X1 win at the moment. Still, the round buffer is absolutely gigantic. And they seem to open up every round pretty well, whatever happens. This time, however, Koz says, I want some kills. Would have been better if he said that 10 rounds ago, but yes, at least he's got some.
This is crazy how dominant it's been for INOX Division over the last 3 rounds, but there you go. They do get the 3 that they need to make this competitive going to the second half. It is still a very tall hurdle to overcome here against X1 win, 9-3. Pieces are starting to formulate. Maybe, just maybe, Alan, we'll get a competitive dust too.
It was a 4v3, so...
Oh,
Pretty
man,
out
so
Just-
you were the one we were both wrong. It's because you're from Europe. We're NA, you know, so...
Yeah.
You have an edge on us. It's not fair.
Unfair advantage. Counting past 3.
Oh my god. Stop it.
Which seems to be Inox's problem at the moment.
Oh,
Maybe they could get a bit more.
man. Oh, jeez. You're hitting hard now, Alan.
Listen, someone's going to be entertaining when we're watching this level of Counter-Strike. Yeah. Let's have some competition. I've watched even the first map up until the last, like, 2 minutes was a bit of a whitewash. Let's be surprised.
Yeah.
Every map has been obvious from 5 rounds in. Let's be surprised.
I agree. Maybe we will be, but perhaps not in this series.
There will be surprises, but not the ones we want.
Yeah. Well, INOX taking some space into the upper tunnels. They don't see anything, and that's kind of false security here. Because X1 went back off, and now they're going to think, okay, no one's in the upper tunnels. Let's go send this 4th player towards the A site. They're going to send everyone to A? What's happening here? Notoneki completely off the B site.
They did this on, was it Inferno CT Pistol? They kind of did this, didn't they? Where they just lent 5A for a moment. Don't entirely hate it. They do have a kit. It's the one concern is that they're leaving B as the retake, which is the harder of the two. They're now pivoting out of it a little bit.
Oof.
And Fenneman meets his demise as he tries to transition. Always a risk, of course, and does too. There's no safe way to rotate. Notoneki now needs to be an absolute monster. First man dispatched. Catwalk aggression now gets engaged. Paper, it should be quite a good round for the CT side. It's just that Ozik is taking names. And with Kissel with 2 HP. How does one defend A on 2 HP?
I mean, I guess with a little help from Notoneki, right? Lavked's gonna get taken out. Kissel. Oh, what's happening here? Oh my goodness! What a laser engagement! There's no way Ozik gets it at the end! And now it's all Kissel with 2 HP! And he gets the last 2, Alan! What on earth? Absolute pandemonium in that round! And INOX is gonna take it! Wow.
Oh my. I've been surprised.
Yeah, there you go.
That
You
was
were
definitely
asking
quite
for it.
surprising. Wowzers. Okay, well, science can't explain what's just happened.
No.
That will go down with the UFO sightings or something. Yes, that needs to be investigated by nutters in the Arizona desert. Okay. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, that was weird. After what we've seen so far and like the level of Counter-Strike we witnessed, and getting that is very strange. But here we go. Force buy for X1 win. We'll feature an AK for Lavked. He has been one of the better pieces for them on Dust 2. Along with Cronus. And Cronus, oh, okay, out. Might win this fight. Maybe he'll have to fade off and leave it to the Rifler. And then he ends up getting it. Nice headshot for Cronus. The follow-up as well by Lavked, and Lavked manages to get 2 for only 1 body lost. 4v2 for X1 win. As INOX Division can't seem to capitalize off their pistol, at least not yet. There's one for Cause, but there's no path.
It's a nice
back
kill,
in.
but when there's a pit plant, plant 4 pits, it's not going to happen. These rounds have been a bit of an issue for INOX. Can't, especially given the deficit, they just can't afford to make mistakes. There's been 1 too many. It's going to be 10 for X1 win. RUSTEC, he's got to save. It's going to be a force buy to come from INOX. I just don't believe they've got it in them right now. It's also been a lot. Let's not forget they played a series right up to the minute this one started, so they're probably 5.5, 6 hours into their Counter-Strike.
Probably pretty gassed. And it was a 3-mapper and a long one in the first series. So this one was like, we could not argue, it was a shorter first 2 maps than they did in the previous series, but still, you know, it's a long time to be playing Counter-Strike consecutively. Technical issue for INOX as well. Nothing going right for them at the moment. It'll be a short tech pause, at the very least, as we get back into it.
It's just been such a miserable series for them since Inferno.
Yeah.
And no, I mean, outside of like pistol rounds, they just haven't felt competitive. As soon as one would have got on the guns, as they did on Cash, they've been in command. They've dictated the map. People like Fenneman, they're trying to make moves. I think Fenneman is maybe taking it too far here on Dust 2, trying to be a hero. And it's not really working. INOX decide we're going to play 5 into mid. Now this wing off Catwalk. Very aggressive move. It is trading reasonably well.
Whoa.
It's amazing how well that works. It's clearly a massive gamble. But we're at that point in the day where caution kind of goes out the window. And there's not really money for 1 win, so... What are they on? They're still on 1.9 loss. They might force, because Ozic and Cronus can't save and get a decent buy, and they will force. So this could very quickly become 7-10.
I mean, you were mentioning earlier that Enox needs to take more chances, right? More risks, and no bigger risk than that. Just sending all 5 players into mid, and it happens to work out because 1 win or X1 win, we're thinking the same thing. And Enox traded well. So this time, X1 win decide to push the chips all in again on the buy. Yep. 2 Galeels, 2 Tech 9s, and a Scout. Can't really blame them because it feels like even on these mixed buys, they've had success against Enox. And they're just going to try and set up crisscross smokes for mid. Those do come out. Trying to bait some attention in that direction. It does. I mean, you're baiting utility, bodies, everything out of Enox. In the meantime, they're just trying to take long. May have been spotted. Definitely spotted. Finn, splits the goalpost there. Misses pretty much everything. And that is not the way Enox wanted to kick off this round in terms of the fragging. 49 seconds left. X1 win don't necessarily have to commit towards A either, because they have a lurk. That's Cronus into the upper B tunnels. Yeah, they're going all in for B at this stage, but leaving a couple of pieces behind to try and distract and convince Enox that this will go A. This feels like it's going to work beautifully.
Let's see how hard Kicker actually commits. He is going to cross to the site. Goes down. At least, I guess, in def, he's going to hold the players there for that little bit longer. Lavked is potentially not going to be a factor if this becomes a fast retake. He needs to make quick decisions, INOX are indeed going to make fast moves. So for a slim moment here, they have an advantage. First kill actually goes their way. Rails, though, is a monster. And that potentially has just put INOX out of the tournament.
Yeah, I feel like you might be right there, Alan. And I mean, credit to INOX, though. I think they had Kissel watching all the way from just below ramp, I want to say, towards the B doors, and he saw the feet cross. He's like, okay, they're going B. So they figured it out. They got everything put together, but they couldn't hit the shots as they went into that site. They did everything right except connecting with the frags. So unfortunate for INOX. As X1 win. Couple of steps away from closing this one out, and they went all in. INOX did. There's not going to be much available to them in terms of a buy in this next round should they lose here. Obviously that's not the plan. So let's try and block the smoke, and well, that won't even matter at all. He loses his life, so does Fenneman. Molotov sailing in, flashbangs as well. They're completely under duress here, and they'll have to fade off.
Just savage. As soon as the guns come out, they're in absolute command. INOX they had to buy, they couldn't face 6 consecutive series points. And now they have to, on even lesser weaponry. X1 win have been fabulous. A lot of questions flying around about this lineup. What does the future look like? Well, in the here and now, they're certainly playing like a team that deserves to be in the next round. Who would they play? I need to remind myself of this bracket. They would play the winner. They would play Lazer Cats.
Lazer Cats, yeah.
That's a very winnable game.
Yes.
They could be in a grand final.
Mm-hmm. You're not wrong about that. And again, you know, coming through just after having been dropped by your org and winning the grand final, I'm not sure if that would get them into the top 50 in BRS. I think they're just outside of it right now, maybe a little more than just outside of it, but it would certainly help their case. Molotov's going to get tossed. Flashbang as well for INOX. They're on their last legs. As mentioned, forced up in the previous round. Now they have to do the same here. A couple of FAMASas, 2.57s, and a scout. Not looking good.
If INOX knew that was solo B there, they would have gone, and that would have been series over.
Yep.
They don't know that. So they're going to slip back into a more regular default. We'll see what they do from here. Looks pretty standard to me. UCL 4 mid. And we'll see how this ends. INOX have decided to go back to what did work a few rounds ago and fight mid with the entire team. In goes Notaneki, and look at the HP bars. It might be a man advantage for INOX, but breathe on them and they are dead. Yeah. Single bullets goes their way. They are dead. They can't go anywhere near these mollies. That nade on rails is just asking to find a triple kill.
Yes, it is. Depends when he throws it and where, but outside double doors here, bank it off the wall, and all of a sudden you have a 2v1. Whoa!
Ridiculous.
So close.
I actually don't know how they can win this. They're such choke points. I don't know how you get past the bullets. They're gonna go in. That's a bit of a surprise. The first man actually makes it through. And
what?
They've let that one go. They didn't have a flashbang. I don't think that should have been possible.
It was, though, apparently. How on earth? I have to say, I've never seen that low of HP coming through. They were so brittle walking in. Could have just crumbled apart, stubbing their toes, but no. We're still going on here. X1 win, letting that one slip away. And I agree with you at the beginning. They could have just gone towards the B site, executed there. It would have been done. Cooked. Instead, they second-guess themselves, go back towards mid, and then chaos erupts where INOX barely survive in 3 duels. But it's enough. Keep them in it at the very least. Money situation isn't perfect for X1 win either. We're going to have 3 AKs and up, and a Tech 9. Sure, it's more than enough, but Bit of a rifle advantage there for Enox. We go on.
Fairly standard stuff for both teams. Bomb comes back to B. What util remains here? It's Cos joined by Not and Eki. Cos still has a molly. That gets placed at a good moment. It could have great effect. See how explosive this T side up. They're really explosive. They might get out before this molly is dispatched. Not and Eki deals with the mid play instantly. And that should help proceeding still. Cos is not on this bomb site. Forced to give it up. Bomb does cross. It is a man advantage. But of all the sites, this is the one where you are most likely to trip over your teammates trying to get in.
Absolutely. Still, see if Enox can stay in this for one more round. Not going to be easy, as you mentioned. Ozic and Cronus in pretty prime spots to punish. There's the first. No response just yet. No second. No, excuse me. There's a second response. And now it's all up to Lavked, who will fall too. Okay. Enox, great retake. Do they have time, though, on the defusal? I believe they do. It's going to be a little bit close, you'd imagine. But they're actually pretty much fine. So, Enox will win a 7th, and they're still kicking.
I don't think Ozic knew where Lavked was holding. Ozic, so he was on the box, one by window. He was still looking doors. If he knew that Lavked had his doors, he turns and wins the round. He died with his back still to the window players. That was really bizarre. I'm kind of stunned that Ozic just didn't turn intuitively when his teammate started taking damage behind him. Really odd. Yeah, I can't really explain that.
Don't worry, Al, you don't have to.
There's two BF plans in a row where they are genuinely millimeters from winning this series. They literally one person, one extra bullet hit on the round before that, Ozic turning there, and it just isn't possible for INOX to win these rounds.
They're gonna win on a weird one, I think. Well, we'll see. Maybe that's no. Okay, definitely not happening. Venomman throws a nice little flashbang. Kissel the beneficiary, but Finn as well. And we go on, but the buy-up is back in play for X1 win. Will be AKs for everyone, no op available. Now INOX Division 4 rounds away from overtime. Very reminiscent of Inferno. The roles were reversed. And then INOX Division just came out with a clean round victory and won that map 13-8. See if X1 win can do the same thing, but this time it'll be to end the series. Pretty slow start to this one. X1 when taking all the space in upper tunnels.
What if there's almost a scenario where they're realizing how close they're getting on B, and also that potentially the CTs might not expect a B round? Clearly they do. They're too trained on tunnels. And look at that, Cos just starts shooting as these players try to round their way in. Very awkward for the T side. Doesn't feel on. They're getting absolutely nowhere. INOX are starting to make this game competitive. He just needs to find at least one, and this is done. Ticket's in an interesting spot, but that's all it is as he hits the deck. No plants. It's going to be another eco. Conceivably, there's only one full buy round left before overtime.
Well, there is the full loss bonus, so if they get the bomb plant, if they consistently get bomb plants, they might be okay to keep buying up on an X1 win. But, yeah, no.
Going all in?
What? Why?
They need to get rid of their accountant. This is mad.
Yeah.
What is going on? Why would you do that?
There's no reason. You're up 12-9. You can just go for an eco here. and then you'll have a full buy in the next round with an op, AKs, everything. This is a very unorthodox decision. I'm trying to wrap my head around, but I just don't see the logic at all, Alan.
There is none. It's a team that's frustrated this game isn't over yet.
Maybe.
That's the number one way you lose in this situation. Right, well, predictably they're going to win this round and make us all look stupid, but
yeah.
There is no justifying this buy. Nor do I think there's actually a massive justification to how they're playing this buy at the moment. The two short players are way out in front of their teammates, but it's sowing massive chaos. Notaneki and co didn't expect players to be out of mid, but it doesn't matter. Notaneki assassinates. Well, now it will definitely be one more gun round before overtime. I really, yeah, on all levels, they already burnt all their pauses as well. They definitely burnt 2, didn't they, in the first?
So. Yeah, they have 1 left, I believe.
Is this how you feel casting NA?
Stop it, Alan. Stop it. It's not that bad.
Just low-hanging fruit. Every time.
It is literally every time we cast together.
Yeah, I know. I just know it riles you up so much. It's just easy.
I was trying to give it to you earlier, so you'd lay off a little bit, but it just like encouraged you to more.
You just open the floodgates. It was like, okay, we know this is on. You know this is fair game.
Oh man.
I wouldn't worry, John. They're like the gamers over there. They're not even awake yet, so it's fine.
Pause is awake and ready for that op shot to be connected on. Well, excellent when trying to apply the pressure with the Tech 9s. Ooh, this could be interesting. There's one. A second one would lead to a 3v3 scenario, but they just can't find cause. Maybe they will now. No! He gets another one. That's wild. Tech 9s had an opportunity to strike, but no. INOX have pushed this the distance. We are going the full 24. Maybe this is what one when we're planning the whole time. They wanted that full buy in round number 24 to end it here. However, I didn't want to talk about the stat earlier, Alan, because I didn't want to curse it, but I will talk about it now. 3 of the last 5 matches that INOX have played here on Dust 2 have gone into overtime. They've won 1 16-4 and lost 2 14-16, and one of those was, of course, against ex-RUSTEC. Maybe we'll get another one here.
Could well do. ex-RUSTEC really need to just calm down. They had those 2 BR plans, which they very easily could have won. Don't have to change much. Weird buy patterns clearly here at the end. Put themselves in a spot where, especially with the lack of plants, they've had way fewer buys than you might expect. And now this one has to work. They're looking a bit more timid. What have we got? Finn is pushed into the double doors. First man, shadow advantage. Cronus, good trade. Much needed. That would have been dire straits had he been dispatched. This is some nervy Counter-Strike now, because both teams are suddenly realizing what's at stake. Especially with the way the bracket is played out, both of these teams might be favorites to make the grand final if they can get this Dust 2 over the line.
Yeah, no question. Whoever wins this, likely headed for a top 2 finish. Not a guarantee, but just based on what we're seeing in that upcoming bracket. All right, Kissel towards the site, has a chance to be the difference maker and send this one to overtime. Fenneman as well. Util's raining in, 17 seconds left. Cronus gets a huge one on Fenneman, and Kicker drops Kissel. Notaneki and Cause have to rotate around from the B site to try and get back into A. Kickert planting the bomb, but he can't. No, the nade connects. What a toss by Cause. And now he's trying to continue applying the pressure and deny the plant again. Notaneki's the last one standing, but it has gone down to a 1v2. Rayos will end it here. It is all X1 win. In terms of the wins in the latter part of this series, but man, INOX made a nice run at it towards the end.
That was an absolute experience.
Wow.
That's all I can say about the end of that. That was an absolute experience to live through.
Sure was. And for all the NA this, NA that, I didn't think I'd have to explain economy management to the European, but they forced on 12-9 to guarantee they would get 2 full buys, team, because if they saved, then they would only get 1. That's why. Because if you save, you're going to force buy in the follow-up at 12-10, and then you hit 12-11, hypothetically, and you're working with Tech 9s.
Ooh, I can argue in the other direction and say that you go for the eco, right? You get a buy up in the next, and you'll have more money to kind of work with, and then you get a bomb plant, and then you might be able to get with the full loss
That's
bonus.
a lot of ifs, ands, and buts, though.
Yeah,
That's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts.
Anyway, I won't argue it too much. I'll let Alan.
Two full buys is important. I think having 2 guaranteed full buys, if you're to go the full distance, is a little more important, personally, because then you're playing on a lot of different leverages in which, honestly, truthfully, they weren't being given. So that's like a tough ask when they weren't being able to get into these bomb sites, as you guys were mentioning, like with the lack of plants. I think that's something that you can look back on in this game towards the end that really could have costed them their ability in the mid to late round to be able to break down important choke points without them just saying, okay, guys, 4 or 5 into a bomb site. I don't know really what was going on there when it came down to their ability to make those kinds of calls, whereas I respect Cronus as an in-game leader, and I think he's actually pretty good. Individually, he blew them out the water, I will say, in this map. I mean, looking at his ADR alone, like his output and just pure damage and firepower is something where the runway for Lavked to just feel comfortable and being able to take his peaks and do his fights with Cronus obviously making up all that space for him was just beautiful. But, you know, it started to break down a little bit as the game had gone by for everybody else, whereas Cronus was still playing fine and dandy. But, dude, Lavked was bailing them out on CT side all the way through, man. I mean, I think back to that one round at Long where he just picked them apart one by one. And I'm going to probably have nightmares about it the same way that I can only assume now that INOX Division are, as they have been bounced from the tournament. But, gentlemen, how did you feel, I guess, Alan, I'll start with, about the ending to that game in terms of the roller coaster of emotions to which you asked to be surprised, and I think that we got at the least of that.
Yeah, I will say, I suspect had that not been the end of the series, I don't think it would have happened. I think X1 win started to choke it a bit, started to overthink situations. I think the 2 B after plants where mechanical mistakes might have lost them the rounds kind of weighed on them too much. They should have just paused and taken more of a breath. And I think that would have been a much cleaner game. But frankly, they don't care. They've won.
It's true.
And yeah, I mean, they can do a few demo reviews, but all in all, outside of Inferno, they played really good CS today. They should not be disappointed.
Yeah, I was actually going to say JRT on the inverse of that. You know, looking now at INOX Division, who have been removed from competition. Do you have anything that you would like to reflect on, whether it be in this map or in the entirety of the series, in which you can leave them on a positive note moving forward?
Well, I mean, overall, INOX Division didn't play too badly. I just feel like on Cash specifically, that's where things really fell apart. And they didn't really have a game plan going into it. It felt like X1 Win were just dominating from beginning to end there. And they were just disjointed. And X1 Win kind of ran all over them. And that really threw them off. I think that if Cash is more prepared for, and they're able to kind of get into that a little bit more, then Dust 2 doesn't start out the way it does. You know, 9-3 half at the end. Yes, they recover towards the latter part of it. But you're playing behind the entire time. And while they do get to that 24th round, it just wasn't enough. They needed a little bit more on the previous map, I think, to kind of carry into that next one, on the final one on Dust 2.
So maybe a little bit of an assessment of Cash and a reassessment of the map pool to a lesser degree as to whether or not they're going to let it through, perhaps in due time. We'll see if they can maybe integrate that into their map pool a little bit better. But we've got a little bit of a break before we jump into our next best of 3, the last best of 3 of the day, as it was alluded to previously. CYBERSHOKE and megoshort. We'll be back in just a bit. All right, welcome back. Again, not that long of a break. We're going to be jumping into our next and final of the day, being CYBERSHOKE and megoshort. The interesting factoid that was dropped, I believe, by Alan at the time was that this is the former team, or maybe it was JRT actually making the point, but it's the former team of Fenomen and Noteneki who have kind of mutually benefit from this in some capacity. I mean, looking at how they've shaped up, it seems like there's been a bit more of a dispersal of the talent now, in which both have made pretty decent work with. But unfortunately, falling are Fenomen and Noteneki, where as CYBERSHOKE, to many talents, I would say, are favorites for this event, for at the very least the finals. So I want to get your guys' thoughts on these two rosters, starting with CYBERSHOKE. And JRT, seeing as you had brought up that joke, I believe, let's see what we got going on.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was sort of joking. I was kind of serious, honestly, to be honest with you, on that one, because I feel like it was CYBERSHOKE going up and down consistently, never really being able to contribute, in terms of wins in tournaments, one after the other. And now they're getting to that point where things are looking better. You have Blixie glowing in alpha, that core that still remains here. Or excuse me, Blixie, yeah, glowing in alpha, and then they added Mokujin and Alcarin to the roster. Alcarin on loan from Heroic, but that's a nice little pickup from them. So honestly, things have been fairly strong for them over the last little bit, and I feel like the competition today, being a team where I don't know what the starting five is going to be match in, match out, they should have a significant advantage.
Yeah, I don't know how familiar you are with this roster in particular, Alan, but I do want to get your thoughts on the fact that this team has Alpha as the in-game leader, Glowing is the experienced piece, not calling the shots, and the split between these new additions in Alcarin and Mokujin, like with a balance, as I would put it. What do you believe this balance looks like? Do you think it's there?
I think they wanted to go in a different direction. As kind of John mentioned, they had a similar core and a similar lineup for a very long time, and they actually held a similar ranking for a very long time as well. So
yeah,
I think they've taken a risk. They've decided we're going to make different moves, going to build a team around Alpha's calling, and Alpha has jumped around quite a few teams. Still very young, obviously can improve, but it is a risk to go with Alpha. With Alpha, I think the biggest wins for them is, as mentioned, Alcarin is a really big steal, especially when you might have thought he's tied up in a contract, but they have got him on some sort of loan deal, and Mokujin has played out really well for them. So they're the really strong pieces that are coming good, and then Glowing is a very good player individually as well. So between the three of them, you do have some firepower to work with.
There's also an important discrepancy to be made regarding the team movement of Alpha, both in stand-in/trial periods for other rosters. This is the longest he's ever been with an organization, including his time when he was on loan at the end of last year. So that's a pretty good sign. I think that's definitely going to be something in which him as an in-game leader, without there having been a player since his addition to this team, who actually Liquipedia says it's Glowing in-game leading. I think that's wrong, but
it's almost certainly Alpha. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't Alpha.
Yeah, now that I checked that, I could have sworn it was Alpha. So I'm gonna stick with that information and assume that I'm on good authority too. But looking at this megoshort team, I mean, look, I don't mean to be that guy, but Era is quite literally the only player on this team that gave me any right to believe that they could win the last best of three that they were playing. And going into this one, not having Manon or Bob XD, who was subbing for them prior to that, this is a really, really dangerous game for them, in my opinion.
Yeah, like I said, it's a revolving door of players right now on the megoshort side. They do have three of their regulars, Zen, Twinkie, and Robin, in the mix, but the fourth and fifth have been all over the place. If you look at their HLTV page, I think they have 11 players registered over the last 3 months, something along those lines. And yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what's happening on their end, but you're going up against a team like CYBERSHOKE that's gotten their ducks in a row and are looking pretty solid. We have the Veto coming in here, and I mean, I don't know that it matters which map we end up on. Maybe they'll prefer the Puggear maps to their megoshort, which of course makes sense why they go into Dust 2 here.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's quite a number of Swedish players on the market right now after the, well, not disbandment, but dispersal of different talent from Johnny Speeds. There's a couple of players now who have been left maybe out to dry in the lower tiers and the lower rungs, and maybe, just maybe, we'll see that alteration later on for this roster. But today, in Dust 2, their map pick, they're going to need to go big against CYBERSHOKE.
Yes, indeed. This is This feels one-sided, John, to a degree that
Yes.
we haven't seen in this playoffs yet. Of course, megoshort probably didn't anticipate to make it this far in the first place. They've already played, above the level we ever would have expected. But to come into this without some of your heavier hitters, I can't paint this any other way, and nor the odds are agreeing that any other way than a CYBERSHOKE 2-0. It just feels incredibly likely right now to me.
No, I'm 100% with you. I was thinking that even before we found out what the roster was going to be for megoshort today. Alcaran and Glowing going to get a couple here. Sizz strikes back. I believe it might be Sizz's first time. Yes, it is. His first time playing with megoshort. So they now have 12 players registered on their roster on HLTV. Just keep going up. Sizz, well, he does get the shot onto Mokujin, and now they're going to charge up in from mid to B. The flank's coming in. Alcaran going to get the headshot onto Twinkie. Now it's up to Sizz and Era to try and get this bomb planted down to dirt, but CYBERSHOKE aren't even going to let them. Alpha, the headshot onto Sizz and Era. Likely just counting down the seconds until he falls down to dirt. I'd love to get a plant out here. Oh. As soon as he pulls the bomb out, they charge forth. They're trying to knife him.
Oh, wow.
What is happening? It's round one, and they're going for knives like it's a pug.
The BM is out.
Oh, man.
Alpha there, by the way, he was low HP on B, and he was like, how am I going to stay alive? And he's like, I know, I'll go into the door's smoke. He went through the door's smoke, then went back around through to window and got another kill. So that's just insulting. So he'll never get away with that. Lack of a plant pretty much confirms that it's going to be heavy eco. The second round orbs are getting out of hand.
They really are. But it seems to be a consistent trend that we're going to continue seeing. Either way, Alpha could be in trouble here. Nope, he's not. He's going to get one. Alcaran's gone. That's the off down to dirt. And Alpha needs to leave. He won't. He does continue fighting and does a lot of damage, so maybe that's enough. But
wow,
look at this now. A 1v1 Twinkie up against Glowing. This is a very puggy start to this map of Dust 2.
I think that scout also definitely tagged one. I'm sure it tagged Alcaran before he was finally killed. So that scout's done so much damage. Maybe the scout has actually got 3 kills and heavy damage on the 4th. This was not meant to be close. This was meant to be, some purchases from megoshort. Try and at least keep the economy low, but you would have favored the CTs every day of the week, and now with the bomb heading towards A, Twinkie might not have armor, but he's got every other advantage. He's got time. He'll have opportunity to get a strong position off. It's not a great plant. He wants to move elsewhere. And actually Glowing, this MP9 might prove to be a really good gun for the moment if he can just get a tag off and force Twinkie into a rough position. Indeed, he does get overwhelmed in the end. They're going to buy again, John. With that plan, they are going to buy again.
How did all those miss? I thought at least one of those shots was going to connect. He set it up perfectly, just couldn't knock it down. Glowing running through CT there with the MP9 against the Scout. The Scout has a massive advantage, but twice he misses and completely whiffs. And like you said, there's going to be a buy for sure, and it's going to be a pretty potent one given the bomb plant, the situation that just arose. But it's unfortunate for megoshort because it could have been a first round.
They shouldn't panic because this is a really good position. Their buy arguably is better than their opponents. It's certainly on par. And then Alcaran says, no way, Jose. Opens up a second round with a kill straight up mid. That is done a lot to kind of calm the nerves against playing against this sort of force buy. Now CYBERSHOKE need to be drilled, oiled up Counter-Strike. No mistakes, no overfacing, no unnecessary moves. And it all seems to be absolutely perfect here as they're fighting out towards long.
Yeah, no problem at all. Zen and Twinkie doubling back towards T-spawn. Hoping that B will treat them a little kinder. Probably
I
won't,
assume
though.
megoshort was they played the Swiss stage, did they?
Yeah, they did. They were in the group
They did.
stage. Yeah. They a few teams that are still on through. I'm surprised they're still here. Like you mentioned earlier, I didn't think that they made it this far. Maybe they are too. But it's going to be an easy third round converted by CYBERSHOKE.
It's quite a favorable group. And then in playoffs, they played Lavked. CYBERSHOKE's by far the best team they've played so far.
Yes, without a doubt.
Not take anything away. That's just going to play the teams in front of them. But this is a taller order, much taller order, and by the sounds of it, I guess by virtue of the sort of team they are, they haven't got their best roster today. I guess the best guys weren't all available, or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
But they should play without pressure. Nobody's going to say anything bad if they lose this game.
No, I agree.
So for the, I'm sure they will enjoy their Counter-Strike. They should just, try and get their teeth into it. Be a bit funky at times, maybe. Maybe let someone like Era try and make some aggressive moves.
Mm-hmm.
Era's also, he's probably not the most experienced player on this team. Robin almost certainly is. So, it's been a while since I've seen him play, but he certainly knows his way around Dust 2.
Well, you'd hope so. Given how old this map is. Sorry, I just started thinking about how old I am.
I mean, Robin was probably playing Dust 2 when, like, Alka and Mukajin were, like, 5.
Exactly.
Quite conceivable.
That's why I'm feeling that, too. Oh, God. All right. Let's go on here. Quickly move past that. Blixie going to get Zen. Alpha finds the trade as well. And CYBERSHOKE, despite taking a ton of damage towards Long, will have the 4v3 advantage. Alpha and Alka are only 21 HP combined. So a chance here for megoshort to be a little disruptive in what is effectively just, an eco round with the scout bot up. Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like Robin will not win that duel, and he does not. Era and Twinkie grouped up at Cat. Something could happen here with a sharp shot from the scout, even just a body shot on glowing.
I feel like even a Glock shot might be enough.
Yeah.
Alkarin, though, proves quite formidable. And Twinkie will do very well to get anything else out of this round. He cannot. So despite the very low HP on Alpha and Alkarin, they don't overface. It's 4 for CYBERSHOKE. Their money already looks pretty good. And I'm already getting a bit nervous. A bit nervous for megoshort.
I was nervous with them yesterday. Let's be honest. I think they were too. Coming into this matchup. Nade's going to go out. Another one thrown down on the ground by Mokujin for his teammate, just in case they want to toss it up mid or Cat. In the meantime, he's going to take up the B anchor roll. Alpha tosses that nade in towards lower. That is a chonky one. Twinkie down to 51. He's got another. Oh, needs to throw it. Gets it off, but it costs him his life, but at least he does a lot of damage. I think he would have much preferred not being dead right now, obviously. But it is a 5v4 that's precarious for megoshort.
Alkarin's making moves. He's on catwalk. Player tucked right in the corner in Zen. And I think the flashbang has just absolutely ruined Alkarin. We didn't see the onboard there, but I'm pretty sure that would have been ridiculous from Alkarin. Twinkie's very low. Robin equally really will not want to take too many fights. Blixie's just pushed long doors. Perhaps if his teammates could just buy him some time, maybe come into play. He's actually gone back towards long to try and be more of a factor on the side take itself. Here is very low. Robin is low as well. Bomb is still not planted. And Mukajin goes looking. They're very confident. These CT players. Blixie does find Robin, and now it's just Era. Way out in the open.
Wow.
And couldn't get a lot done. 5-0.
It's actually pretty well played by Mokujin. You know, goes into that smoke, realizes Blixie's on that flank, so he allows Blixie the time and space to slowly but surely maneuver his way into position, and then immediately starts running around and making noise. So he diverts the attention towards CT and makes that flank even more potent. And, well, you saw the result. Neither of them died, barely took any damage, as megoshort really didn't know what hit him. He used to get a bomb plant, some effectiveness, let's say, in that previous round, but CYBERSHOKE still hold a firm lead, 5-0 now.
Fairly decent long spawns on a couple of these terrorist players, and they do indeed go looking. Not compelled enough to go all the way out of the long doors, and they give up at the first sign of resistance. Alcaron continues to be a bit of a menace, and I think for the T's, he's going to be their biggest problem. They don't have this, the protocols, the set nades to help each other default. Just like this, you can just imagine Alcaron's going to get, you know, opportunities that a more tested team is not going to present.
And this is megoshort's pick, folks, by the way, just a reminder. CYBERSHOKE look way too comfortable. Molotov gonna get tossed right towards mid. megoshort, I mean, they're walking into a crossfire effectively here. There's one smoke left. I'm actually gonna try a resmoke. Oh, they might not get that chance. Flashbang's tossed. Alpha gets one. Zen manages to get the trade. Glowing fades back into the smoke, and that'll be to his advantage. Although he does fall at the end of the day, it'll still be a 1v3 clutch required by Arrow with only 48 points of health, and he won't have those 48 points for very long. Mokujin puts him 6 feet under, and CYBERSHOKE continue their dominance.
This was just a half buy. Alcaron, man. He is unchained. He being allowed to do whatever he wants, and it's working. I don't think they even know about glowing yet in lower tunnels, and they find out the hard way. That was a 10-second round. It's over.
I mean, they're just bullying them now. They already were at the beginning when they knifed the last player. The VM was there, and they're showing they're not really feeling too nervous on their side about the potential of dominating in this one, or even having a risk of losing.
Cocky play is how these games go close. They do need to be a bit careful.
They do.
I'm quite certain a standard composed game of Counter-Strike will see CYBERSHOKE win this quite convincingly, but yeah, I've watched enough players over the years to know that they sometimes get a bit ahead of themselves in this sort of situation.
Absolutely. Doesn't feel like they are, but that mid push was, or I should say the mid collapse was very much a statement round. Even though it's just on the anti-eco.
Just takes the aggressive moves they're already doing to be pushed, you know, extra 5% to be in that territory. Alcaron again, he is getting a lot of opportunities in mid, isn't he? megoshort. Something about the way they're defaulting mid needs to change, because he is getting so many chances.
He's getting chances everywhere. It's just maybe making his own, perhaps, but I agree with you. There's something has to shift up here. This is a gun round. This is a gun round. And it's a 5v1 and a 50-none. They didn't even really look like they fired off a shot there. It was all CYBERSHOKE catching them off guard. And one after the other, they got picked off. Wow.
I think you might make your game later, John. I mean, you might be safe. You might be safe for your later commitments at the rate we're going here. Oh, it's always hard to know in these games what to say, really. I mean, I think the best thing to say is that megoshort, they've already played a great tournament. They've already made it further than anybody would have anticipated. They don't have their best lineup here today, and yes, we'd love it to be more competitive, but I suspect they were always going to be outgunned.
Yeah, that was never really in doubt, which makes it even more surprising they'd go to Dust 2, where it's all about whether you're stronger mechanically or not. And, well, this is another one that's going to be a wash. CYBERSHOKE getting a little aggressive there as Alpha, but I mean, can't really blame him given the circumstances. Era's getting absolutely smothered. That's it. CYBERSHOKE quickly off to a 9-0 lead.
This might be quite a short between maps analysis segment, I suspect. At the rate we're going.
We could say a megoshort.
Tough gig. Oh, come on. Give us some life, you know. There's players here with experience. They know how to string around together on Dust 2. There's got to be something we can engineer. Some sort of play. Let Era get out mid with the AWP and try and pick into window or towards ramp on A or something like that. Let's give ourselves a chance. It's not all die on the default. Let's get somewhere. Try and make a move.
I mean, at least they're smoking up the mid doors a little more effectively here and preventing Alcarin from having his way with that mid mission. Not that he's really playing mid this time. He shifted up towards ramp instead. 1 minute remains. I think this is the longest megoshort I've had 5 players standing in a round so far. So that's maybe some silver lining. I don't know. We'll see how this ends up playing out. Flashbang going to get tossed. Looks like they're considering a mid to B. They still have a couple of smoke stacks. You could even go for the crisscross smokes and just charge out. Now time is becoming an issue here, Alan.
Like the call from CYBERSHOKE. They've actually just given B and they decided we're just going to fight mid.
Yeah.
Be damned. If we lose the B site, that's a position we're willing to take. We're willing to retake there. And they need to win the individuals for this setup to emerge victorious. Mukujin's very low. He could get pincered. Luckily, his teammates bail him out from behind. And they're out of smokes at the T's. They cannot smoke the doors. That makes this much harder to hold on. Robin finds one. They need to wait for the tunnels player. Do CYBERSHOKE. Alcarin, the AWP isn't really the best gun for this moment. So I think a lot of pressure here is on Blixie to actually find the frags. Mukujin a great kill, and there's Blixie. So, granted, it's a much more competitive round, but CYBERSHOKE ultimately still in control.
I think that's a really good example of a play where you're sacrificing yourself if you're Alcarin, right? You realize I have the op, the riflers are much more potent here in this situation. I'm going to expose myself just to throw a perfect flashbang, and then they're the ones that are going to collapse in and take care of business. It's a little detail, but sometimes that self-sacrifice, like the willingness to do that is what's missing in NA sometimes. Let's say, I know I'm setting myself up, Alan, for you to knock this down, but it's true. It's true. Like I wouldn't see a play like that in North America very often. And when you do, you're like, whoa, you know, it's a surprise versus here. It's just business as usual. Anyway, opening frag going to be found here for CYBERSHOKE and a 5v4 in their favor.
So things like that are stuff like you don't really learn that stuff until you played in a team where that is the norm or it is like a pro school. Like there's a lot of protocols in afterparts, like the low HP player goes in first. He gets traded. You have protocols for where nades go. You have high priority lanes that you need to get through first. Yeah, I mean, unless you've been in a team where you have these things, you might kind of naively assume that all afterplants are kind of everybody doing their own thing and being a bit on the fly.
Exactly.
Yes, they are situations that have to be coordinated on the fly, but there's a lot of experience and practice and theory that goes into how you pull those situations off. And yeah, that's where a top 50 team, let's say, has to have those things.
Right on the money. All right. Well, megoshort, 25 seconds left, and this round already feels like it's been decided. Smoke gonna get tossed. It doesn't really matter. 11th round for CYBERSHOKE eventually. Whether it be by time or by frags.
It's just different weight divisions. It's different league now. Unfortunately, megoshort. Listen, I'm sure if we played Dust 2 10 times, they'd get up, they'd find some rounds on a few of those, but this isn't one of those occasions. They're not going to win Ancient. CYBERSHOKE are a really good Ancient team. It's a more complicated map than Dust 2.
We're already there? Sorry, Alan. Really signing them up.
Okay, all right.
Hold on.
Change of pace. Does catch players in the open. Let's get some util down. One thing they can't do is open a window here, John, because even in a 2v4, I promise you, Alpha and Mukujin are quite capable of bringing this back.
Oh, yeah. I'm with you there, but Alpha won't be able to do anything. Sizz sprays him down through the smoke, and now Mokujin 1v4, last round of the half for megoshort to save some face. Nothing to lose here by going for it, but he's a super slow approach. Does he realize it's the last round of the half? I'm not sure if Mokujin is aware. Look up, Mokujin. Round 12. What are you saving? Go! Oh my goodness. I guess it doesn't matter, but still. Just trying to get kills instead? Who knows? Half's over. 11-1 for CYBERSHOKE.
I guess from the other perspective, if we're framing CYBERSHOKE as a potential champion or minimum finalist, it's kind of how the series needs to look. They need to be dominant. They need to, be by a long shot the more proactive team. Alcaran needs to farm, and he's getting a bumper crop at the moment.
There isn't much to say, is there? Honestly.
I mean, it's just one series too many for megoshort.
Yeah.
They can only play the teams in front of them. They haven't faced a team like this yet, and had they earlier, maybe they wouldn't be in this position. I'm not sure there's a lot they can do. Perhaps Robin here will go unchecked, however. So potential if Robin can
Hit the
finish his
shots.
food for this to work out. It's a bit grisly to watch. That hurt.
Yeah. That's like at least one you should be getting. Maybe two, even, given the circumstances, but it is what it is. That's the way this map has gone. I think megoshort just want to wave goodbye to it and head on over to Ancient. Not sure that's going to be much better, but either way, it'll be a fresh start. As it's 12-1 for CYBERSHOKE. 11 chances to close this out.
Let's see what buy they've managed to bring to the server. Pistol armor. Util is okay, but I think CYBERSHOKE, they might just go long or something and just force ranged engagements. They don't need to do anything special. So long will be the port of call. Bit delayed, flashes over, and they're through. And I think the moment they got out of these long doors, the round might be over. It's the best chance for megoshort to catch them in transition. It's pretty low. He is not dealt with. And yep, I think Ancient is beckoning now.
Very quickly at that.
Officially back on schedule.
Yes. CYBERSHOKE. 1 minute and 9 seconds left, seemingly on the map here at most. Zen, Era, and Robin just hiding in the shadows, hoping to catch some CYBERSHOKE players off guard with some 5-7 headshots. Having already gained a control and now taken out Robin. I mean, this one is all but signed, sealed, and delivered. Era! Not even a freebie. All right, CYBERSHOKE will win this one. 13-1, Alan. I do not envy you, Tony, but go ahead and break this one down.
Well, that's gonna be a part of the problem, though, is that these kinds of games, you don't really get a whole lot to break down. There was very few moments that there was any real nuance to be broken through as far as what they could have done any better, what they could have maybe maneuvered around as far as the game plan that CYBERSHOKE were implementing. There wasn't really a moment in which they were allowed to move without there being a CYBERSHOKE gun barrel down their throat. Like, in each of these instances where I think to myself that megoshort may have a moment where they may be able to at least overwhelm in terms of numbers, it was always that first duel that is the most important of them that would flounder. And when that happens so regularly and so consistently, you're going to have players like Alcarin just picking you apart one after another, knowing that he can engage with you and almost every time find his wins. And I think that there were a couple moments in this game that pretty much sum up how it had gone down and how it can't really afford to work like that. I think you look back the second the second pistol round with Robin in pit, and that is just like a fully encompassing moment to where if that kill goes their way, then maybe I can even begin the discourse of the future of that round, let alone the game. But that never comes. There's never a round in win that they really get me on my toes, and there's never really a kill at the beginning of any of these rounds that get me on my toes. And that's going to be the thing in which I reflect upon to see that Alcarin was able to, again, post on all these angles with full confidence. His teammates were able to play in anchorage, knowing that if there needed to be a peek from their teammate from behind them, they would likely be able to trade. But the trade was only after the initial kill each of those times, so they continued to play, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it mentality. And I think that that's probably how they're going to be going into the next of them. Era was different. Robin out-called, megoshort out-aimed, and Dust 2 outlawed maybe for the future of this roster, because we're going to need to see something a lot better than that as we move down the stretch. Not only there, but onto Ancient, the map pick of CYBERSHOKE, because their comfortability is now going to show. Will it be enough for them to close 2-0?
Ancient time here between CYBERSHOKE and megoshort. Map 1, not the closest of affairs. So I guess beyond anything else, John, we just want a competitive game of Counter-Strike.
Yes, we do. I don't know that we're going to get one, but we do want one for sure. And we'd love to see megoshort, show why they got here, right? Because they fought pretty hard to get to this point. And it would be a shame if they just kind of petered out here towards the end without much of a competition. Anyway, Robin, waiting here with the P2K. Is going to get the opener onto Alpha. That's not too bad. Nice Molotov tossed as well. Robin won't get anything. Blixie finds that. Back and forth we go. Who will gain the edge? It looks like it's going to be megoshort. We'll open things up with a pistol round victory, but uh-oh, Mokujin has other plans. He managed to get a 2K, evens out the numbers, and swings around with 10 HP to get Sizz. Oh no, megoshort. Not again. Zen, the last one available. They might just go B. I mean, there's time. Not much of it. Zen moves his way on towards the A site. Eventually, you have to get a move on in the other direction. And Zen's going to go and take an engagement. Almost certainly. Alperen's got his knife out. So, whoa, I thought he was dead to rights, but no! Oh my goodness! He turns on Zen, and CYBERSHOKE win the pistol despite a significant disadvantage in the round. Yeah.
Tough one, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not, I mean, we've had, well, realistically, it would be maybe 5 competitive rounds over the course of map 1. But, yeah, I mean, if you give some of these individuals an inch, they just take a mile for CYBERSHOKE. Make sure they decide to fully go this one. They want guns out early. So we're not expecting massive resistance here. 3 players around. They'd love to at least find some kills to keep the money somewhat in check. But I'm not sure CYBERSHOKE can let them do that.
No, I think not. Era 5-7 and the body armor. He can do some damage. There's one from Sizz. He gets traded out immediately. And Mokujin, I heard him get dinked there. Blixie as well. Okay. Maybe CYBERSHOKE will lose a few bodies and this will be expensive. That being said, they're still hanging on. And Glowin's doing work with the MAC-10. Era, last one available. And now with full armor and a 5-7, it's only 350 to get head armor in the next round. It might be worth it for him just to back away from this fight entirely. And get far enough away from the bomb. Well, it doesn't matter. It won't do any armor damage, so he's fine. Oh, Era. He's gonna die. No, he's not. Okay. Yes, he is. A roller coaster of emotions for me as Mokujin gets that last. I mean, a little damage, right, Alan? A little bit of a silver lining there for megoshort?
Yeah, of course, though. Kind of does hinge on them winning gun rounds. Otherwise, it's not of massive consequence. But let's not immediately assume that they're going to get... I mean, the level of dominance of map 1 was beyond what even I would have anticipated, I think, for this game. When you have Era and Robin playing, theoretically, if they're like the first points of contact, you would expect reasonably close rounds. And Era has opened up this one. He's found 2. That's nice. Okay. So man advantage. This is very doable. The T's are not in a good position. They have barely any control.
Yeah, and Sizz is going to get Alker in now. It's all up to Glowing and Alpha. Alpha will get one back, but he's taking damage from that Molotov. Now, fully blinded was Alpha,
Nice.
and Glowing gets traded. Yeah, there we go. megoshort going to get a round on the board. And at least make it competitive here in the early goings.
Good from Era. Just tucked himself into that corner of the temple. He finds 2. He's kind of half. I think he's kind of half cleared and sprung out. Found his frags. And yeah, I said their after plans really were not brilliant. They didn't have a lot of room to maneuver. There was one really critical duel on the retake in towards Temple, and megoshort came out on top. So, that's good. Money is not good at all. CYBERSHOKE, if they lose this round, they're definitely going to be on pistols. So megoshort have an opportunity to, and certainly for the first time in this series, start feeling comfortable. Blixie cannot finish his food. Sizz almost doubles up. The B-bomb site is lost. Alcuin's very low. Alpha could get caught here in mid. And he is.
Mokogen found one on the other side, though. Yeah.
They're not just immediately out of the rounds like it was on Dust 2. This is doable again.
And they even just got one through the smoke onto Alcarin, so absolutely doable. Glowing and Mokogen, no slouches. I would argue Mokogen's having quite a game for himself. So this isn't going to be easy, but now he's the last one standing in a 1v3. Plenty of time to get in here. Mokogen just going to try and tuck himself in the sight. Hope for the best. Up against these 3 players. Bomb continues ticking away. Is there a kit available? I don't think there is. That's a problem, and Mokogen also is a bigger problem with that AK-47. He gets 2.
No
Eric
kit.
trades him, but it doesn't matter. Round is over.
It's a shame there isn't more money here for the CT side to keep on battling. These rounds are much more compelling. At least they're putting themselves in more aggressive positions. It was what I wanted on Dust 2, was them to sort of play with less caution. A safe game here isn't going to work.
Right.
So at least we're seeing more chance to be taken. I actually kind of think this force bite is the right decision. If they can break CYBERSHOKE, that is a world where they can quickly get up to 4 rounds. So I can get behind this. It's a game where they need to take risks, and this one is valid.
I agree. I just feel like CYBERSHOKE are outgunning them repeatedly, or I should say, have the better mechanics overall. So I don't know how this one's going to turn out, even with the 4 spot guns. However, I should eat my words, I suppose, because they're doing a great job. 3 frags there. Mokogen's still standing. He will get 1. Maybe a second.
My
man,
God.
dude, he's a monster right now. He's absolutely ridiculous. A 3K there. Again, that advantage for megoshort disappears. It's all up to Era. He's very capable, of course, but I mean, they've left the B site now.
He almost caught them.
Oh,
He
maybe
might
he'll
do
still
here.
catch them.
Timing is good. High HP player gone. Mokogen required again to clutch. I don't think Era is going to expect a player to stay in Donut.
No.
Bomb's going to go down now.
Is
No.
it Mech B? No. I don't know if this is the right decision. This might be wrong. It's definitely wrong. He's dead.
Been heard. Surely not. He always makes you. He's so good that you still you have the doubt. You have the doubt. They've done it, man. They've fully broken the money. They've done it.
They have. Mokogen could not hang on in that instance, but oof. Every single round victory has to be hard fought, it seems, for megoshort. We have 3 Tech 9s, 2 PT50s. It's a force buy for CYBERSHOKE. They're not going to give up easily, it seems, in terms of the buy-ups in this first half of play of Ancient. Zen going to get 1. Mokogen trades him out immediately, and that's an upgrade. But they've taken a lot of damage here on the approach, Alan. And that smoke's not where they wanted it.
No. Definitely not. NA smoke. Right there. Coming out from CYBERSHOKE. Okay. It's a retake B for megoshort. Who is it? Sizz. I'm not sure the red room smoke hit either.
You might
So
be
I
right.
wonder how
The radar-
much... I mean, they clearly know that nobody's crossed the donut line. Robin's just been sat on that the entire round. I'm somewhat surprised they aren't... Yeah, they're starting to gamble now. Robin's swung out mid. He could really do with Era getting to this bomb site to join his teammates. The bomb will be planted.
Right, nope.
Nope, not yet. There still is a safe plant, I think, to the back of the pillar. Now they go in for it. These smokes are not going to last long. Sizz going to get a fight. Blixie looking the wrong way. Mukujin can't move. And this should be a foregone conclusion that megoshort's going to win this retake. They have a smoke. CYBERSHOKE, they can't possibly defend this bomb.
I don't even think they're going to try to do so. Yeah, they're just falling back and looking for kills instead of actually worrying about the bomb itself. So they give up the round. They get the plant at the very least, but this was a force buy round for them. So you imagine that now they're just going to settle down and go for an eco instead. But megoshort, much more competitive on Ancient, which is a very good sign. Again, I feel like there's still a concern once we get into those full gun rounds, right? That things could start tilting in the other direction again. But at least there's signs of life.
The way for megoshort to make this competitive is to just rack up as many rounds as they can before that happens. Just you know, have some sort of buffer.
Yeah.
Win the unlikely rounds, win, you know, second half pistol, get free there as well. That is how one-sided matchups get closer.
Mm-hmm.
What they can't afford to do is make any errors against this sort of investment. And Era's doing his best to make it squirm. Wow. Wowzers.
It's okay. I think it's okay.
It's definitely not okay.
It's okay.
Not okay. I don't like it.
It's very more nerve-wracking than it should have been.
I know.
For megoshort.
And this is the fear now. The full guns are out, full buy. Now CYBERSHOKE can, I guess, go into whatever defaults they would normally run. We're really not sure what megoshort has on Ancient with this lineup. It's going to be cobbled together, presumably.
Well, with the core that they have anyway, it's been a 3-round losing streak, unfortunately. 8-13 twice and then a 9-13 loss against, I want to say, like, Tier 3 competition. Maybe leaning into Tier 2 a little bit. But, yeah, even then, it's not the exact same roster that we're seeing here today, so I agree with you. It's hard to say what we're going to get. Alcarin, he knows what he's going to get. A headshot on Robin. That opens things up towards A main. This is a very bold setup for megoshort to send 3 players into A main. They've already lost 1. The other 2 are still hanging around. Perhaps you can get 1 off of a surprise play, but I don't know if you get more than that here. And might not get any at all because CYBERSHOKE looked like they want to lean B instead.
Kind of feels like they should have just been all in. I don't really know what they've achieved by having one guy go in and then the other 2. I mean, they're just so far from being able to react elsewhere on the map. Yes, Zen can push, but it is highly likely they'll have lost massive portions of the map. This comes into play. I think Blixen might even get a catch. That is painful.
Yes. Well, they'll have Era alive.
I don't think Donut will go unexpected.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of the expected position right now. They know there's nobody CT. Blixie, more than ready.
Yeah. That's a shame. That's a shame. It's the right man being the last alive in terms of firepower, but he just couldn't do anything because megoshort had so much information. CYBERSHOKE had so much information across the map. There are only so many places left that that last player could have been. The guns come out and things look eerily similar to Dust 2. But at least this time megoshort have a little bit of a buffer, like you mentioned, Alan, getting those first few rounds at the beginning of it. And hey, look, maybe they can still pull something off here. They've got the AWP, 2 A1Ss, the FAMAS, and the 5-7. They've already lost Zen, though. And my goodness, Alpha didn't even hesitate. Just swung around that corner. And it does cost him his life. Robin gets a couple. Blixie, though, will find that important trade to restore the man advantage. Oh, Era, the timing! He actually does get the kill anyway. Oh my goodness, he might get the second. Oh, he hits the no-scope, but it's a leg shot. So unfortunate for Era, as Sizz now remains as the last man standing. But Era's done the work here to at least make it possible on this clutch.
Yuto is just so good from CYBERSHOKE. Use the molly to make that plant safe. Alcarin backs himself into A main. That timing is Really not favourable. And Alcaran could be dead man. He is not. So fast. It is a much closer game. I would give megoshort a lot of credit for that. But I suspect it's going to slip.
It just feels like
quickly.
Yeah, it just feels like in those close situations that CYBERSHOKE is almost always going to win them, right? Like, because they just have that firepower edge all the time. So it's difficult to clutch those close runs out, and that's going to hurt them. But still, gives you a little bit of confidence. Unfortunately, now they don't have a buy-up. And it's going to be a couple of 5-7s, Deagle, and okay, Sizz going to get that headshot onto Alpha. megoshort. Maybe we should start believing a little bit more. I don't know.
Sizz is playing a good map. At least mechanically, you know, what have you. Getting a bit more in the zone. Ooh, that's a good shot on Samukajin. Now becomes quite awkward. Pressure is on Blixie and Alcaran to take the majority of the fight. Samukajin almost caught there in the open. Blixie taken low. Alcaran, fortunately. Ooh, the timing's really
look at that,
good.
yeah.
Yeah, Era gets up the short lane of the back lanes. They're really struggling here to plant with the number of positions they're being pressured from. Fortunately, Blixie, quite consistent. Robin really needed an instant kill there, I think, to make it close. Blixie required to get 4 against a very light buy. A little bit on edge for CYBERSHOKE. They can play cleaner CS than they are right now.
Certainly. But they are battening down the hatches when needed. 6-4 now. Guns are back out for megoshort. Be their last quote-unquote full buy, because there's still the FAMAS mix here, but as full as it gets without having the off. See? Yeah, I think they might just go fast. Zen actually catches Alcaran. That's a big catch. But at the same time, CYBERSHOKE will take up this space towards the B site. They need a smoke into cave, and they need it now, or some type of utility, unless they just want to take the fight. Yeah, they do. They want to flash out. Risky as hell, and they pay the price for it. Robin going to get a 2K, and it's only glowing left. No one left on the site proper.
There's actually a case here to save. The money for CYBERSHOKE, by virtue of these rounds being quite close, is not brilliant. I think they'll be on minimum loss. So, megoshort can make this 6. Buy is not going to be great. Glowing, perhaps maybe starting to think about saving being the best option, if he could even get out of this corner. And he cannot. 5 for megoshort. The money indeed is not pretty outside of Alcaran.
What can they get here? I guess they're discussing it. Like a couple of AKs can come through. Maybe you settle for a Galil, though, on Blixie to get more utility. Because right now that's pretty light. Yeah, there you go. So a Galil, 2 AKs, and 2 Deagles. Util is really not great for CYBERSHOKE. So that will be a limiting factor. Trying to boost over the smoke right now. Oh my gosh, that's a freebie for glowing. They try to respond, do megoshort, and they do a lot of damage, but no kills available. And now CYBERSHOKE, oh, excuse me, Era did manage to get one onto Alcaran. And now Sizz on Alpha. Where's this all going down? It's towards the B site. Yeah.
What's the word? Kind of haphazard game now, this defense. They're pushing smokes, they're trying to find gaps, but that's the game they're playing. I don't think you can win. I don't think you can win against CYBERSHOKE playing standards, so fair game. All is fair. And we're on track here for 6 apiece. In another round where CYBERSHOKE did actually get the opener, so 5v4, they've lost the next 3 kills.
I mean, don't let me surprised. CYBERSHOKE typically have a 60% win rate on their T side, and it's a little bit lower, a lot lower actually on CT side. CT round percentage of 50%.
They also had the Mukajin 1v3 to win them around. And then... Do we have a... Did we have another clutch on A earlier? We might well have. I can't quite recall. But CYBERSHOKE have not actually won that many clean gun rounds. Maybe only 2. So quite a difference from Dust 2. megoshort, whether they win or lose this map, this is a very good showing, given their experience level as a 5 and for some of those individuals.
True. I have an unfortunately damning stat for megoshort. Going on to their T side. CT round win percentage, that's where they do their majority of their work, 54.3%. And then T round, it drops off substantially, 39.6%. T round win percentage. This is where things get tough for them.
Yeah. And presumably that data set probably doesn't include many teams of CYBERSHOKE's caliber on Ancient.
No, it does not.
In that case, let's have a pistol round. A pistol round would be very useful. And right now they have an advantage. Twinkie finds one for himself, goes looking for more into his red room. Glowing cannot connect. Alpha's low. We might have a game on our hands.
We may. We just might. This would be the first lead for megoshort, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Must be.
Yeah. Maybe they had one briefly in the first half in between all those back and forths, but either way, 7-6 in their favor. They are happy to be looking down instead of up in terms of the scoreline. CYBERSHOKE are going to fully invest here. Here's the force buy. I would be shocked. I'm not trying to be mean, but if megoshort take this map, it would be a huge surprise. I mean, we were back on Dust 2, Alan. You were already counting them out. Talking about Ancient being no chance.
It was a fair assessment. I mean, they're such a good team, CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah.
I don't think they need to panic, but they're in territory now where they can't afford now to make sloppy moves. It needs to be really clean Counter-Strike. This round will be tough to win. It's clearly possible when you've got players with their individual skill. This is equally proving himself to be up to the task at the moment. He playing with a lot of confidence, trying to get up in the face of his opponents. And he's just not stopping. Ace is what he wants. 4 found. Do we know much about... He's not a player I've covered before, Sis.
I don't have much information on him, to be honest with you, either. Trying to get something dug up on him. But there's a few Sizzes. I'll have to find out which one is the correct one.
Most likely from a more of a pugging background. I think that would be a safe guess. Okay, for someone with limited HLTV games.
He's got 17 over the last 3 months with Brain Launcher, a team I have not heard of. Maybe the Swedish scene would be more familiar with them. But yeah, numbers 1.02 rating over those 17 maps. Nothing crazy, so he might just be having a life game right now.
To be fair, holding a good rating when you're like lower down the end of HLTV is really hard because
that's true.
Because you don't count games below you. You know, most teams are counting games where they play better teams and worse teams than them. If you're down the bottom, you only get counted against teams that are of your level or better. So it really does skew it. It's really hard to look good.
Very fair. 9-6 for megoshort. CYBERSHOKE finally have the guns out, but that didn't give them any source of comfort in the first half, and I'm not sure things will be much different in the second half. We'll have to see. Again, megoshort typically aren't as strong on their T side, and that could be more exposed once the gun rounds start.
They should keep taking risks. They only need to win 2 gun rounds. And they can pull this off. And Sizz continues to be a real menace. Nades landing at the feet of Alka and take him out of the game. And suddenly we need to start considering the possibility that we are going to a 3rd map. Because this is getting scary. Blixie can't do anything. They need to save these guns to try and get another buyout as soon as possible. Looks like Mokujen's going to be collapsed upon soon. 3 players around him. He's good, but this is a different level required to somehow recover this situation. Molly takes him off. Now CYBERSHOKE are in a world of trouble.
They really are. And some background on Sizz, thanks to Tony here. Play a little bit with Poi on his come up. I don't know if I said that properly. And a mixed landmate of Robin, Era, and Zen. So he's played on land before with everyone here.
Sweden's quite good for having like small local lands. They have a few places like Inferno Online and stuff like that in Stockholm where they have PCs they can use. So they have quite a strong culture for that. So it doesn't surprise me that he has, if they can get any Swedish player that makes it to a position of note, has probably played quite a few small lands. Sizz,
dude, what is going on?
To be, I mean, this is honestly absurd. And all they need to do is get this round over the line. I'm so scared for them because if they lose this sort of situation, I'm telling you, it's the start of the end. They'll just lose the map. They can't afford to lose games like this. Through the rounds like this.
Okay. Oh no, Alan, it's happening. Alpha headshot onto Robin. Zen, the last one available. CYBERSHOKE trying to pull off a surprising round victory and one that really they had no business being. And Zen gets the spray down on one, but not the other. Mokujen will survive with 39 HP at 2k on his side, and there's that 7th. You see the live odds kind of lean towards the direction you were mentioning, Alan, where, you know, you lose that one round and it still heavily favors CYBERSHOKE to take this.
They're not out of the woods yet. It's even that one. The 2v1, they definitely could have lost that. That was wild. They just need a clean... CYBERSHOKE need a clean gun round. They need to just sort of relax and settle into this. They're a very good ancient team. They have options. They have players that are very comfortable in all of their positions. Robin gets in front of the smoke in the elbow and finds one. Zen with a spam. This is so tough for CYBERSHOKE. This is mad.
I mean, where was this on Dust 2? These guys are playing like on the same level as CYBERSHOKE now. Where on Dust 2 they look completely lost. Zen's gonna get the headshot onto Alpha. 4v2 for megoshort. Mokujen and Alkarin may just want to save. Alkarin's having a look into cave. Oh no, that's going to tempt him in. That's the bomb that's not across. You're absolutely right, Alan. Robin can't get there either, and they're finding Zen. There's no way they lose this round. There's no way.
I can't. The pain of watching them lose these rounds is so visceral at the moment. They've got to win this. I'm telling you, they are so close to the verge of this falling apart. Alkarin is going to be the man in first, and he hasn't really missed a beat this series. Robin, if he gets a good timing on his swing, will catch Alkarin out in the open. They seem to know there's a player in and around here somewhere. Mokujen jiggles, smoke to the left, in they go. Twinkie can't get a good fight. Can't see a lot of what's going on through the smoke goes Mokujen, and that could be it. It is indeed. Wow. The money is all over the place for the defense. And megoshort are 2 rounds from Mirage.
Mokujen at 7.4k, I feel like they go for it.
I think they do go for it, yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's see what happens here. That is... It got so close to falling apart, though, Alan. We could see the pieces coming together. I thought that was a pretty good smoke, honestly, tossed to block off that angle so they could get around, but then they went through it, and maybe that was the mistake instead of wrapping around the pillar. Either way, CYBERSHOKE now on the back foot. staring down at the possibility of a third map. Twinkie. Nades out, glowing. Gonna re-smoke mid, but Twinkie actually gets that opener through the smoke again. The opening frags for megoshort in this half, I think they've had almost every single one. Maybe there was one round where they didn't get it, but I think it's been fairly dominant in that regard.
I think they are getting some fortune, but equally, they're willing to take those risks. CYBERSHOKE are playing a 4v right now. We actually know that the bomb's around. I don't think they know that. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. CYBERSHOKE just
I can't
all
describe
of a
it,
sudden,
John, but it feels so close this game.
Yeah.
So that 1% further towards CYBERSHOKE and they just win it. But
No,
they are really close to losing this.
yeah,
They are
but
really close.
I feel the same as you. Like, where it's like you see the scoreline, you're like, okay, megoshort are up, but CYBERSHOKE still feel like they have that edge in your mind, and it's up to megoshort to convince us otherwise. And megoshort are losing all the bodies here. Mukajin, another multi-kill round. Sizz will get one, but he's the last one standing. Flixie waiting on the site, pops around and pops a bullet right through his skull. Mukajin the 3K, and then his teammates wrap up the rest, 11-9. But the money has run dry for megoshort.
Did they overinvest in that? Because they really should have been able to buy here, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they did. They did
Perplexing.
overinvest a little bit, I think.
Man, do CYBERSHOKE need a clean round? They need the buffer to be able to lose one and still reasonably comfortably get us to overtime with good buys. Twinkie finds one in mid. Again, the opening kill does actually go the way of megoshort. This time being traded, fortunately. But continues to be the case that CYBERSHOKE can't get out, take mid control, what have you, in a clean position. Robin alone. Blixie's very low.
Yeah.
I think they could do with getting the rifle onto Alcaran right now, and they're gonna do that.
Yeah. Robin not helping his case because he just nated himself down from 70 to 38.
Yeah, I didn't help. I didn't want to mention it, but
You have
out
to.
in the open now. Oh, I think they've heard
It's right
this.
in our faces, Alan. I mean,
This is really unlucky. I mean, had they not had that info, this really could be great for Robin, but I expect he's just about to get fragged on the cross.
I don't know that we get to overtime. I think this is going to end in regulation one way or another.
CYBERSHOKE have been properly inconsistent so far on Ancient.
But they have so much experience. I feel like they could dig deep right now, and pull this off.
The thing that's confusing me the most is these opening duels. I mean, they've just lost so many, and it just
and another one.
It beggars belief.
Yeah.
That this keeps happening. Sizz 28 frags.
Dude, what?
29 frags.
I refuse to believe this.
You've got to
Where
at some
was
point
he?
accept reality. And Sizz is going to put megoshort at the rate we're going onto map point with 4 kills. The money is not good for CYBERSHOKE.
31. What was... I need to go check his scoreline from map 1 because this is just unreasonable. It was 9-13 at the top of the scoreboard, mind you, but still 9-13 to 31-16 in 22 rounds. That is a monumental jump, and the way he's winning these duels is just absurd. All right,
Just this map
CYBERSHOKE.
would be the upset of the tournament if they can pull this off.
I think so. Yeah.
That is the level we're on about here. To get absolutely brutalized on map 1, to not have your full lineup, to be playing it potentially the favorite for the tournament on one of their favorite maps. It's almost unthinkable that we're in this position.
And your sub is popping off for 31.
That's mad. That is actually insane.
Well, it's not going to end here, Alan, because Glowing just gets a 3K. And that scattered buy-up yields CYBERSHOKE in 11th. We may still see overtime, as not much available for megoshort in terms of a buy.
I think megoshort need to win this in regulation. I just feel like CYBERSHOKE, when they get to overtime, they've got all gun rounds. They can relax a little bit more. Every round, they're getting more data on megoshort and some of the funky moves they're trying to make. Every round is more data on Sizz and how he's getting into these sites. You know, at some point in overtime, they might start putting an AWP on B and trying to stop these B ramp fights as well.
Yeah. That's a really valid point. Al-Karin?
For the love of God, give Sizz that AK.
Seriously. Maybe he doesn't need it, because the rest of the team's doing the job. Zen gets the opener. That is a very late
gets that kill with an AK.
Al-Karin. Yeah.
100%.
You think so? Okay, yeah. No. Alpha's going to get traded out here. It's still not over. Yeah, Era finds Al-Karin down to a 2v2. They don't have the HP advantage, do megoshort, and the bomb is still all the way back at T-spawn, so that has to be ferried over in the right direction. I don't know that they've realized it yet. I mean, there's still a minute left, so they're probably discussing where they want to go. But you need that parcel of C4 if you want to have any success at all.
This is a colossal game of chance now. Who gets lucky with seeing who where? Glowing. He looks the wrong way, he's dead.
He's going to hear the footsteps. No, maybe not. Robin's going the other way.
He's called. Glowing's called. I can't see anything outside of B. I can't see anything on the lane. Blixie, understandably, commits hard into Temple.
Wait.
They're so close to seeing each other. The big gap is Red Room. Donut's not bad. Blixie will probably swing on a plant. Smokes. Oh, it's so good they have two smokes. And that might be enough to dissuade a peek. He's going to wait. Glowing needs to win this duel. He does. Overtime beckons. Robin tagged. I think he's a dead man. Smoke for the moment makes it hard for these CTs to work together. Low HP though, as Blixie cannot find the bomb. And Robin has done it. I cannot believe it. How do we end up here? We're going to a third.
I mean, I want to say that CYBERSHOKE was improving with the new additions, and we wouldn't see these types of maps where they just fall apart, but we're still getting it here. What a crazy one. Tony, go ahead and break it all down.
A little bit of a fall apart, but at the same time, I would say that it personally felt like they weren't really in it to win it at a point where they could stop Sizz, both individually and also tactically speaking. I feel like they were a little bit dry, at least in terms of adaptation as far as what was going down that he was doing. I mean, in a lot of the T-sided gun rounds, he was just taking W key fights. I mean, straight up just shift walking in towards positions where he was getting kill after kill on low HP even, being able to break down enemy lines. And I mean, 31 kills. I'm not sure if he ended with any more than that, but that is a ridiculous number of frags for him to be posting as a player who really hasn't been posting anything even close to that at this level of competition in general. So that is a big victory for him to be able to heat up and level up to where McCugen, I thought, was going to be the player in which Sizz had become. He was honestly looking like somebody that was breaking them back from a lot of different situations, both on map number 1 and into this one, where they had drowned out a lot of the early success stories as they had gotten their T-side rolling towards the end of that half. I thought it would have continued at the very least a little bit into the rifle rounds to follow, but McCugen took a little time to heat up, where only really one major double kill of impact was to be seen before it was already getting to be a little bit too late when it came down to the rounds in which megoshort had everything they would have needed and more. Sizz continued to rock their world as they went along and by, and the mid-rounding of Robin seemed to be playing a really solid maneuver around the map, to where I thought that maybe on the last round that might have run a little bit too far a ways away with the bomb being stuck towards T-spawn. It actually worked out just as well as you could have hoped. And that last 1 versus 2 I thought was a little awkward, given that they had the information that he was there, given the fact that Glowing was given a second chance at life, and Blixie really being fearful of that smoke to think that he was going to be the one isolated in the engagement and duel. And unfortunately for him, he plays the timer down a little too low, enabling the wraparound and enabling the brains to continue to activate and grow into this game as we do go into Mirage as our third. I didn't think I would be here saying that, and I don't know if I'm going to be here at the end of this in the same way that I thought that CYBERSHOKE were closing in 2, third could be just as impressive. We'll have to wait and find out in just a little bit after the break.
Map 3 here in our series between megoshort and CYBERSHOKE. Nobody had it on their bingo cards, I think, to make it to Mirage. But now CYBERSHOKE and we need to take this series a little bit more seriously, I think.
Perhaps. Yeah, this is where megoshort have been able to find success throughout Thunderpick against Los Kogutos and Lavked. Let's see if that'll continue here. Sizz is the star, honestly, for megoshort at this stage, which we didn't think we'd be saying because he's the one standing in. And oh boy, Mokujin might be able to pop off here. Yep, there's one off the era. And I mean, look, where does Robin go? Zen manages to support him, but Robin eventually falls, and it's all up to Zen in a 1v2. And Zen swings around towards connector. Alpha will put him down. CYBERSHOKE win the pistol. I'm still a little stunned, Alan, that we're even here on map 3.
Does feel a bit mad.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, Sizz obviously was the biggest part of victory on map 2. I do think CYBERSHOKE will, I mean, I'm sure when they watch the demo back at a later date, they'll see that maybe they were too cocky at times. I'm not sure. It'll be something like this. It'll be, you know, leaving too many gaps open, people not communicating well. It is just sort of a fact that CYBERSHOKE playing their default ancient game to a high level should have been comfortably enough, but we didn't see that, and they need to revert to that sort of form now on Mirage.
I mean, I do think Sizz deserves a ton of credit, though, because he played so well. Like, the shots he was hitting were crazy, but I can also see what you're saying, right? Maybe if CYBERSHOKE were playing a little bit tighter, that he wouldn't have been able to freewheel as much as he was, to the tune of like 31, 32 frags, whatever he ended up finishing with. And now this time, Sizz won't get anything done. On the pistol round, 45 seconds left. You got to make a move if you're megoshort. There's two players that aren't really near the site execute right now, and they're about to lose the bomb. They actually already have, and, well, they're in trouble.
Yeah, these guys, they also need to go down, so... Kind of a shame there as well. Blixie was actually lone B when Sizz went in, so had they been a team, pretty sure they would have got a plant. So that is a bit of a shame. And I suspect they're not going to get anything else out of this round now. 17 seconds. They just need to sprint their way in. Good kill for Zen. They might actually try and... Oh my god, if they wait.
They're going to wait.
Oh my god.
Counter-terrorists win. Zen's dead.
Oh no. That's just evil.
I mean, that's why I was just going to say, that's what I was alluding to, like, getting that kill may have been a bad thing for him. But he's all right, I suppose, with a Mac 10. But no loss bonus will hit his bank account. Drops the Mac 10 Twinkie. Generous.
It means they got two players without nades.
It does.
Down two smokes, which is really not great for Mirage. It means it's hard to default. They've had to just go with a top mid smoke. And that's not going to do a lot to deny information from CYBERSHOKE. They're 4 mid right now. Their sole B player in Blixie, understandably, uses all of his util to bide time. And buy time for his team to move around. And looks like we're about to run it out into 4 players. Are megoshort here in mid.
Oh, this is not going to be great for megoshort unless they hit their shots immediately. Sizz gets one, Robin another. Not terrible, but look at the damage they've taken in order to get these frags. Oh, Alkern, you gotta get that smoke out. He does just in the nick of time. Survives with 30 HP. Now Twinkie looking above that smoke, thinking someone might try to peek through. Decent chunk of time left, but the HP bars are an ongoing concern for megoshort.
Era is holding. Oh no, he's holding the big flank. Yeah, Blixie's gonna win that. And Alkern swings window at the same time. These mid rounds, that I mean, even in victory on Ancient, we saw some what we'll describe as sketchy situations. Most certainly, could have gone the way of CYBERSHOKE. Drowns another one of those. Jin silences Twinkie there to end it. So another round on the board. 3 for CYBERSHOKE. No plant means full eco. Or the T's. I think there is a dynamic at play in this sort of series for CYBERSHOKE, and that's that they're very conditioned to playing teams that have similar defaults and operate on similar timings. And you just sort of assume certain things are going to happen. And they're playing a team here that, by virtue of either inexperience or the lineup or lack of practice, they're just going to do things at weird timings. They're going to do things with utility that looks strange, and all of this stuff.
Like this.
It can throw you off balance a little bit. I'm not saying it's an excuse to essentially lose rounds, but it definitely adds something slightly tricky to the equation.
Yeah, just subverting expectations, and it catches you off guard. It's just, I agree. But at the same time, it seems like they quickly settled down here. And this will be a clean round, which they really couldn't find on Ancient. Even in their anti-ecos, they were struggling to find rounds like this. So this is a good sign for CYBERSHOKE. Not so great for megoshort, but they will have the guns up again here. 4 AKs, and the AWP are out. Util's a lot better this time.
I think Mirage is a map where they should be able to support each other better on the CT side. Of course, on Ancient, I mean, the number of rounds they tried to get aggressive in mid and towards B and just lost the first man, or Sizz went up B ramp and just killed Blixie. I don't think that dynamic is necessarily going to play out here. I think it'll be tougher for megoshort to catch players out in the open, and I think CYBERSHOKE should be able to exert more team play essentially. Exert it as a bigger factor.
Yeah. Surprising that Ancient is the one that CYBERSHOKE end up struggling on versus Mirage and Dust 2, which tend to be the more mechanically heavy maps. Anyway, Alpha is going to get one. Sizz finds the trade immediately, but that will not last long. He's not able to have the same type of impact he was having on Ancient with those quick B pushes time and time again. And while Zen and Twinkie will get a couple, it's still a 2v1 in favor of CYBERSHOKE. Zen pretty healthy. Needs to go get that bomb from Palace, which won't be that far of a trek, but he could get caught going there. Yes, he does. Mukajin will get the last, and CYBERSHOKE win a 5th.
Lack of plants is really starting to hurt. If they could get plants down and repeat by again and again and again, that gives them a chance. It was what brought them into that first half of Ancient, was a full reset. That's how they did it. Kind of need that again. Sizz has gone all the way in. I don't hate it, you know. I think if you want to reverse engineer a way for megoshort to win this map, kind of need Sizz to be the best player on the server, close to. So why not give him AKs? You know, have someone else just sack off having an AK in the next, put them on an SMG. It's just kind of think it. Obviously, you know, for most teams this wouldn't make massive sense, but they need to be pragmatic. They need to work with every advantage they can muster at the moment.
Of course. The thing is, okay, let's get back to the action here. Back and forth we go. Era is dead. He's gone. So very quickly do the trades come through, and it favors CYBERSHOKE. They get a bomb plant to megoshort, which isn't bad. Builds up the money. It'll be 6-0. What I was going to say was, like, yeah, I think it was great that Sizz had that performance on Ancient, but I don't know if it's replicable. I don't know if that's going to happen again.
It probably isn't.
Yeah.
It probably isn't. Like, you can't... It'd be very hard to make an argument of them making this close without him.
Agreed.
It's just the reality, isn't it?
Yeah.
We get a plan here. A buy to come will be good. Of course, we're doubtful, let's say, that they have a deep playbook, so I'm expecting a lot of defaults. Maybe some simple executes 4-1s, that sort of thing. That doesn't require much more than top mid window smoke. A couple B nades or a couple A nades. And they certainly have enough experience on these players to be able to run those sort of rounds.
question becomes, is that even enough? To come out on top against a team like CYBERSHOKE, who also, you know, are fairly comfortable on Mirage as a third map. Won 5 of the last 6. And right now, it's Echoes of Dust 2, let's say. Era's going to get an opener, though. That'll help. But Alcren's right here to get the trade immediately, and he's going to fade back in towards Connector. Won't be traded. He takes a little bit of damage on his retreat. Plenty of time left on the clock for megoshort to work with. They're trying to slip in towards A ramp. At least one player is. That's Sizz. And he cannot. Alcren spots him out. Oh, Era missed that by a hair. Alcren lucky to be alive twice in this round.
Sizz was working very hard for that because he knew Alcren was low. Robin. He'll need some big fortune here, I think, to catch Blixie.
Did Blixie find the bomb?
Blixie, I think he's going to get timing. He's done everything. Oh my god.
What?
How is nobody seeing each other? Robin.
This is bad for
Christ,
megoshort.
had he gone mid, this is now... Surely Era's posted up Connector.
Dead.
He's dead.
Yeah.
Still, they have B. I'm not saying it's a good position, but
yeah.
you know, maybe there's a way to get the bomb planted. Maybe not anymore, unfortunately.
I appreciate the positive thinking there, Alan.
There was second. I mean, if Robin had seen him, that changes quite fast. But
it's
wow.
unbelievable that neither of them spotted each other either. Like, they'll go back and watch the demo and be like, "What? We were right next to each other." But yeah, it's a huge stunner for megoshort.
Most surprised would be Era, who'd be like, how the bleep have I just died from somebody coming from top mid? He probably thinks it's an A push, to be honest. That'd be the most logical thing that's happened. But he is wrong.
Yep. He would be wrong there. Incendiary tossed out. On the side of CYBERSHOKE, this is not really a buyout for megoshort, so probably going to be 8-0. Although we did see some dicey rounds on Ancient. That type of play is quickly evaporated. CYBERSHOKE realizing they just need to batten down the hatches here, tighten up their gameplay, get back to their winning ways. I don't think there'll be any more surprises here in this series. Alcren going to get the shot onto Era. Alcren might die.
Of course, I think map 1 was Alcren did so much to like disrupt defaults. It just made it so hard for you to get near a site in a 5-on-5. And that wasn't really a thing on Ancient, was it? Presumably because of economy more than anything. But yeah, hopefully Mirage presents more chances, and as a map, it does. It does give the AWP more options. 8-0. Ancient starting to feel like a bit of a flash in the pan, unfortunately. We need some life. We need some life to the Swedes on Mirage.
Let's see if they can do it. Come on. Right here. Going for the A side execute. Waiting for the mid approach. There we go. Sizz going to deliver some life. Era gets the second one as well. Here we go. 5v2 all of a sudden for megoshort. Simplify things. Go for the A.